Good evening. It is episode 241 and the longest running episodic, whatever the hell this is. And the panel has improved substantially.
Greatly.
I don't know why. I feel like Brad, I feel like addition by subtraction is what I'm feeling right now. Are you sensing that?
Yeah, that's like innovation and iteration. Two different things, but yes.
Yes. So let me start off.
I'm sensing Eric is watching this right now.
Well, listen, Eric right now is watching from a hiding place because he's still running away from all the people who enjoyed his scandalous Geoff Wilson takes. So right now he's in witness protection. The problem is the moment he goes for a chocolates, they'll find him. That's all I'm saying. They'll know. But let me quickly say hello, Brad. It's been a little while. How are you?
Yeah,
good. Yeah, things are great. I've been listening, enjoying in the background. Fortunately, right now my Friday nights have been busy. Let's just say busy. What I should say by that is I get home, I'm exhausted usually on Friday night, and I get to bed a little early. Then I do the recap in the morning. So, but it's good to be back tonight to see the guys. Bobby, Yannick sporting a beautiful jersey, which I love. Didn't make a comment yet. I was just watching the CHL game. We got Moncton and London are tied 1-1 in the semifinals in the Mem Cup, which is quite interesting to see.
Very nice. Very nice.
Two big cities.
And Brad obviously is currently work in progress, trying to build out the new HQ for PSA. There's a lot of work being done there. And Yannick is currently bounty hunting, trying to track down Eric, because again, this man is in hiding as we speak. It's been a lot of scandalousness. Mike Ham here. Good evening. It's going to get spicy tonight. It might. Look, I don't want to spoil it.
I found a fresh track. I'm getting closer as we speak. So, Eric, don't rest. Don't rest, buddy. I'm coming.
It's all that matters.
Get you.
Ham's right, though. And I'll tell you why, Brad. My hockey team's out, and the salt mines are open. All the salt mines are open. I am the salt mines. I am the embodiment of the salt mines. That's all I'm saying.
It wasn't a busy week with the content gods this week. No, there wasn't very much to talk about.
It was a reiteration of a lot of things.
Well, so the thing is, I actually jotted down a couple of bullet points. There are a couple of things we'll talk about, so we'll get into it. But I just want to make clear regardless, no matter what happens, before we leave, we are going to have a brief discussion on the infamous salt mine, because now we do have a Stanley Cup final. So we'll let people make some picks, and we'll at least get that in there. So at least we went all the way through from beginning to end. We'll make sure we got all the rounds in. So we've got one more round that we'll have to make some picks for. Paul here says even Jets, even more so now that the Salvo's banished. It's true. Has Eric been finally canceled? He's been canceled in our minds for a very long time. Very long time. Dennis here. Good evening, BSC. Good evening to you. Also, does Dallas know that hockey's played in 20-minute chunks, not 5? Allegedly. This is what I hear. This is wild. So Brad, I've got more salt here after, but for a starting point, real quick, Edmonton was the better team. I can accept that part. But as I was mentioning to Paul, what irritates me is that in the end, knowing that they are so skilled, knowing that they are so quick, and knowing that they can do so many things, I'm sitting there going like, Darren Hatcher, even at his current age, if I put him in a uniform right now, Connor McDavid would have been celebrating that from his team's victory from the hospital bed. Hit the man illegally if you have to. I don't care.
You can't catch him. That's the problem.
Bobby, if you do it illegally, you can catch him. Don't worry. He can't move that fast. I promise you, he can be hit. I will send 2 guys, and both can be suspended, but he goes out of there on a wheelchair. On a wheelchair. You could win the series. You're not walking out of here under your own power. Good evening, Mike. Brad, I'm a bitter man. I am the salt mines, as I said. And I got to be honest with you, Brad. I don't subscribe to this whole, oh, man, I hope that Canada wins the Stanley. I don't fucking care, Brad. Fuck it. All I want, and I say this with love, all I want is a 4-game sweep where Florida man crushes him. I want Connor McDavid to have a career-ending injury, and I want the team to get sent to Atlanta so Bobby can support them forever. That's what I want.
Sounds like the same.
That's what I want.
Okay.
The salt mines are open, Brad, and they're in full production. I got all the salt in all the world. I'm ready.
I have no comment. I can't go back to that.
See, Brad, a lot of people are like, "Oh yeah, I want the team to lose." No, Brad, I don't just want them to lose. I want Connor McDavid's head on a pike. I want the team to get contracted and sent to Atlanta, so that Geoff can become the greatest Atlanta Oilers fan of all time. That's what the people want. Good evening, Amanda. Carlos, LA fans are with you. Thank you, Amanda. I appreciate your support. Mike says, is Eric not here because Brad's next? Next, he'll tell me Dan's going to come on and talk baseball. So no, Eric.
Oh,
listen,
no.
Eric is a man in hiding for many, many reasons. But I'll get back to my saltiness about the Dallas thing after. But I just wanted to get that out of the way. You know, Brad, you know, predominantly Canadian podcast here. We got to at least mention the Hockeys or else we'll get canceled. We'll get thrown off. The CRTC will boot us out of here. We got to at least mention it.
And some inside
so
information.
5%.
I did find out that Eric's surgeon was called Shaky. I don't know.
Hey, listen.
Shaky.
Listen, all I know is that my research tells me that the doctor in question may have received an envelope full of cash from somewhere in Nova Scotia. I'm narrowing it down. I'm narrowing down my list of suspects, but he does have a lot of enemies. All I'm saying is he has a lot of enemies. It could have been Blair. Who know? We don't know what he's doing, but I'm narrowing it down to Nova Scotia. I think I'm hot on the case. We'll figure it out. Much like O.J. Simpson trying to find the real killer out of the golf courses back in the day, I will not rest until I find out this perpetrator to what happened to poor Eric.
Maritime money.
That's all I'm getting. That's all I'm hearing. All right, so let me touch on this one, Brad, since this one is pertinent, and obviously we talk about, you know, a friend of the channel, I guess, allegedly, Hockey Cards Gong Show, I guess, or at least not nemesis. I think that's where we're at now. Anyway, so whatever we are. So anyway, they obviously had you on the most recent episode, and specifically, obviously talking about PSA, getting updates on that. Of course, you know that's a big thing. And Brad, as we have already discussed, you know, when the Death Star in Mississauga is fully operational, I will be there with camera, you know, exclusive. Phil and all the rest of them can stand behind me in line. I think we've all agreed to that already. I think that's already been done, so they can stand back there. After I'm done, they can have their moment. Yes, a hierarchy. You know,
Dallas fans, Sens fans. So we're gonna have
like listen, back of the line, buddy, back of the line. But anyway, so that's one aspect of it. But then the other one was our friends at Upper Deck decided that they were going to resolve an issue. And I took pains in the video. And if somebody paid attention to it, I did go out of my way. I was trying to be nice. This was me trying to be nice because I did say repeatedly that I'm happy they did something. It was a good thing. They did something. Anything is better than nothing. So let's acknowledge that first. The issue was relating to patch swapping. And obviously, if you're collecting the other sports, that's the thing there too. But it's basically replacing a patch on a patch card, especially if it's a game used one, replacing it with a nicer looking version of the patch. And that's been a major issue with a product like the Cup. Obviously, people spend good money and, you know, they want to have these patches and they would ideally like the patch to be the original one that it left the factory with. And that's been an issue because people have swapped that out. That's been a long-standing issue. People have been complaining about it for a long time. Okay, great. So Upper Deck came up with this innovative, in quotation marks, idea. They're going to take pictures of it, which has been done before, literally has been done before. However, then they're going to put it inside of an encapsulated, basically a Beckett style slab. Again, also been done before. I literally showed it in the video. And the idea here is that the code corresponds to the image. Okay. So obviously, when we were having that conversation, Brad, I assume that conversation was had before. I think they pre-recorded it with you before they actually did the secondary video to announce it. I guess you got the information dropped on you, and then they wanted your reaction to it. Mm-hmm. But now that we know more about it, obviously it's better than nothing. Let's just be clear about that. It's better than nothing. But I don't know, Brad, on a scale of 1 to 10, let me ask you this question. If we put a percentage on it, I don't really want to give Upper Deck credit for having this tremendously complex master plan. I just think it was an option that was explored. It took them probably a while to figure out, you know, who was going to encapsulate and how to do all that. That I'm sure took time. I have no doubt about this. Time and expense and all that. But there were literally infinitely easier solutions. I don't think there's a 4D chess player here, Brad. I think they just went with this direction because they thought they liked the idea. It directs traffic to this website that they have an association with. I don't think it's that complicated.
It was like Connect 4, maybe.
So do you think there's a 4D chess plan behind and they're scheming us, or is this like, yeah, this was an option they chose and they're just going with it?
I personally feel like there's something else.
Oh.
I don't know what, but there's something else in the works, and this is just the first stage.
First iteration. Yeah.
First iteration. Yeah. Otherwise, I don't have.
Otherwise, it would be like every other initiative Upper Deck has taken in the last 20 years.
Yeah, I just think
otherwise, yes.
Otherwise, the easier thing, take a picture of all the cards, post them, and let people log in and look at the patches.
Genius. Pure genius.
So I think
Brad, Some would argue that the simpler solution is to release your stuff on time.
Maybe.
I think
And for some reason,
helps.
that's been complicated.
Yeah, are we back after the cup comes out? Or are we back to
No,
caught
that's
up?
23,
No.
24.
No, but after that comes out, are we back to caught up with products now?
Well, no,
Well,
then you got
technically,
24,
we have 24,
25.
25 stuff right now, Brad. We're
Right,
still a
but
year
will that
behind.
be all done by the end of the year or no?
Well, they got to release at the beginning of the year and then at the end of the year to really catch up to anything. So,
Well, Brad, let's just logically think this through for a second, though. Even if you could, let's say for the sake of argument, let's say that's the intention. So you want to hit us with an expensive product with this new feature that you're trying out, and you haven't even gotten the feedback on how people feel about the implementation of this feature with the brilliant 4D chess of it all. And then you want to then throw in 24, 25 the cup again. Brad, you have a loose association to a card shop. You think you guys want to get hit with the cup twice in a couple of months' time before the end of the year, calendar year?
No.
Yeah, that's not a cheap product, and it will sell. Like let's be clear, it's a big time product. People like it, it'll sell, but that's a lot, man. You're gonna hurt a lot of businesses trying to run that operation that fast.
how are you going to catch up, though?
The cup is built and made for breakers now, in my opinion. It's not an individual box that people buy. I'd be surprised if at AMG they sold more than 5 individual boxes of the cup. I would be shocked.
Yeah,
It's by the case. It's people putting together to go for that, and I just don't see that anymore. And I haven't for years. Right?
Yeah, so that's why I say, like, can you do it? Totally, but is it to me? Yes, you do want to get caught up. I believe that 100%. But I think you want to give this, again, this cup version hasn't come out officially yet. It's going to be out in the next week or two, so it's coming. It's getting close. Because based on the timing now, that especially now that they've rolled out this announcement of this thing they're going to incorporate into it, they've obviously already done it. So, we're going to get a chance to try this, and it's going to get a chance to see it in real time. Okay, all good, no problem. So now the next step is, let's see how people receive it. Let's see how people even like it. You would want to give yourself at least a little bit of a window in case you need to adjust something on the fly. Because if you already pre-pack the other one and you're basically going to throw it, again, most shops, we talked about this before. Most shops have to buy so much of this products and allocation from distributors and such ahead of time. Well, and we've literally had this discussion. It's cash in already. It's cash in. You haven't even sold anything yet. And if AMG doesn't take pre-orders and all that to try to, that's one way that some businesses try to cover themselves. But guess what? That's a dangerous game. What if you don't get enough allocation? What if you have to play games where you have to? So if you want to avoid that and do right by your customers and make sure you don't have that issue, then all of a sudden you put all this money in there and you have no guarantees of how much you're going to sell. If you don't sell all of it in short order, that cash is gone. Now you're sitting there with a bunch of inventory that represents money that's already been spent. And Eric can't come by with the like button every week. Like, what are we going to do?
Yeah, no, I definitely think there's too much hockey product out there right now. And I mean, I know we talked about this many times in the past. There is a tremendous amount of individual hobby shops that are struggling just because the inventory they have and from a cash flow standpoint. It's just super, super, super tough to rely on that. And now it's not even back. It used to be, you get the cup, you make some good money on that and you move forward. But when you look now at, I'm going to say, the majority of products that came out in hockey in the last 6 months, you're working on a 10-15% margin at release date.
Mm-hmm.
Like all of a sudden you're working on that at release date. Usually those margins can dip down to that after the fact if you have to, or you have to sell at a loss or a break even. But right now it's really tightened up, and you see it, right? And you can also see it by saying, I see Mike's comment there at the bottom. I don't think that I've seen Steve, Blair, and Sherry have conversations, and they haven't asked me about anything at all lately to get my opinion on it as I try to help them the best I can. Is there hasn't been a product that they wanted more and didn't get in the last 6 months to a year.
Sure, but let me throw something at this. Let me throw something at this that plays into this. What Mike's talking about. Obviously, AMG has been able to position itself, and while we're talking about it, Brad, perfect segue. While we're talking about it, I'll just put a little scrolling ticker across the bottom. Hey, let's show some love. AMGcollectibles.ca, AMG Collectibles YouTube channel. Latest podcast episode was dropped. We talked about extended. If you want to check it out, and you can enjoy the last passage of the collector of the scalps before he goes on vacation. So Bonus Blair, by the way, I've gotten some questions already in the comment section. So Bonus Blair will be answering questions. Again, ask him questions in the comment section. I want to hear meaning of life. I want some deep philosophical questions. I want to hear about his favorite You God song. I want all of it, Brad. All of these things is what I want. So that'll be on the YouTube channel. Links in the description if you want to check it out. So we got to get in the plug there, Brad.
Yeah.
But the thing is that AMG does a pretty good job managing it. But let's talk about a real one. Let's use a real life example. Okay. The running joke for the longest time was me teasing Steve about the AEW boxes. And for a little while there, kind of playing into Mike's question, for a little while there, look, let's put it this way. Let me position it in this way. You did not go out of your way to beg the distributor to be like, hey guys, can we have some AEW boxes? Carlos thinks they're swell. That's not the reason. Some of them may have ended up in my general direction, allegedly. There are rumors out there. But the thing is, it wasn't like a local demand. The people around the store were not demanding this product. So here's a logical question. Let's ask it. Why would a business order a product that there's seemingly no demand for locally, that you're going to have a very tough time selling because the type of license you have doesn't really allow you to sell it online in the conventional sense? Could you? Of course, there are things you can do, but within the rules, you can't just put it on your website with a price on it because there's a specific type of relationship with Upper Deck that you have to have. You have to be an online retailer to be allowed to do that. I do business with a couple of ones locally here. I can go on the website, Bobby. I can hit add to cart. The price is right there. They're an online retailer with Upper Deck. So they're allowed to show the pricing of whatever product they're selling. I can add it to cart. I know exactly what the price is. I buy it and it gets shipped over to me. But there was no reason. AMG doesn't have this overwhelming demand for this product. So why would you then have to order it?
Yeah, and it's the switch has flipped lately. Yeah. Where there was a point you didn't want to say no to anything because it would affect the other things you're going to get, and the margins were so high that it was okay. Who cares? Yes. You know what? If I got to take some CFL, if I got to take some AAW, if I got to take a lot of these Marvel products that weren't selling well, that so be it, because your margins on the products that you knew would just make up for it anyway. So you could take a loss on those. But now, if you look at it, you just can't do that anymore.
Correct. Absolutely.
So now AMG, Steve will say no on products. And the relationship that AMG has with their distributor, their sole distributor, that has been their sole distributor for 20 plus years now. It's okay to do that, and they get it. They're not going to force to take it, so it's all part of the system. So I think things have corrected themselves a lot in the wax, but the margins are small. There's not those big gains that you see in sports cards. Now, Pokemon, that's another whole beast, so I won't get into that. But in sports cards, they're just not there. Like even now, if you go into AMG for the first time in the last 5 years, I looked at the football, basketball wall. There's boxes of every product on the shelf. I never seen that in 5 years. If they got 2 boxes, 3 boxes, 4 boxes a case, it was gone in day one on release. Now the product's there. So you're starting to see that shift. And I think it's a good shift for the hobby. And AMG doesn't rely on wax sales to keep the lights on. Their singles is singles grading cards. That's their number one business. Selling supplies, selling to the hobbyists, selling to collectors. Yep, definitely wax boxes make up a portion of it, and that gets people in the store. Hopefully someone can come in and buy a box of Extended where they make actually make $10 on the box. After credit card fees, you probably make $7 a box.
So you give customers more choice too, though.
Yeah, you make $7 in a box. They buy a pack of sleeves, the top loaders. They have a good chat. Then they'll come back in to buy some singles for their sets they're working on. It's just that whole ecosystem. And I always go back to Rob Ferris at Burbank. Like, he lives and breathes everything that I think the hobby shop should be. He does that.
Singles.
I truly believe it. And it's at first I didn't know, go back 6-7 years ago when I was watching at the start of the big content things. I never noticed it. But he lives and breathes that space in the hobby. And I think I forward those videos weekly to the team at AMG and say, guys, like, steal these ideas. Whatever he's doing, steal these ideas.
So which one of you is going to call themselves the card father?
Oh, that definitely would be Blair.
I'm just asking the questions, Brad. I'm asking the questions that people got to know. You know, we got to figure all this out. I'm glad you brought this up, though, the Burbank thing. Funny enough, Brad, beautiful segue. There's something I'm going to showcase about that in just a moment. Look at you inadvertently hitting on something I've got set up on the other screen. All right, real quick, I'll read a couple comments. Hey, listen, I'm ready. Yannick, I am a professional. I am also a metapiece. Jeff here says, hello, everyone. Good evening, Jeff. Dan says, I have a bit that can only be used on Eric. I understand, Dan. I understand. Right now, the people are still out in the streets trying to find him. Yannick has got his people on this. We'll see if we can track him down. He claims it's a continuation of his eye injury, but let's face it, Eric is injured every day of every moment of every day. And, you know, it lingers. He doesn't heal as fast as he used to in his youths. It's a true shame. Yannick, are you sitting out in the new homestead? He's back there.
I am.
Hanging. He's on location. He is there.
He just needs
90 minutes closer to Eric.
Ribbonless here says, is this live? No. Paul's right. Philly Joe says, good evening, Carlos and gang. Good evening to you, Philly Joe. Without Eric, is anything really live? The good news is the like button's still live, and he's still paying for it. So it's not all bad. It's good news. Thank you all for the comments. Appreciate you. But yeah, it was good that Brad actually brought this up because Burbank has opened today. I think was the official opening of the new store location, and Sports Card Madness actually did a bit of a walkthrough with it. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to play this, but we'll talk about it. I actually wanted to chat on it, but let me close off the topic we were talking about real quick. So anyway, bottom line on this though, now AMG is in a position where they're able to say no to some products. Some products just don't sell as well. That's just reality. Again, much to my chagrin, I know Steve and I share a passion for AEW wax boxes. Steve was giddy. It was like Christmas morning every time AEW came in, and I had to wrangle them out of his hands. He was clutching them, desperately white knuckling, trying to hang on to them, but I was able to get them off of his hands. So much shame. It happens. But the point is that you've got these products. So going back to what we were talking about a couple of minutes ago, if you take something like the cup and then you double it up with another cup in short order, that'd be really rough.
At least they'll be caught up.
Sure, that's about it. The good news is maybe they could give us another innovation. It'd be very exciting. But the bottom line though on that video was that, and I also gave the one of one young gun thing as also a little historical lesson, a little hashtag scholarship. I go, there were times where, and I'm picking on Upper Deck only because they have the two examples right in front of me at that moment. But Fanatics has done this too. Sometimes we like to rewrite history a little bit. And it's up to folks who have been around a little bit to kind of push back and go, actually, no, that's not what you were saying there. That get the marketing department to calm down, settle down, marketing department for 5 minutes. That is not actually the case. This has been done before. As a matter of fact, in the case of the example I gave, you've done it before. And again, I'm going to put myself amongst the skeptical that it's this brilliant multi-tiered master plan, because there are times that EPAC is supposed to be a multi-tiered master plan, and I'm still waiting. It's not even 1D chess. Forget about 4D chess. We're not at 1D chess yet. Just throwing it out there. And I'll give you an example later on, but for now, we'll just stick with this. All right, let me show this because we can talk about this here while it's going. Because Sport Card Madness, as I said, did a walkthrough of Burbank. So right there, you start off with a welcome to Hollywood. Hobbywood, I should say. Very clever. Oh, look at you with the puns there, Card Father. So he's actually going to do a whole walkthrough. I've got the audio turned off so that we can talk in the meantime. So anyway, he's going to be walking through the store. It's actually a pharmacy that they did. They got 14,000 square feet, very large. Now, let me touch on one thing, though, and maybe this would be good. We can get kind of a few takes on this, and Brad, feel free to chime in on this one. Here's what's interesting. I watched this walkthrough. I like the concept. I like basically what they're doing in the store. I like what you're talking about. They don't rely on wax. Singles are really where the business is because they've got a warehouse full of singles. They got all this stuff. What I thought was interesting, they talked about it, but I also thought it was very interesting the execution they're doing in there. They've actually incorporated their website in there, and Rob did a good job promoting the website because, Bobby, we talked about the whole thing with them going off eBay. I actually think for a lot of the singles they have on there, eBay would be a terrible platform for them to do it. But here's what's funny. If Eric was here, he would praise the heavens. The backbone of the Burbank's website with the singles is Beckett. It's a Beckett backbone.
Holy.
Because they've got the database on there with the images and everything, and you can order all their stuff. Just basically add to cart, and get the singles that way. But inside the store, what they did is he actually calls it like an on-site eBay instead of actually being through eBay. There's a kiosk, and you can punch in your favorite player. You know, Eric can go and punch in lemon, assuming he can spell it. He can go in there and see what singles they have in inventory, add them all to cart, pay for them on the spot, and they'll go grab them from the back and bring them to him. So it's already been paid. So basically, they're buying the singles. It's as if they had gone to the website, except it's all fulfilled inside the store while they're there. So they can be wandering around for a couple minutes looking. All right, here, sir. Here's all your cards. Here you go. So I think he's relying more than anything else on singles. He wants to move a lot of stuff through the store, but then also they will leverage the database, because they actually have millions of cards outside of eBay. They have million cards sitting in that database that they sell through that other one. So what that means to me is they're actually double and triple listing. They're not relying on just one listing. Basically, wherever it sells first, then it's fulfilled, and then the other ones get deactivated, which is interesting. I think it's a take that you can do it. I also see here they decided to use the showcases that are showing the cards like this. So that's similar to what Cards HQ is doing with their little showcases, but obviously he's got way more singles, so he can fill them up pretty substantially.
Yeah, and it's good.
I'd like to see showcases like with rotisserie style, you know, like you push the button and like a vending machine.
Those, I remember those being around. West in Enfield used to have one of those all the time. I think he used to bring it to the flea market, and it would rotate. I love it.
Brad, I'm glad you brought that up, because at the flea market where I used to go, the card shop I had nearby me was a flea market. It was the Dixie Valley Mall. Bobby knows this one. The Dixie Valley Mall, the flea market, back in the heyday, that flea market was popping. There was a lot going on down there, a lot of vendors doing stuff. Well, there were a couple of card dealers that were literally across from each other, and the two of them were there, and one of them had a rotating showcase like that. He was also kind of a coin dealer as well for a little while. So he would have coins on one row and then cards. And you just push a button and it does this rotation thing. So you can see the whole thing, and it would just rotate through with the chain.
My flea market has that as we speak.
Yep. Yeah. It was kind of a classic.
So many.
So here, I'll read a couple here. Paul says, I've had enough refractors on eBay where it's nice enough not to compete with Rob, where it's nice to not compete with Rob on eBay. There you go.
There you go.
Dan says, is there a PSA booth on site? So there's actually like a key. I won't call it a kiosk. There's actually like a section. Basically an office. It's a submissions office there. And obviously, since they're in California, I don't think they're doing on-site grading, Brad, but I think it's basically they'll accept it right there. But since it's also in California, they can basically waltz it over, and then you can get it back in fairly short order.
So it's the exact same thing we have at AMG.
Yeah. Only difference, Brad, though, is that they can waltz it over to the HQ for the grading really fast. They don't have to mail it anywhere.
True, they don't have to mail, but it's the same process.
Looks like it's huge.
It's the exact same process. So it was ground. Yeah, I won't.
So, Brad, are you saying that the car father is not innovating with his little PSA office in there?
No,
are you saying that there was some iteration on other things?
He is. It's the first one it's the first PSA submission center inside a card shop in the U.S.
I like the dot.
I know, in the U.S.
Look at you, Brad. Look at you. There you go. So in effect, yes.
Yeah, it's great for people because Santa Ana office does not accept submissions, so you can't walk in and drop off card submissions and pick up there. So this is fantastic for collectors. It's fantastic for Burbank Cards because I think that having the PSA submission center inside of AMG Collectibles was one of the big reasons where AMG Collectibles is where it is today. I'm going to say 50 people come in every day to drop off, pick up PSA, and the synergies that work between the two of them. All of a sudden a guy comes in, picks up his order. He's happy, he looks at him. He's like, oh, I got 2 Nathan McKinnon PSA 10s. I'm going to put one in my collection. I'm going to sell the other one. Steve, you interested in buying it? Sure. It doesn't give them it's right there. And this is going to be a huge part of this for Burbank. Like when they're the biggest buyers of, but maybe I shouldn't say the biggest buyers of single sport cards, but definitely one of the biggest buyers of single sports cards in the world. Now they have this fresh inventory that's freshly graded coming back. People are going to pick it up and they're going to be able to walk over and see Ryan and his team in the buying booth and cash out. It's it's awesome. It's a best decision they could make.
Yeah, where I'll give them credit because again, it's not innovating, it's iterating. However, it's still good, and I want to make clear about this. So I want to point out 2 things. One of the things I want to point out is all those boxes in the background there are all singles. Now, this is kind of talking to what Brad was talking about earlier about not relying on wax, being heavy on the singles, being able to grab these boxes, go through there's a lot of $1 boxes. That was one of the things that Rob was really emphasizing. So if you're in the store, if you go in, and Yannick, you can kind of speak to this, is if you're looking, and especially when I was early on in my collecting, I'm a player collector predominantly. Back in the day, I loved the boxes that you could go through because at the time I needed so much, because I wasn't a completionist, but I was trying to get volume. Well, $1 box would be phenomenal for me because I could grab so many things, because at that time you don't have anything. You got so many spots that you need to fill. I need one of these. I need one of these. Well, being able to get it by player and being able to go in and grab 20 or 30 at a time, that's $30. That's not that bad. You could leave the card shop, $30, and you got 30 new cards for your collection. You're able to throw in a binder, and there you go.
And do you know what I loved about this when he did this more than anything was even $1 can add up in a hurry. He has a whole section shaped like a basketball. He had the basketball hoop and the basketball court. It's 25 cents a card. No base, only rookies, inserts, whatever. I forget the other terminology. But I mean, it was incredible. You could spend so much time to go through those boxes and have just a blast. I loved it. I thought, and because I mean, that's another whole price point. Most people don't bring that stuff to shows because it doesn't make economical sense. Now he has home base. The only thing I keep thinking, do you guys think about this is that his store is so neat, so organized. To me, you have all this product out with that many people in it. I feel bad. He must be at the end of a night after watching people go through these boxes. Like, no one respects the order. Sorry, people do. The majority of people would not respect the order that these boxes are in, and things would be mixed. I don't know how he keeps track of that. Next time I go there, I want to really watch, because I feel like there must be a team of people ensuring that these cards stay in the proper boxes.
Oh, so there's probably a nightmare for him, because Rob Bezos here is just at the end of the day, he's probably whipped. Did I say Bezos? Oh yeah, okay.
Mm-hmm. So Brad, actually, you remind me of something. Let me read a couple comments. By the way, for the record, this still that I did right here, this is a thumbnail picture there on the right. That's a thumbnail picture right there. That's the one you throw in your thumbnail with the face going. I'll let it play a little bit. Let me read a couple of comments here. Bubbles was saying interviewer was especially manic during the tour. Reminds me of an uncle on the Booker shirt, allegedly. We don't innovate, we iterate. Some would say irritate. Damn right, Bob. Dan here says the interviewer is the guy who quit Instagram last week because his kid told him he was a jerk online. Facts.
No way.
Oh yes. Listen, he couldn't sustain the persona, Bobby. He couldn't sustain the persona.
Oh.
Couldn't sustain. On Instagram, on Instagram, he is more of a jerk. Like, he'll present the same kind of thing, but completely present it in a different way that obviously draws attention. But his kid kind of indirectly called him out on it and going like, so like you basically you're basically giving two different presentations on the same subject matters.
So did his kid call him out did he iterate?
Different
or did he invent a new, I don't know. Interesting.
Yeah, well, he was trying to invent a different persona, but yeah, it's one of those things. It works. It works until it doesn't. It's one of those things, but it's just funny. And obviously, like, he's got some folks there that enjoys what he does, because, like I said, Rob, this is hours before they're going to go live and open the store. Basically, the next day they were going to open it up. They were doing a VIP night hours from this, and then today is the day the grand opening is happening, and he's got exclusive access to go through. So it's pretty good that they've got that on there. One thing that I'll mention here is that they actually had those, like I mentioned, they got those kiosks where they can punch in that information. I like the idea. I think it's cool that they're trying to do it in a card shop, but that's basically what you get now at McDonald's. Like, if you go to McDonald's, you can like punch in your order, and then they go up to the thing, and they've got literally a monitor when they say, now we're serving so-and-so. Effectively, something along those lines is what they're doing, which in a card shop is new. It's not innovation, but in a card shop, it is a new application of something that has been done. It's not a bad idea. Look, you're a retail location. Why not? If you have the inventory. But I'll do a little quick story, Brad, since you mentioned the whole thing about the organization and everything. Back in a past life, I worked in the party supply store. It was Party Packages at the time still. They still call it Party Packages before they changed it to Party City. And one of the sections was where they had the kids' grab bags for birthdays. And you had different age ranges and all that stuff on there. So you've got that all going with it. It's kind of disorienting, though, I will tell you. Rob moves around a lot with that one.
Yeah.
All right, I'm going to stop sharing. You get the idea. There's a lot of stuff.
Busy.
Yeah.
But anyway, what I was going to say, so you've got all these grab bags, And the thing is, you had them all in the back in these boxes. They were already pre-made, these different grab bags, different age ranges. You had boys and girls, this age to this age, this age to this age, and whatever. So you had it broken up in these sections. I would volunteer to go and do that section. And I'll tell you why. You could go. I'd start off at the beginning of a shift. I do like a 6-hour shift. And I start off at the beginning of the shift. I go over to that section. I'd go check out, all right, this section's a little empty. This section's a little empty. This section, and I would go to the back, and they were all organized. They were labeled by what it was. I would grab boxes, bring them up, and then I'd crack them open, and I'd start filling in this one, reorganizing this. Because, of course, the kids would come in like marauders, and everything would be everywhere. So you'd reorganize.
Carlos and kids. I can't see it.
I know.
And Bobby, it was the easiest job in the world.
Carlos.
I didn't give a shit what the kids did. I ignored them.
Obviously.
Yeah.
But here's the thing. It worked. They would start yelling and screaming, and I would just literally stare at them. And then eventually they were like,
Carlos
A
daycare.
dead cold stare.
Oh, yeah.
you know what the funniest part, Bobby? The
I'd love to see
parents
that.
were super impressed with it. Like, that works. And I go, didn't I just do it? And they're like, they weren't mad
Listen,
at me. They were just
little
impressed that I
jerks.
got their kids to shut up.
Did you get one of those rubber bricks? Anyway.
Yeah, Bobby, here's the thing. With those kids, they wanted the attention. If I literally just be like, I'd act like they're not there. I'd ignore them. And that would like, and then eventually they run out of gas.
Yeah.
I did it for hours. It was easy. It was easy.
Yeah,
Because I can ignore them. I don't care. They're your kids, not mine. I don't care about them. So anyway, so I'd fill in all these shelves. And the reason I would volunteer to do it is that I'd do it and it would take hours. Like legitimately it would take hours to fill everything in. And I'd have it all filled in, all organized, everything all good. Cool. I go take a 15-minute break. I'd come back. 2 or 3 waves of kids done. It was like you'd done nothing.
Mm-hmm.
It's literally like you'd done. And I'd be like, all right, I'm going to go back and fill it up. And they're like, weren't you in that aisle like this morning? Oh, yeah. Yeah. And then I go back and I do it again. And by the end of the day, and then by the time I'm leaving, it's already disorganized. You could spend 6 hours there, Brad, working on it the whole time.
Oh, yeah.
And it didn't matter. By the time you left, the next day, it would be like you'd done nothing. But you clocked in your 6 hours. Punch in, punch out, easy money.
Take the money.
You know what that just reminded me of my dad. We had a hardware store for 20 years
I worked at a hardware store.
And you know
For
what?
the
You'll
longest time.
I
remember
shopped
this.
at a hardware store.
You'll remember this, but one of my jobs was always to keep the wooden dowels. And I don't know why we used to sell so many wooden dowels. I don't even know what people really use them for.
Woodworking.
Woodworking, but on the top of the dowels, they were like for the different
Colors.
Diameters, different colors. So like my job, remind me of what Carlos said. I did go over there at the end of the day to sort out the dowels. And I thought it was great. Take the orange with the blue with the yellow, and you put them all back in the proper slots, right?
Well, the thing is, when you're talking about, so the reason I'm mentioning it is, once I figured out that was what was happening, I would volunteer to do it. And people would be like, well, why would you do it? Well, I have to be here for 6 hours anyway. If I'm doing that, guess what? It passes the time. You don't even notice because you're focused, you're keyed in on what you're doing. For the majority of the time, you're literally going to the back, grabbing the boxes, bringing the boxes out, cracking them open. And then when you're done, you take the boxes to the back for the now empty boxes. You cut them, you disassemble them, you put them away, and then you go grab another set of boxes. This takes hours. But by the time you're done, now, after a little while, they would let you actually put in an earphone. So you'd actually be listening to music out of one ear. So I would just play music and I'd be like killing. I'm getting paid the 6 hours either way. So it's like I preferred it to being at the cash and having to be like, all right, ring you through. I did that when you had to, but if I had a choice, go to the aisle, fill in the grab the gift bags. Easy.
Yeah.
Kill your 6 hours before you blink.
That reminds me of a story. I worked in the Ironworkers Union. I worked on the the aluminum trim that goes around all the storefronts and stuff like that. So we used to extrude the aluminum and we would straighten it. So you had to have these earphones on. So what I did is I hollowed out one of the earphones, and this is the 90s. I put in a little microphone and radio and speakers, and then I would turn it on, put the cap back on, and just have it, and I'd be going. Nobody knew. It was good.
Innovation.
Innovator?
No. Yes, maybe.
Maybe.
Nobody else did it. Anyways, I was grooving. Guys were pissed off when they did find out at the end. So,
yeah.
Then they laid us all off. It was the Ironworkers Union.
Bobby was rocking on Van Halen, working.
I was, honestly. Well, you didn't have a choice. You couldn't change it. You couldn't do anything while you're out there. So whatever you're listening to, you better have
No
Q107
Spotify.
on or something, huh?
Yeah.
No
Yeah,
Spotify.
you didn't have Spotify at that time. No, not at that time. I'll say, like I said, when it's more tedious, repetitive work like that, whatever you can do that helps you pass the time and makes it easier. I worked years of those retail jobs. It's tedious. It's easier if you're engaged, like if you're actively using your mind for something and actually trying to solve a problem. It's better. But if you're stuck having to like stock shelves in some capacity, then you know what? Find something that you can do on cruise control, and then just hit autopilot and just go, because it's going to take the same amount of effort either way. The good news is in those days I got a lot of steps. It was good exercise. I'll give you that. You're on your feet for 6 hours, 8 hours, 10 hours if it's a longer shift. But you have to find something to kill the time. Otherwise, it just times drags. It's so slow if you don't find something to do.
Well, the worst part is the other guy who was a 30-year veteran of the company. He just yell and scream at people left and right. So you had this on, you went, yeah, and just nod your head. So what happened? They would extrude it, and it would twist and turn and warp. And we had these two big clamps, and we'd pull it, and we go boom, and go right into form. It's amazing how it actually works. And that's big, long, like that's 40 feet, 50 feet, 60 feet, something like that. Anyways, that's how it works. That's aluminum extruding.
Guys, I'm gonna go get myself a drink, and I'll be right back.
Go for it, buddy. We
Get
believe
some
in you.
maple syrup while you're at it, while you're out there.
Yeah, I'll
This is
just
what
go
happens.
tap it in the back here.
Go
Right there.
for it, buddy.
Yeah.
This is what happens, Brad. We get Yannick over here. He's got extravagances there. He's in his backyard, just chilling. He's already good to go.
I know. I like
Down
it.
on the farm in his own house. Nice.
Yeah. But that was so that was kind of what the Burbank thing kind of made me think about. To your point, yeah, I can imagine it being a pain to have to reorganize some of that stuff. Although I think depending on what you're doing, like if it's like the cheaper boxes, the likelihood is there's probably some people that are just gonna be like, yeah, just take the stack. Like it's you're always gonna have people that are gonna disorganize and throw stuff up. But
Oh yeah.
I guess that's where you've got some folks. That's where you get your interns, Brad. It's the interns. The one thing that I like though in that party store, part of the reason I was able to offset it the rest of the time is when it came time to do the fireworks. When we had the Canada Day coming up, and then we had Victoria Day coming up. Those are the two times we had the fireworks. That's when we had the new inventory, because we'd bring out the fireworks in there, and it's like, all right, it's time to be a fireworks salesman.
Mhm.
So you have to figure out all the new fireworks and figure out what they had on there.
Halloween must have been fun.
Halloween was busy. Halloween, you started that in May.
Oh
Because
yeah.
because the first aisle would already be starting to get filled out, because that was, I think, one of the managers said it was 70% of the store's business was just Halloween.
It's
Yeah.
crazy.
The costumes were, you made bank on them. You want to talk about a margin, Brad? Those $30 costumes that you'd buy at Party Packagers, they were like $1 a piece to the store. You're banking $29 every time somebody buys one of those things, and you're selling boatloads of them. You literally needed a system of walkie-talkies where you had these people up front that would walkie-talkie people in the back to get the costumes up to
I
the
do
front.
remember, yeah.
But every single time you did that, hit the cash register for like a $30 profit every single time, guaranteed, like clockwork. And you had piles of them in all these different sizes. And it was like, all right, you're making bank. But if Halloween season isn't good, that kills the store. Halloween season is where all the money was being made. There's all the costumes and little things.
Yeah, I'd like to work there and work in the helium section, filling up the balloons. That'd be fun.
There were a few kids that enjoyed that. They played with it. You found out, it's like, so you play with the helium. It's like, what do you mean? What do you mean? Uh-huh.
Oh yeah.
Uh-huh. I see what's going on here. I see what's happening. Yep. They weathered the Impossible Burger fiasco. Maybe. This was Bob Uzzle had the great question. Innovation or iteration? Burger King's Baconator.
Oh, hey. Easy.
He's asking a question. It's a question mark. He's posing the question. Is it an innovation or an iteration? The Baconator.
The name it is.
There you go. CC says, good evening, gents. Brad, very happy to hear the Canadian Office PSA is still in the works for later this year. Can't wait. Now, Brad, are you sure? You did kind of give a timeline there. You're saying September. So does that mean by September I need to be waltzing over there for, we're going to be doing our panoramic view? All right. Bob Ozil says, 1 out of every 20 ghost costumes at Halloween store comes in sprinkles. Sales go through the roof. Man. See, Bob Boozle's out here iterating or innovating. Who knows? But yeah. And I know for a fact, kind of a quick aside, I did note, by the way, speaking of the podcast and everything, I believe I hear it on good authority that at least one of the cards that was shown in the cards in the shop found their way into collectors' hands?
Hello. Dun, dun, dun.
The OV Ultimate Rookie.
Oh, I know how to do
autograph
this.
on
I
there.
got to remember how I did this last time.
Yeah, you got to tilt it and basically put it in front of your face because that's kind of the middle of the screen. There you go. Yeah,
Well,
you're good.
You can go closer to the
Yeah, you
screen.
can see it there. Yeah, put it a little
There you
closer.
go.
Yep.
Perfect.
Yep. You can see it.
Oops.
But so that was, in case you guys are curious, if you did see the podcast episode, that was the card featured on there. That was the card featured on there. It just made me laugh, Brad. Like I died. I was sitting there literally as soon as I see that thing on there, and I'm like, I know where that card came from.
Oh yeah,
I'm familiar with that one.
I really like it. I like. I'm happy to add that to the collection.
You don't say. You don't say.
So I will have this lighting figured out. So I think we're going to be moving. So then I'm going to have perfect. There you go. Awesome.
Yeah, I got the picture, Brad.
I'm going to have the perfect setup. I'm whatever it takes to do it. The perfect lighting, the perfect mic, so I can show cards. That's my goal for by the end of 2025. I will be fully equipped.
Then you can go do what Dave does at Whatnot. That'd be awesome.
I feel like Brad at that point we get you to create your own podcast. I think that's what happens, Brad.
No, I could never do it. Not a chance. As much as I'd like to sometimes just sit there and go through cards, it's just too. You need. I mean, I don't.
Well, that's why Phil wants you on to do.
No, I don't got to tell you this, but you need to have someone that can carry the conversation. It's the same thing we talked about. Like I can't deliver when I'm asked questions. Yeah, I'm getting better as the years go on, but better than when I first started doing this. But I get tongue tied. It's not my strong suit. You know, I know we joked around when I went through the interview process for the marketing manager for Canada. And we were hiring, and we had a couple hundred people apply for the job, and we went through tons of interviews. And when I got to, I was the final interview stage of the people that applied, and there were so many people that were so good. And the questions that you go through in the corporate world that I was asking them, and I'm like, I thought if the roles were reversed, I'm not a chance in hell I would ever get the job. Not a chance in hell. Like you have to be on the spot to be answering these questions. Like, on a Zoom call, like not even face to face. It's hard, and you can see some people. It's tough to be in front of a camera. It really
is. That's a skill in itself. That was always one of the conversations. My dad, I would always joke with him. I'd say the trickiest part for me when I was, early in my career because early in your career, you don't have experience. As you go later, experience helps because then you could be like, I've done this, I've done this, I've done this. So the resume it was hard to have a very impressive resume when you don't have a ton of experience. That's the challenge of the early resume when you're trying to get. So basically they're looking for all these reasons to throw you out and throw the piece of paper in the garbage. So if you can get past that stage and get to the interview stage, that's why I always told him, I go, if I can get to the interview stage, I like my chances because once I'm in the room, I'm very comfortable selling myself. Then whatever it is you ask me, bouncing off of that, I'm comfortable and we can get it. The trick is getting in the room. That's not because if there's a stack of applications or whatever resumes ahead of you, how do you get past that stage? Because you can't control that part. You don't know what they're looking for on the piece of paper. But then once we get in the room, then I can play the man. I can play the player. It's easier to then play off of what the other person is asking you or whatever it is. That's a different thing.
Yeah, it depends on the person too who's interviewing you, and are they looking for charisma? Are they looking for someone super sharp in business? It really depends. And Brad, when you talk about PSA or what's going on, you continually keep going. You don't know how comfortable you are in front of the thing until you kind of look back at yourself. Well,
I appreciate you saying that because I never go back and watch because I always, if I watch myself, even tonight, if I just went back and listened to this,
you go, oh no,
I feel like. I'm like, man, I just babble and I try not to use likes and I try not to use certain words
and and all that other stuff. Yeah, I know.
That's why
we all
learn
learn
the chemistry I've always had with Carlos from PSA Canada YouTube to being on this show. Carlos, you pick up on it when if all of a sudden I'm stumbling, you step in and you take over and then all of a sudden boom, I'm right back.
Yep.
which I need, because if you just sat there and listened when I'm babbling, you could just let me go into the abyss, and I feel like I'm dying.
Well, in fairness, Brad, that's mostly because we actually like you. If it was Eric, I would let him go to the abyss.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah.
I would literally be like, no, the abyss is where we want. The abyss is how we wind up with, Geoff hot takes. Go to the abyss. Be in the darkness.
Yeah.
All by yourself. Real quick, I'll get caught up here. Mike says, could you enlighten this non-Canadian? It was Victoria Day. Victoria Day is Queen Victoria's birthday. It's a stat holiday. Canada Day is to July 1st to your July 4th. And Boxer Day is what happens to Eric when he offends people.
It's Boxing
Day is a different thing.
Yeah.
But yes, though that's the short answer to it. Boxing Day, I don't remember. There is something to it. I think it's also done in the UK. I think in the Commonwealth there is things to it, but I don't remember. Boxing Day, I don't remember. The other two, Queen Victoria's birthday.
Because everything that wasn't sold was sold in boxes, and I think that's why Boxing Day was hard. Get rid of the stuff by the case.
Okay.
Let's sell it off.
Yeah. And for years it was like a shopping holiday. It was like your Black Friday, Cyber Monday.
It was a show. It was a show.
Not
day.
Anymore. But not anymore. Now it's just
we've done a couple, but I mean, no.
Yeah.
It's nothing. Yeah.
But it used to be traditionally, like every Boxing Day, there was amazing shows in the 90s and the 80s. Oh, it was just not, I don't know about 80s, but 90s for sure.
Yeah. So that's basically the short answer to those three. It's three different stat holidays for three different purposes. The first two are very easy. The third one, I guess, is a little bit, there is a history to it, but it turned into like a shopping day, like a special occasion thing that you could use. And it would be after Christmas. And that's basically all you do with it.
Yeah.
Just remember, when the interview is over, it's still not over. That's true. Yes. Yeah, it says Carlos, comfortable selling himself. Truth. Canadian Gigolo, their YouTube series. So you found out. Listen, Eric's been trying lobby hard as a part of a Canadian protectorate state. Eric has been lobbying hard for this. That might be part of why he's currently on the run. They're finding out, wait a minute, you're not Canadian. They also found out he's not American. But so it's kind of confusing. Well, he's trying, walking briskly.
Okay.
Yeah.
If he keeps walking briskly, he's going to end up at Yannick's place. I don't know.
He might. So I don't know who O is, but it says you were doing great right now. Thank you.
Wow. It's Eric in disguise.
Yes.
It might be. Bob Boozle says, Carlos, please don't replace panel with AI bots. Bob Boozle. It might have already happened. I'm just saying. Can hear Beans called Ball Card Blog. I wish bad things on the Edmonton Oilers. My man, you should have been here earlier on. Brad, did I not wish nothing but good things on the Edmonton Oilers?
So I had no comment because the salt was in the air, and I just knew I would get eaten up if I ventured into the conversation. So I did that once before many years ago about my former favorite football player, Tom Brady, and I realized I don't go there anymore with Carlos. You just listen.
No. Ken, I got you, man. Listen, I'm with you. I like to be more specific, though, my man. I like to, some people say, don't speak that in the universe. I want to speak into the universe. I want a 4-game sweep at Florida. I want a Connor McDavid career-ending injury. And I want Edmonton to be taken out and put into Atlanta as the new Atlanta Oilers. Bobby will be there with bells on. Yeah. Let's go.
What kind of bells?
Screw Edmonton.
Okay.
What's that?
Nothing.
Christmas chime bells. Will says, I'm late. Did I miss the combo of Mike Trout crown for return? Funny thing you mentioned it, Will. Funny thing you mentioned it.
Did he return?
Well, some would argue he never left. He sucked before. He sucks now. Well, the thing is, the reason you don't know is because he was going to start the returning process. And he began he's basically Eric. Mike Trout is basically Eric at this point. He breathes and he gets injured.
He's back until he gets hurt again.
Basically, yes. So the good news is I do have, I believe on my panel, I've got a Mike Trout celebration button. Hold on. Brad, you've seen this one, my Mike Trout celebration. Hold on. Done. Will, I got you. Done. Consider it done. Imagine that Mike Trout getting hurt. I know. Scandalous. Kinder says, I'm glad that I judged Canada off my trips there and the people I've met. If I judge Canada based on hockey fans, I hate Canada. However, I heart Canada. Appreciate you, buddy. Appreciate you.
I like it.
And listen, I got you on the Dallas thing. I'm still a Dallas thing. I'm not in this thing. If Canada wants to win a Stanley, and by the way, Brad, for the record, it's not like Alberta even counts. They're not even part of Canada. So as far as I'm concerned, there's 2 foreign nations fighting for the Stanley Cup. It may as well be the Florida Panthers and Sweden. Not a team in Sweden, the country of Sweden, the Swedes. At least we get Swedish meatballs and Swedish swim team out of it. That'd be awesome. Edmonton sucks. Moving on. I'm good with things that you listed, wanting to have the Oilers, other than moving to Atlanta. They don't deserve a third team. It's not about deserving a third team, Ken. It's about Bobby's love of Atlanta, which just makes it funnier. Don't do it for the jokes, man. Do it for the lulls. Trust me. And they still won't be called the Flames. Carlisle out there in the distance, like, damn it. The wife and I were talking a couple of weeks ago. Move to Canada if it was possible. I get you. Eric is Kawhi Leonard and has ties to Canada. Well, in fairness, Jay, Kawhi actually did have a brief moment of success. He did, in fact, he has won multiple NBA championships and won one with Canada. Listen, Kawhi Leonard has no problem. He can show up to Toronto right now and not have to pay for a drink. It's funny. It's like, oh, but he was a rental. It's like, but he won. He did it. He showed up. He did do his job, and then he left. All good. No worries. Have a good time. Nobody holds it against him. Everybody's cool with it. Brad, am I wrong? Like everybody over there. Nope. Kawhi, you do you, man. Good luck in the other place. It's fine. We still got the one championship. We'll take it.
I agree. One of my greatest, for me, my most enjoyable, greatest sports moments ever was watching the Raptors in that playoff series. And that buzzer beating shot, it was unbelievable.
I think that's a signature moment for him. That shot, it was a bit of a fluky shot, but it like instant replay. It got the instant classic replay territory. Yeah. Who needs meatballs? I want wooden shoes. Oh, I'm sorry. Did I say Dutch? Calm down, Mike. Settle down. You know how I feel about the Dutch. And right now the salt mines are still open. The salt mines will be open for Brad. Let me tell you, I'm going to produce enough salt to keep us in it for years. I'm a bitter man. Bubbles says Kawhi Leonard laughs more than Eric, which is weird. True. It's true. Oh, real quick. Actually, this will be kind of funny. It's kind of a side thing. So separate from my obvious salt, I will say one thing very interesting here. And it comes down to this. I laughed at the outcome of this. The thing that came out of the whole deal was not Edmonton winning. It was not Dallas losing. It was Pete DeBoer throwing Ottinger under the bus. And I was like, really, dude? Brad, I got to tell you.
He did. He really did. Like his comment too, like the guy lost 6 of 7. Like he came at Ottinger in a bad way.
The thing is, while this is true, I'll re-legislate this over the course of the coming hours, so we won't go too deep into it. But all I got to say is this. Ottinger lost those games against Edmonton, but it's kind of difficult when Dallas as a team in the last 4 games scored 5 goals. Total as a team in 4 games. Unless you're shutting out the other team 4 consecutive games. How are you winning those games? So I agree. Did he play the best? No, he did not play the best. Do I think they're the reason he lost? No, I think the fact that you didn't score any. Here's a fun stat for you. The first in the first game that they won 6-3, they were 3 for 4 on the power play. Do you want to know what they were the remainder of the series, the remaining 4 games on the power play?
Yeah,
they were 2 for 10.
Yeah,
2 for 10 on the power play. Edmonton scored the same amount of goals on the power play alone that Dallas scored in those 4 games. Mm-hmm. They would have tied them just with power play goals, and that was every goal. And that included game 5, where they scored 3 goals, and every time they caught up. So you pull Ottinger, and then the backup gives him a goal anyway. Yeah. You were never in the game. You were playing from behind. And here's my favorite stat, Brad, and I'll leave us on this one. We'll come back to it later. In 18 playoff games, they gave up the first goal in 15 of 18. And they still got to the Western Conference Final. How do you want to start off 1-0 behind in 15 of 18 games? Does that sound like a recipe for success to you, sir?
Yeah.
You're always playing from behind. You're constantly having to come back game after game after game. They're very fortunate to have even gotten
catch up.
Play. If you're consistently playing from behind, that's a tough way to win games, man. That's a tough way to win games. And I stand by what I said. If Darian Hatcher was there would be more dead Edmonton Oilers. Mm-hmm. And it makes me sad that they're still one. Dan says, 2 major guys of the Toronto team are in the Eastern Finals, Siakam and Anunoby.
Yep.
True. That is true. DeBoer needs to go. Truth. As a casual hockey fan, are the best teams in the Stanley Cup Finals this year? Oh,
Carlos, can you cover your just like don't listen to what I want to say on this one?
it's important to note that Brad is incorrect. But go ahead, Brad.
Yes, they are, Mike.
One of them is.
Carlos does not endorse this statement.
Oh, no. I do not listen. I do not condone this.
He wasn't listening. He wasn't listening. Remember, you had to cover your ears.
Mm-hmm. Look, all I'm saying is that Dallas was very fortunate to get by Colorado. I actually think Colorado-Edmonton would have been quite an interesting series. I actually think Colorado at least would have been physical. That's what I wanted to see, and I was very disappointed. Ken here says, if they don't add someone with some balls and physicality, it's going to be tough to get to the Stars next season. That's fair. Yeah, they need a Hatcher type. So no, that's I can tell you legitimately. I was in a conversation with Bobbles and I was in a conversation with Eric, and my first thing was, if you're going to lose the damn game, which Edmonton clearly was outclassing them in terms of skill and ability. The problem that I had wasn't that they had more skill, which they clearly did. My problem is that Dallas didn't fight back. And fighting back can mean you either put the shots up, because in third periods, they stopped shooting. That happened multiple times. And even one of the games, Brad, that ended in 4-1, if you actually go back and look at the game, what happened? 2 of them were empty net goals, and 2 of them were power play goals. Those were the 4 Edmonton goals. 2 of them were on the power play, and 2 of them were empty net. So Under loses 2-1. Does that mean he played terrible? No, it was 2-1. You couldn't score.
Yeah.
Well, how do you expect to win these games? You gave up 2 goals. That should be enough that at least you should be in the contest.
Are you talking about Dallas or the Leafs?
The Leafs
Both.
didn't get to the third round, Bobby.
We know
We're not
that.
talking
That's for a long time.
Yeah.
But the same gameplay happened. The same gameplay happened.
Yeah. The point is that Dallas was able to scratch and claw and get there. They played 2 good teams and were able to beat them, but you can only play this way so long and get away with it, and they ran out of gas to play that way.
Yeah.
You need to have a solid, in order to win the Stanley Cup, all things have to be clicking. You need these big, strong, tough defensemen. You got to have them. You need goal scorers. You need checkers. You need a balance of everything. And Florida has proven this year over year. And Tampa did that before. You need a mix of everyone in order to win. That's why I think now the difference between this year's Edmonton's team and last year, they bolstered their D, not with offensive talent. They have enough of that up front. Mm-hmm. They bolstered it with these guys. And I thought even Toronto, Bobby, in all honesty, like, with the additions they made, I thought that was
it helped.
Them there.
But they just don't play like a team.
No heart. And,
it isn't. It's really paycheck players is what I'm seeing.
Yeah. And don't you find like De Beer?
DeBoers. The beers is what I have after watching the play. The beers is what I have after.
Not beers.
Not bears.
I know. But he, even on the bench, like I want to see emotion. I want to see some passion from the players, and I want to see it from the coach. I'm not saying you have to go John Tortorella and
especially
go
in the playoffs.
Yeah, like I need to see that. I need to see the kick in the butt. I need to see the up and down talking to the players. I want to see that there. And I think
and Matthews is not the captain that can do that.
No.
I'm so sorry. And neither was Tavares.
No.
Neither was Tavares. Maybe we get Domi in there. I don't know.
Yeah.
He's threatening his dad will come after you, and if you don't smarten up or something.
Don't you think, honestly, I'm not a huge Domi fan, Max Domi, but he stepped up in the playoffs. He did everything he possibly could do.
Actually, all the guys who stepped up in the playoffs, the big stars did nothing.
Yeah.
Marner's, Matthew, Tavares is like whatever. I think he's finished anyway. So
that's the thing
we need Gordie Howe back.
You need Gordie Howe back, I'm sure. Listen, at this point, Gordie Howe might be enough at this stage.
Of the Detroit Red Wings. Yeah. I got these 2 for Eric. But Eric has
how old would be Gordie now? Like, would he be 100 yet? Or?
No.
Not
He started playing at 36, 46, 36. No, he would be
90s?
In the 90s. Yeah.
Yeah, he'd be in the 90s for sure.
Mid-90s. Yeah, probably. Yeah.
Like I said, look, at this point, I would take dead Gordie Howe at least to add some physicality. So kind of Ken's point here is about the physicality thing. So like I said, it was funny was Brad, once I did open the salt mines, one of the first things I did is I hopped on the YouTubes And I was like, all right, I need something to make me feel better. And what I did is I pulled up, I typed in Darian Hatcher. And you know what the second thing that comes up when you type in Darian Hatcher is? Darian Hatcher destroys Peter Sikora. Stanley Cup Finals year 2000. Peter Sikora's soul left his body after Darian Hatcher hit him. And the thing is, to be clear on this, the Devils won that Stanley Cup. The Devils won that Stanley Cup. The Stars had won the Stanley Cup the year before. And New Jersey was a worthy opponent. You've got Martin Brodeur there at the peak of his power still.
Mhm.
And go look at you've got Darian Hatcher on one side, you got Scott Stevens on the other. Anybody has their head down, someone dies.
Mhm.
So the point is you get punished. So here's my point. They lost that Stanley Cup final. They lost the Stanley Cup final in 6, and I believe it was Jason Arnott who scored the overtime goal in game 6, if memory serves me. That was a great series, and it was against a worthy opponent. My point is, Brad, my team lost, and you know why I'm at least okay with it? Darian Hatcher killed a man. That's all I'm asking. Connor McDavid, to this very day, he was smiling at the end of the game, Brad. You know who doesn't smile? A man who's in horrific agony because someone murdered him. And that's all I asked.
Yeah. Well,
I did not get this.
I can tell you, as a fan of the game of hockey, yeah, I do like seeing these big hits. I thought I did more so. I love getting Rock'em Sock'em at Christmas time and watching these big hits. But I'm glad I'm much happier as a fan of the game that the game is in a place where it is today compared to those days. I know you're on your. I'm not trying to go again. I don't.
You ever seen Happy Gilmore? You ever seen the guy that Shooter hires and hits him with the bug on the golf course? He hits Happy Gilmore with it. I'm just picturing McDavid flying over a bug.
See, I don't
I just needed someone to drive in and do that. Hit him with it and go jackass.
Yeah,
that's all I needed.
Jackass.
I had my fill in 73, 74 with the Flyers, so it was horrid. It wasn't even good. And then when I watched the Europeans come over and play, like, that's beautiful hockey, passing, just amazing stuff. And actually, I like the bigger Olympic arena ice
speed.
Hey, could you watch David last night, or the night before, whatever it was, when that breakaway goal?
Oh, it was game 5. It was the game 5. Yeah,
it was insane. Like how he took off.
It was simple.
He shifted to the left and right. The goal was like, you're gone.
Well, he blocked the stick. That's why he kind of came over around the guy, and then it was just like boom, boom. I don't know what happened to the goalie. I think he flubbed it because that's an easy goal. It's not like he picked a top corner or something. It was like boom, boom, like on the ice.
He kind of ran into it with him and kind of hit it on the side with the stick. It wasn't a ridiculous move, but it was a good move. It was, considering
good.
He basically did it with speed.
Good is good enough. That's it.
Yeah, he did it with speed, and he was able to get the shot.
Speed was everything. Yes, exactly.
Yeah, it's pretty much speed. But again, Brad, hard to do with a broken ankle.
Yes.
And the problem was no broken ankle. I'd like to see you do it with a broken ankle, Brad. In my day, the Western Conference, whoever made it to the Stanley Cup final, they were beat up. We had Claude Lemieux, we had Darian Hatcher, we had these teams who were trying to kill each other.
I did like the Wendell Clark days when he used to fight. Didn't mind Domi going at it. It was always fun to watch, but they didn't come up like back in the way back in the 70s. Sort of the 90s, I guess, so late 80s. Wasn't bad. And now it's like pussyfooting around everybody. Yeah. But I do like to see the game of hockey better than, the Darian Hatcher kind of, games. But it's always good to have that every once in a while.
I like physicality, but I don't want
good physicality. A lot of cheap shots now. A lot of cheap shit where the guys are getting hurt from getting hit.
Brad, I might be a man of peace, but I'm also a man of schadenfreude. I like the suffering of others. So I was not given my suffering.
You're suffering now.
No, I'm talking about the suffering of others. Literally, it's of others.
Yeah. You are of the others right now.
Not so much.
Because you lost.
I could be a Leaf fan. It could be worse. But nonetheless.
Yeah, that's actually even worse. Don't worry.
Yeah, it could be infinitely worse.
At
least my team was in the conference finals 3 straight years and had a chance. So they were in the position. They tried.
Oh, it's okay. I wear this for a reason.
Yeah. Did I miss a discussion of PSA moving SGC Bogota? No, I didn't. No. It's really pretty straightforward.
Big news or something. Who put that on?
Well, it is here's the thing. It's not big news, but it is good speculation fodder.
Yeah.
Brad's here to tell you that he's now going to be SGC Brad. And although you are wearing an SGC black hat, so I don't know.
There you go.
Oh.
Absolutely.
Yeah, you got the right color scheme on the hat, is all I'm saying.
Wow.
It's not too often I disagree with Neo, but after watching his video today, I don't know if he's listening tonight,
But Brad, let me throw this.
he
Let me pose a
Neil
serious
has
question.
ears everywhere.
You have to acknowledge that moving it to Boca Raton. Here's the thing: I have no problem with the concept of basically saving money by leasing an office space where you can leverage those folks in close proximity. But from an optics standpoint, I'm not surprised. Like, look at the optics on it. The first thing people are going to assume.
Yeah, I
it's
agree.
Not much of it.
When I first heard that PSA bought SGC, was bye-bye SGC. That's exactly what I thought. As soon as I heard about it,
Really?
I really thought that.
Why did you think that though?
That was my initial thought. Then after about a couple of weeks, I started to realize, and then being more involved and listening to things, I was like, well, why? Now I'm quite confident. This is just my own personal opinions that SGC is going to be around forever. The people that use SGC love SGC. Demand's at an all-time high. It's a great business. It's run great. So if you can share some resources and make things even better for both companies, why not do that? I think it's a great move.
I thought it was a smart move right from day one. To
buy them, like, what a profitable
by
move.
acquisition. Them increasing their business, it was very smart. And it almost it's like you got the top two. Well, now you're the top one. Now you're the top two. Yeah, we know where Beckett is. I don't know where Beckett is actually. So.
They're somewhere in the top 30. So the thing is, what it comes down to is this: a lot of us are going to disagree on this piece. Really, what it comes down to is it's really simple. There is the business case. The business case says keeping the brand around regardless. That's the business case. Why? Because there is a brand loyalty to SGC. So let me just make it clear. If I'm PSA and I want to kill them, I can kill them. You can snap your fingers and do whatever you want. The problem is you won't make more business with it.
No,
you just won't. There's some people that are grading with SGC because,
of course, yeah.
No, the thing is you wouldn't make more business because right now the combined grading between the two is 150,000 for SGC and like 1 point whatever million with PSA.
Yep.
You remove SGC out of it, you will pick up a handful of folks, but the total will be less. The total between those two, you will grade less.
Obviously, yeah,
because some of the folks that were grading with SGC will not grade with PSA. It doesn't matter what you offer them. So
I was just trying to simplify it for Eric and his math. So.
Yeah, so they will go somewhere. Basically, they'll go somewhere else. So basically, all you did was take that business and push it to one of your competitors.
That's it.
So the benefit to it is minimal. Now, where it does make sense for you is do whatever you can to reduce the overhead cost. If you can do something where you can make it less expensive to run it and still get your 150,000 from SGC, that works.
Yeah,
just reduce the cost, but keep the intake coming. But removing the brand doesn't increase your revenue.
Yeah,
and that's just.
The other thing that we face right now as an industry is counterfeits. Again, not so much on the vintage cards per se, but I mean, and especially in the TCG world, it is
really.
Oh, it's insane how many TCG cards that are coming through that are counterfeit. The fakes every day, even like at AMG, every day
there's more money in it now. So doing counterfeits is profitable.
Yeah,
it's a natural.
And you have people in it that aren't as knowledgeable. A lot of people in the vintage sports cards are knowledgeable about sports cards in general. They get a thing, but that's it. So.
Yeah, but that innovation or iteration that they're doing, that they'll scan the patches, that's going to eliminate a lot of those things. So
you could have accomplished the same thing just by having a gallery and photo bucket. Just be like, I just need the pictures, man. I don't care about the rest of it. Just give me the pictures. That's all we need.
You're beating the dead horse I was putting out there.
Yeah. Dan says, so Boca is going to slow down to 4-month return. Well, Brad personally is going to taking the SGC ones, and then he's going to take them on a round trip around the world a couple of times, take some pictures with them in different locales. So you're going to get pictures back of him in Egypt with the pyramids and your cards.
Nice.
And then he'll cruise back around. He'll be in Thailand with your cards. And then he'll come around, go visit, Germany, hang out on the Autobahn with your cards. And then eventually, he will go by the Dutch. And unfortunately, the Dutch are evil. They probably will steal your cards.
Yeah.
So no, Dan, you will never get your cards back.
And it's so hard. If you look at the grading landscape now from all companies, what does everybody want what? Sorry, I just heard that. I just heard that comment that popped
No,
up.
look, here's the thing. Brad, I'm going to let you off the hook on this one because you're in the Canadian division, so it's your thing. Let's just say we've had this discussion offline. I will speak on my behalf here. They're getting the flack they're getting because they left it open. You don't make a public comment on it. You don't say anything publicly. You allow everybody else to write the narrative for you. Is that a fair statement?
Yes.
Yeah, that's it. I don't want to put Brad on the spot because he didn't get a vote.
Yes.
So that's it. Yeah. So
So
I'm not going to ask him for speak for it.
and I won't.
Yeah.
So back to what I was saying though, what do we all want? People that grade a lot of cards and do grade cards. What do we all want?
Depends.
But you want your cards back as quick as you can get them, and you want them graded at the cheapest possible price.
Yeah.
So think about what every card company out there is facing right now. The demand is exceeding what we can output. So how can you control this? So you want wait times to be shorter, which means that you'd have to have less cards coming in. So to get less cards coming in, what's your option to do? Increase your price.
Mm-hmm.
So you face this conundrum in the current grading landscape. Do I think that's going to last forever? No. I think internationally, I think that's where the real growth is. But do you think we're going to continue to see this growth in North America and the US? Maybe, but I mean, that's going to be tough to sustain. The millions of cards a month being graded.
Yeah.
I sure hope it does. I mean, that's my employment now. But
Pop reports kind of, with the newer cards coming out, I guess if you can evaluate how many cards that really add to the pop on certain players, I guess. But going forward, I don't know.
Frozen Bobby.
Yeah.
Bobby's just beating us in a steering contest.
Really?
He's doing well. Yep.
Yeah,
right now
he
your
wins.
frozen picture. We can hear your frozen picture.
Really? How can that
Yep.
happen? It's a new
You're just
phone.
holding very still. We're very impressed.
It's a new phone. My God.
Yeah. So Ken, I got you on this one. I hear you. I get you. We can talk about that one a little bit after. Holder once again speaking instead of typing gets me in the end. All good, Mike. It's all good. Dan says, I want accurate grades, return at reasonable time, so I don't grade PSA. Terrible.
You get all kinds of fans in the chat tonight. This is great.
Well, Dan collects vintage cards, so they like SGC. Here's the thing. I've got my share of SGC cards they graded flat out wrong. My favorite thing in the world is when somebody will show me a card. Just to be clear, none of them are accurate. But there's actually one reason why I would say they're not accurate. Because a lot of people say, I don't understand why I got this grade. And then I look at the card in 4 seconds. I go, crease here, dent here, this here. Actually, they overgraded it. They never like that answer. I actually look at the card and I go, actually, you're right. They got it wrong. They overgraded it. It actually should be lower than what you got. You're welcome.
Yeah. Cage had a nice interview today. Or not interview, sorry. Did you
Like a podcast episode?
He did a nice Instagram post today that made you think about it. It was good. It was really interesting. It was on eye appeal and a different stance altogether. And yeah, anyway, I checked. Anyone should listen to it. It's only about 5 minutes, but he did a really good job, whether or not you agree with it or not. But it brought up another whole point to think about, which was cool.
Yep. I think it's fair. I think the recent stance on cleaning cards and sudden turned about. It's like, the survey they had on there. So look, I'll say it this way. My favorite thing. I think there's a lot of times where I think a lot of things could be avoided if you just had like a quality control department whose only job was just get somebody to read it first and go, hey, this could be easily interpreted this way.
Yeah.
You call it whatever you want. I'm going to call it the common sense department. Their only job is to read it ahead of time. You realize this could be interpreted 14 different ways you're probably not going to want.
Yeah.
Just throwing it out there. And then that would prevent like 80% of you putting your foot in your mouth and having to retract.
I'm not still frozen, am I?
No, you're fine now. We can see you.
Yeah.
Let's see here. It seems like an underground movement to start going back to grade cards, except for high-end cards. Let's see. Should be ungraded cards. Yeah. You can. Like the reality is that I always laugh because people that complain the loudest is like, you don't have to get cards graded. If it suits your, ironically, the great irony here, I did the PSA Canada thing with Brad for the longest time. I have cards graded. But if you guys understood how few cards I actually have graded in the grand scheme of things, I'll buy graded cards. I have cards graded, but only cards that make sense for me. The rest of them, I don't need them. Sometimes I just like to have it in the holder for consistency with other ones in my set, or I just want to have it, or I plan to, or do plan to resell it, and it makes sense for me to do it. The rest of them, no, they're sitting on the table. They're not graded.
Yeah.
They're in top loaders and they're one touches or whatever
Same.
else works for me, or in a binder, and it's like you don't have to use it for that. There are times where maybe it makes sense for you. If that's the case, then do it. If it doesn't make sense, don't do it.
Absolutely. Do what makes you happy. I've got all kinds of cards that aren't graded.
Oh yeah.
I've got cards graded by other companies. Do what makes you happy. It's your choice.
Scandalous.
It's your money. You work for
Other
it.
companies?
Do what you please.
Scandalous. Will says, "What's Yannick doing making s'mores?" Maybe Will. Maybe.
Maybe. Oh,
Gonna have
yeah,
to
we're
work
not gonna-
on that.
I told you to buy the
Gonna have to
marshmallows. I
replenish
told you.
the pantry, but that's the plan. Maybe we'll do a s'mores top 5 countdown of some sort.
I was going to say that'd be exciting.
We can get Sherry on
just-
this. She's in Pictou at the lodge right now. I'm sure she's right out by the campfire making s'mores as we
Yeah, there
speak.
might be s'mores there. Yeah,
Okay,
because
we got a Canadian audience here. I just want to know how many people really grew up with s'mores. Is it not an American? Really? Well, you're from Nova Scotia.
Anyway,
No,
all right.
I never heard of
Different time
s'mores
zone.
growing up. Growing up until I was what, 35. Then I would hear the iteration. I'm not going to use that word anymore. From the United States, it would come up
Oh.
here and s'mores, and then they did the cereal, and they did all this other stuff. And I'm going, what is the s'mores? I don't know. Did you have them as a
I
kid?
knew about
Carlos?
s'mores. We didn't have
I
necessarily
knew-
s'mores, but
I think in
I knew about
school there would
s'mores.
be times where they would do them, but
We
most
knew
of the
about
time
them,
I
but-
didn't at home. I didn't at home. It wasn't our thing.
Well, we
No,
went to
it
the
wasn't a
cottage and
thing either.
trailers all
But I
through
knew
my
about it.
years, and we never did that. Never. I'm a little bit
Yeah,
we
older,
just
but
we
even
just
still.
do the roasted marshmallow. That's all. We didn't have the
Well,
the
it's chocolate
or
and a
what.
graham cracker or whatever. the
No,
frick
I
it
know.
is.
Like here, like basically, I grew up. You would just get the marshmallows out and roast those.
That's
That's
it.
it. Like
Yeah,
plain.
that's us too. Yeah. I've
Yeah.
never had s'mores, so it's one of those things that's kind of, it's sort of like you get into that, what's it, chicken and waffles. It's like, yeah, I never heard of anything, and all of a sudden, ever since the podcast started coming out,
What
it's
about
like,
ice cream cake?
Hey, step the line, watch it.
Yeah. Well, I think it's basically it depends on where you are. Like I didn't go to cottages at all, so it wouldn't have been a thing that would have come up for me very much.
Well, because I was exposed, I'm just saying.
Yeah, I got you. Real quick, I'll read a couple of these. Get caught up here. Ken says,
Are
"Full
you
disclosure,
guys
I
have
didn't realize
Bobby
Brad worked-"
frozen too, or is it just me?
Am I
Yeah,
frozen
he's
again?
frozen. Yeah, he's been off and on. So Yannick, hang on. Let me just read these comments real quick.
Oh,
Sorry
Ken says,
about
in full
that. Sorry, buddy.
disclosure, I didn't realize Brad works for PSA. I wasn't being belligerent towards him, but I stand by what I said. All good, Ken. All good.
No sweat.
Dan says the current 22-year minimum wage PSA graders have no clue how to grade vintage cards. Dan, who says they're the ones grading them?
I'm gonna go out and come back in. Okay.
Go ahead. Yeah, all good.
Yeah.
It's the
Happy-
roof and the
Happy to have
phone
that
all at the same
conversation
time.
with Dan.
Yeah. No, here's the thing. Like, but just be logical for a second. See, the argument is that these guys aren't qualified to grade these cards. It's like I can teach any old idiot off the street how to grade modern cards. You can do some basic training. It's not that difficult. I don't care if they're 22 years old. I don't care if they're 10 years old. There are 50-year-old collectors who've been collecting for 30 years who can't grade for shit. They can't. They'll look at those. This card's near mint. No, this card has a dent in the corner. This thing, you're blind. You don't know what the hell you're looking at. What the hell are you talking about? It's not near mint. Stop it. Get some help. I don't care if you're 22. Your eyes are probably better. But the vintage, you're not the minimum wage workers that you're talking about, Dan. They're not the ones grading vintage. They're not. So the guys that are grading the vintage that you're unhappy about are older. So they're probably overpaid and they're old. The vintage graders are actually the more tenured ones. They're not the young guys. The young guys are getting the Pokemon cards and they're getting because they need a ton of grading. If you check the actual amount of cards that are getting graded, most of them are Pokemon. They're not vintage. So the majority of your graders that are the young guys are grading Pokemon because that's who they're hiring to do a lot of the grading. So it doesn't even affect you. So they're not the ones you should be worried about. You should be worried about the old guys who have bad eyesight. Let's see. And I try Reese's Cup instead of traditional chocolate. I hate s'mores. Philly Joe. Fair enough. Grew up in West Virginia. S'mores are definitely a thing. Do Canadian s'mores have maple syrup? Allegedly. Chicken and waffles are the bomb, especially in Chicago. Fair. Dan says, I don't grade all Carlos. There's knowledge required to grade vintage cards that can't be taught by any schmo off the street. I didn't say for the vintage cards. I explicitly said modern. Explicitly said modern.
I agree.
Go hit the replay on that one. I said Joe Schmo off the street to grade modern cards because it's not that complicated. So the vintage, I don't care. I agree. You need to know more to grade vintage. Doesn't matter. The ones that you're worried about are not the ones grading your vintage. Cabana boys are all well paid, maybe. I think sometimes when cards are over 50 years old of a certain player, you have a strike against you before the cards are even graded. A lot of theories. There are far too many errors of vintage, mislabeled, faked in slabs. I disagree that only qualified people grade vintage, and they're clear to no double check. Maybe a lot of people just don't know how to do it properly. And a lot of the folks that you're talking about, they get training. And again, you guys keep, the problem is, you know what they say about assuming. You're assuming. Maybe you prefer that it's the young guys doing the vintage grading so you have an excuse for it. As opposed to a guy's like, no, this guy's actually been doing it for 10 years. Maybe he's just not good at it. That happens. There are plenty of people who've been on the job a long time. They're just not good. It happens at every job. Back to the grading scale not being able to be refined enough to replicate from one person to person. AI and universal grading scale standard in the future. You're not getting the universal grading standard. It's not happening. Yeah. The ones currently grading vintage are making far too many mistakes to make them believe they're veterans. Okay. I would like to know the business model that you think makes sense when the vintage guys are the ones who complain the loudest about everything. That you would go out of your way to hand your vintage cards to the trainee. It's not that hard to literally just slide it over to that room. They can still make the mistake, but okay.
Everybody makes mistakes.
I love listening to your fire, Yannick. It's fantastic. I feel like I got the fire channel or the fireplace channel in the background when you're just listening to it. It's glorious.
Hey, I'm in my backyard. Like it's like my living room right now.
Yeah.
Yeah. Brad, do you know the number of graders that have been there less than a year and a half?
That I don't.
Yep. Not sure what age has to do with my statement. I'm mostly referring to Dan's comment about the younger graders. So let's go back here. Too many errors on vintage, mislabeled, faked in slabs. Disagree to only qualified people grade vintage. It's clear no double check. Well, then don't send it. The thing is, it's Mangini is the person who doesn't like grading. So then don't send it in the grade. Just do it all yourself. The thing is, we're going to disagree on this. I believe in the simplest possibility that some people are just not good at their job. And I have no issue with that. The vintage actually takes longer because if it was true, and let me put it this way, here would be my counter argument to you. If it was true that the vintage was getting put in through the exact same streams with the exact same younger graders in there that don't have the experience or are not qualified or whatever, then it should go through at the exact same speed as the modern cards with no variation because it's the same people grading all of it. So why would it take even 1 second longer? Should take the exact same amount of time. A 1992 Fleer card and a 1968 Topps card should take the exact same amount of time if it's the same people grading it. But if you guys are telling me the vintage takes longer, then there's something else holding it up. So I don't know. You tell me. Let's see here real quick. What's this? Ah, okay. I had the Discord going on the side, and I was just checking in on something.
Cool. I should have been clear too when I said that about with Neo. I disagree with Neo. I agreed with Neo. I didn't get to finish my sentence. I agreed with Neo when it first started that I thought SGC was going to be gone, and now I completely don't. So that's the part I do disagree with. I think they're there for the long haul.
Dan says, I grade all the time. I prefer a company that can accurately grade my cars and return them at a reasonable time. So I don't use PSA. Now I just want SGC to become a 6-month turnaround. Just for fun. Just to mess with Dan. I am a troll though.
In response to this, like whatever makes you happy, do it. That's great. I think it's fantastic that people use companies that they want to use for everything. Deal with people you want to deal with. Don't deal with people you don't want to deal with. That's how the world goes around.
That's what I do.
Yeah.
Well, listen, I'll have
I
you
don't
guys
grade.
know.
I
I don't
submit
understand why
it
this is.
once in my entire life. I only buy graded cards when I want it graded, and everything else to me is basically I appeal. That's how I've been collected since day one.
Yeah. But I mean, I use one grading company. Yes, I work for them. I use one grading company. I will buy cards in other graded company
I have
cases.
every slab.
But that's my choice. You know, I choose not to, but I don't even if I didn't work for PSA, I try not to. Yeah, I'll just leave it at that.
Look, I have it simplified, Brad. I have three graders I use. I use PSA for a bunch of the
Okay.
stuff that's PC stuff that I
PSA.
collect.
Yeah.
For the wrestling
SGC.
stuff, I use CGC. So I got that one. And then obviously for my prize Mike Trout cards, I send them tag. I give them the respect and treatment they deserve.
Yeah.
Sound a fan says.
What's
Sportscard
happening? Any
Discourse is-
news with the tag on their new case? Maybe they're fixing their old case, or is there no problem?
They claim there was no problem, and then they said they're fixing the problem they don't have.
Oh,
Yeah.
there you go. Okay, just wanted to know.
Still work in progress. The machines are still too young. They're waiting until they get older and seasoned.
Wait till the
They
real
got a
AI
Commodore
kicks in.
64. If they got a Commodore 64 to do it, probably already be done. Sports Card Discourse is interesting. When's the pay-per-view? Listen, if we get Thunderdome, I'm in.
I still gotta find that movie. I
Howard.
can't seem to find that movie for some reason.
What, the Mad Max sequel?
Yeah,
Yeah, it's Return to Thunderdome. Yeah.
yeah. I haven't. I'm looking through the videos in the whatever Goodwill or what have you. And just can't seem to find that one. You find every one that you don't want, but you find the one. No, can't find it.
I'm like 50-50. I'm pretty sure it's at the bottom of my Blu-ray shelf. The
I never
Thunderdome one.
had it. I never had it. I've seen it many times on pay-per-view, wherever I saw it, but I'd like to see it again because it's been a long time. It's been 15, 20 years maybe. So,
Mhm.
and it's been out
fair.
since when? Late 90s?
Oh no, the Thunderdome one. That was
Mid 90s?
let's see, Mad Max Thunderdome. I'm pretty sure that was might have been the early 90s. Mad Max
95?
Thunderdome. Beyond Thunderdome was 1985.
85. Oh my God.
It was 40 years ago.
Oh shit. Yeah. No wonder I can't find it. Maybe it
That
didn't
might
come
be
out.
it. Yeah, that might be it. Yeah,
Damn.
yeah, it was 85. It
I'll
was
be right
85.
They lost the tape.
I go for it. Mad Max Beyond Thunderdome, 1985.
Wow.
Let's see here.
That's the
Bobby's back.
sequel?
Need to tell him occasionally that it's frozen again at random. I like your plan.
Yeah, I don't know. Brand new phone and everything. Well, it doesn't fix the Wi-Fi connection, so I don't know.
I was gonna say, yeah, I think it's more to do with the Wi-Fi because again, we could hear you the whole time. Your picture was frozen, but we could hear you fine.
So it seems like
camera.
that means you're not running intermittent. It's just not bringing enough power through.
Not bandwidth. Yeah, not enough
Bandwidth.
bandwidth to get the picture to appear. Yeah.
Yeah, and the things right here, it's 15, 20 feet away. I don't know.
You need to call the Shaw Cable guy.
There's no, it's not the, cable's no problem. It just seems this is new whatever it is.
The Wi-Fi.
No, it's the but it's the I can't even think.
Bobby's
of the
got a
name.
new roof today. Maybe it's the roof, Bobby.
Yes, that was my $10,000 purchase there. I had a new iPhone and a $9,000 roof.
Is it lead lined?
It's just what a roof's costs,
That'd be kind of fun. I don't know. Do you think Old Man Tag is reading Visit Florida brochures? He's out in Cali, so who knows? He might be moving over to Florida, man.
How much
Maybe he can
money
move
have
Boca
they
Raton
dumped
and they
into
can all
that
hang out.
company?
I think it'd be awesome. I think jokes aside, Bob Ouzel's point here. I think it'd be hilarious. I would love for like all the graders now to have an office in Boca Raton. I think they should all like hang out.
Tag should move there. Yes,
All of them. Bobby, all of them. CGC should have a Boca Raton
A&A?
office. Tag should have a Boca Raton office. Beckett could have a Boca Raton office. It'll be a booth somewhere. It'll be like somebody's broom closet. It could be there. It could be like one guy inside the broom closet. That'd be exciting. So we could have that. That'd be awesome. It could be like a dorm for graders, Brad. A dorm.
Well, now
Everybody's in
Florida's
Boca
dealing in
Raton.
gold and
Everybody in Boca
silver.
Raton.
I haven't been paying attention though, but Tag's doing aren't they doing a lot better now, like with big numbers in Pokemon?
So Brad, we're grading on a curve. So better, yes. That's better in the sense that Eric is still horrifically injured, but not completely crippled. So yes, sure.
Not completely better.
Better. I don't know. I guess so. I'll take the hit off Brad. So what's segment up too late? Lord knows. My favorite thing lately has been watching videos. Where I'll watch some of the Pokemon, and it's the Pokemon kids right now that are the ones doing it, and they've been cracking the slabs with their hands, with their bare hands. And every time one of those videos comes across my feed, I just giggle to myself, or $1 Million Man cackle, for reasons. Just throwing it out there. I thought I would.
Yeah, but it's a really clear case.
I don't know what to tell you. It is what it is. So anyway, bottom line on this one, and like I said, I understand the questions, and they are valid questions. These are not things that can be resolved at this level. But I would say, grade with whoever you want. For us, it's pretty straightforward. I haven't had issues with my particular grading, and I've sent cards to PSA through Brad and through some of the authorized agents, because sometimes they'll do it for me. Same thing though; it's still going through the same thing. I've also submitted cards for grading with CGC through COMC, and had no issues with those. And I've sent a handful with SGC to try it when they first got the COMC one in there. It was a little slow, but SGC was starting to slow down by that point anyway across the board. So it wasn't unique to the COMC one. And it was fun, and it worked. I'm not a big fan of the tuxedo. That's a personal preference thing. But I think for what they were offering for the price point on it, I think it was fair. And if you like it and it serves your purposes, if you're in the vintage side and that works for you,
depends on the card set, really.
Use it.
Like the T, you get into the C cards, 1910s, really looks nice in those. It does.
There are cards where the borders work. There are other cards where genuinely I don't like it. I'm just not a fan of it. Yeah. It depends on the card. It genuinely depends on the card. Sure. So like I said, from my perspective, I'll be grading agnostic. I can acknowledge that I'm friends with Brad and that we talk about these things in there, and I'll always try to be fair about it. But I am not going to tell you to grade with PSA. It's not my job. Unless, if Nat wants to cut a big check, then Brad will tell him grade PSA. But I mean all the zeros.
Yeah.
I want all the zeros. But outside of that, no, grade with whoever the hell you want. Whatever works for you.
I'm not going to tell anyone to do anything.
I think you should tell him. I think you should tell him to make fun of Eric. That's what I do.
Yeah. Besides that, but hey, I'm not going to tell you to do it. I'll give you the best advice based upon what you want. If you come in and see me and you have a Wayne Gretzky rookie card in your hand and you say, "I'd like to get this graded. It looks really, really nice. I want to make sure that someone told me I can get a lot of money for this and I can help pay my daughter's tuition." Okay. Well, not because I'm telling you this, but based on facts, if you want to get the most money for your Wayne Gretzky rookie card, you want it in a PSA holder. That's truthful. What else can you say to someone else?
No lie.
A PSA 10 Gretzky sold for $5 million. I don't know a 10 in any other company of a Gretzky that maybe they don't even exist. I know they exist in a bunch of companies. They're not coming remotely close to that. So it's easy for me to give that advice just based on facts.
Mm-hmm. There you go. Danner says, I have an idea. Let SGC grade the vintage. Let PSA do the modern TCG. I think you could. I think now that they've got their office in Boca Raton.
Yeah. Make everyone happy.
Yeah. Hands vintage people CC laying down the law. Yep. Yeah, so seriously, using the resale value argument for a Gretzky rookie, yeah, you should. And setting with SGC, fine. If you SGC is fine for that card. If you just want if you just want it on the tuxedo, yeah. But if you want to sell it, if the intention is to sell it, then yeah,
absolutely. If your intention is to keep the card, put it in whatever holder you like the best.
Sure, just put it in one touch,
and then when you sell it, change it.
Yeah, it's not an argument. It's not. It's just that's a fact.
Yeah, we only deal with facts here, Brett.
Yeah.
So,
it's a middle finger to collectors. No, Dan. Eric's scandalousness is a middle finger to collectors. On PSA to get the most money, however, the two highest sales of all time were SGC. The two highest sales of all time were very specific cards, and the 52 Topps Mantle sold for, I think it was $12.5 million. Let's see what the PSA 10 sells for if it ever goes up for sale. And then the other one is the other one I think is the Honus Wagner. So these are very specific cards.
The
and
trend
again,
one?
no, that one hasn't sold in years. There was another one. There was another one that sold. There was a $12.5 million. That was the 52 Tufts Mantle. And then there was another one that I'm forgetting right now. I forget what the other one was. I think it was a Wagner, but I think it was one of the other
I'm pretty
Wagners.
sure, yeah.
The Wagner will
the
get
8
you the most
Wagner
money.
is
It's
sitting
the
with the
Gretzky
Arizona
one.
Diamondbacks owner. The Arizona Diamondbacks owner is the one who has the
Yeah, he was.
yeah.
Is
And
he
isn't
selling
it
off
right
his collection or something?
now. Not yet. Right now, he
Oh,
says he doesn't want. He says he wants to hang on to it until his kids do something with it.
okay. I thought I heard something else.
Yeah. Eventually, if he eventually does sell it, then the market will get a chance to play with it by then. We'll see.
Yeah.
SEC
Either
should
you sell it
offer
or somebody else is going to sell it for you. It doesn't matter.
SEC should offer Canada Tuxedo promotion for the Wayne Gretzky rookie card. I like that it's a Canadian tuxedo.
Well, he
Does that mean
did
it's denim?
have
You mean it's denim?
That's a different thing.
the Gretzky
That's
doll
denim.
did come with the tuxedo uniform. So
There you go. The issue with grading.
But a Canadian
making slab-
tuxedo is a different thing.
That's what
Is
I mean.
it
It's
really?
denim. It's denim.
Oh no! I think he means something else. Do you? Yeah. Nick?
Well, what's the Canadian tuxedo to you, Bobby?
I was going to say, Bobby, is this
I
an
don't
Emmanuel
really
in space
want to
moment?
go there, but
Is this an
just-
Emmanuel in
just
space
saying.
moment for you?
This might just be something that we say.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
We'll leave it there. We'll leave it there
the
and
issue-
move on.
Okay. The issue with grading slabs with numbers, a fiat currency among collectors should at least be accurate. Yeah. Friends again, Brandon. The real question is what the GOAT of vintage sports car Geoff would do. That is true.
Oh,
That is usually
sorry.
what I ask myself.
That is the real question.
I had to get that spider. Got him. Dead.
And Gina says it was a Ruth.
I'm
Oh,
dead.
was it the Baltimore News Ruth? Was it that one?
Yeah, the rookie.
The real rookie.
Yeah,
that's
the
not a
rookie, exactly. That one.
Mhm.
Yeah.
The real rookie.
The one that people say it's a rookie, but it's not a rookie, but they just care about money and they
schedule.
don't care about the hobby. So, anyways,
Yeah,
move
yeah.
on.
Yeah.
Don't quote me on that. Sorry. Hashtag whatever you think is right is
Yeah.
fine.
Can we negotiate Carlos agreeing with Dan and Mangini if they let him the YouTube Sports Card Hall of Fame? Well, I did show a vintage card. Wait, not today. Actually, I haven't shown a vintage card today, have I? Hold on. There are rules. Them's the rules, Brad. Hold on. See if I got any of this shit around here.
Trout. You got a
The
trout
RTC
there?
rules.
Let's see. What do I got? What do I got? Ooh, should I do this one again? Ooh.
Again?
Oh, those are nice.
Yeah, well, it's there. Oh, hold on. We'll do the Bobby Hall. There you go. The Bobby Hall tall boy.
Is
The
he a
wrinkly
short
one.
print? He's a short print, isn't he? I think so.
I don't remember. I don't recall on that one.
I think I can't. We released the sheet.
If only you had an app for it. And she says the Ruth was a 3.
I
Yeah,
do.
that's right. Doesn't Marshall Fogel have a PSA 10? Yeah, there's a couple of them.
Yeah.
So you got the Fogel has one. The Diamondbacks owner, I think, also has a PSA 1052. And there's one more, and I don't remember where that one is.
I
I feel like
it's
I'd heard about it.
Yeah, so did I. I think I got.
I know
it.
who has it.
But Fogel and the
A friend of
Arizona
mine's
guy, those
friend.
are the two for sure. Those are the
Friend
two.
of mine's friend. His name is I won't even say it.
Bob.
He has the best 52 set in the world.
There's no bedroom moves named after the Canadian tuxedo, so you're safe for now. Yeah. Okay, so it was the Baltimore Ruth. Yes. Okay, good. So I still remember it a little bit. A couple of things are rattling around in there.
That schedule.
Totally
yeah.
voting for Carlos for the YouTube Hall of Fame, even if he tells me not to. Cannot fight the will of the masses.
When is that coming up?
Oh, that
Soon?
won't be until like next year.
Oh,
That's like the beginning of the year.
Why are we talking about it
Comes
now?
in the new year.
Bobby,
Yeah, I
the
thought
YouTube
so.
Sports Card Hall of Fame is forever. It's forever at all times.
Yeah.
Forever and always.
I thought we were voting
has an-
Eric at Jason.
Hall of Fame after.
I
4
thought that's what
years.
we're voting for.
What's that?
Eric at
Well,
Jason.
so the argument is that if
yes.
if this channel becomes part of the YouTube Hall of Fame, Eric becomes Hall of Fame adjacent, which is his dream. That's true.
Mhm.
Vogel
Gotcha.
has an off-center 52 mantle and a PSA 10 slab. So Brad, I got an idea. I got a plan. And I know the two companies are at least segregated until we get to Boca Raton, when we get to the official frat house of SGC and PSA, which is going to be very exciting. I'm breaking this. It's going to be a frat house. It's going to be amazing. The Kagers are going to be legendary. Just saying. But I got a plan. I think we should convince Marshall Fogel to resubmit his PSA 10 to SGC.
No.
And then
Oh.
we make it an SGC 11.
I like
and
that.
11.
Spinal tap.
I like that.
Mhm.
Good.
Crank it to 11.
Or 10 plus, just to put the plus sign there.
Just 10 plus.
Fine out that, baby.
Bam.
It's got
Yep.
11.
Take that accurate grading. Fuck
Yeah,
you.
That's better.
That'll teach you. It's a 10 plus.
Mr. Vogel,
Yeah.
you
Listen,
better go to Boca
Vogel's going to
Raton.
want the plus. If you give Fogel the plus, he'll agree to the deal.
And he'll
Wait, I
fly
get
to
a
Boca
plus?
Raton. He'll fly
Get
there.
a plus. He
Mhm.
can hang out at the Kager and then get a 10 plus for trouble.
Yeah.
I like it. Didn't Eric's favorite player play for the Blackhawks? Yes.
Blackhawk rookie.
Yes.
This was a wrong
Bobby
episode for Eric to miss.
something.
He's no longer eligible to be Jason for the YouTube Sports Car Hall of Fame. That's true. It might hurt his eligibility.
That
might
was
be a fact.
the epical to miss.
Yep.
What's
Daniel
his
says Fogel
excuse tonight anyway? Like the injury excuse, that's like upper body. No,
He's
date.
going with upper body injury, Yannick. He's still going with upper body injury. He's going with it.
Well, how long's the recovery time normally? Is it a week?
Well, normally it's probably
Normally.
weeks, but remember, we're talking about Eric. It could be like decades.
It might
Look,
be.
here's an old wrestling reference.
I'll
for you.
never,
how long
ever
how
get
long
back
did
up.
Cowboy Bob Borden? Yeah. So how long did Cowboy Bob Borden have his hand in a cast? Years.
He only used it as a prop.
Yeah, but it's Eric's injury is a problem.
Yeah, true. Yes.
So Dan here says Fogel's resub gets an 8. No, we're gonna get the 22-year-olds to grade it at SGC. It's gonna be a 10 plus, bro. They're coming off the Kager, Dan. They're coming off the Kager. They're gonna be high on life. High on life. It's gonna be exciting. Since PSHAs are setting standards for 10s, many old 10s that are now 9s. I think people will bid accordingly. Works. Take advantage of it.
Yeah,
Who
that
knows,
does
huh?
affect the marketplace though, quite a bit in a certain way when you're
Old
talking about the
tens
high
are
end
now
cards.
new nines.
Well, you look at the
Get it.
Gretzky's, but none of those are
Well,
10s.
some old 10s are now new 9s because a 10 that was already graded, was already centered correctly, is not going to change. That's the thing.
no, no.
If it's a borderline 10 that has borderline centering, then yes. But if it's 50-50 centered, it was a 10 before, it's a 10 now. Doesn't
So
change.
what becomes the mantra of people talking about, hey, if a 10 does come up that's a little bit off center or something like that, what are you going to say? What is there any?
You'll argue for a discount. You'll argue for a discount. You'll just say it would be a 9.
That's an old 10. I want a 9 price.
Yeah.
A new
Listen,
rule.
A guy had a nice 10 come back this week at 10 on a 79. Yeah, 79 Opeachy Nolan Ryan.
Oh yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah,
Yeah.
which is super cool to see.
Yeah,
Wow.
but that's what that. So the thing is, I don't disagree. So Mangini is correct on this, but the reality is,
correct.
it's the same thing that happened in the coin market when people started looking. Now is the opposite for them because back in the old days, some of those coin slabs in the earlier days were tougher graded, so people would seek them out and potentially pay a premium because they would get a grade bump. So because of the change in the standard, they would get a bump.
Yeah.
So for them, they'd be looking for the old, I think they call them rattlers. There'd be some of those. If you get
Oh,
a
yeah.
PCGS and the old ones, you'd be looking for those because occasionally you'd get a couple of grades bump, which would increase your value.
Mhm.
So, but if the opposite can work the other way too. If you say, oh, it was graded easier in the old days, well, then you don't pay a premium. You argue for a discount. The dealer can try to hold the line, but you say, okay, well, then hang on to it. But if the dealer hangs on to it and it collects enough dust, well, then market forces are market forces.
No.
You want to get the current price, then put it in the new holder. And if the price and if the grade goes down, that answers your question.
So be it.
Yep, that's pretty much it.
That's what would happen with the Gretzky rookies because I know the one is definitely not a 10. That one,
The Axel one.
the one that has all the pop marks across the Edmonton Oilers and the black, and it's just like
The one that
The other
got
one
cut
is
with the
like-
wire, Bobby.
what's that? Yes, I know. Yeah,
The one
piano
that
wire.
got cut with the wire.
I still get that question. It's amazing how many times that question can come up.
I had a
She's
guy
a
last.
blue line wire one. That's rare.
Yeah.
Mm.
I was going to call you, Bobby, because I had a guy that was telling me that I was wrong. I was like, well, it just didn't happen. He's like, no, it did happen. It's fact. And I'm like, no, it just, we know by facts the cards were not cut with wires.
Yeah.
Fact. And this guy he was having no part of it.
But what evidence does he have for that?
Nothing.
So how can they defend something that they have nothing on? Well, it was printed in Beckett back in the 90s. I understand that. So does that really reinforce their, believing that Mr. Jim Beckett was, and it's not really his fault. I would say whoever.
I like to
was
call
the
him
writer
Senior
at that
Jim.
point.
Senior Jim.
Yes. So
Al Jimbo.
I just don't think it's his fault. It was the writer's fault, and whoever did that. And I think it's just a summation more than it is anything else. Is someone says, "Well, that's why the rough cut, because it was cut with a wire, so it really kind of pushes through, and that's why you have the rough cut." It makes sense to a layman. I can understand that, and then if that layman ever turns into a collector, he'll bring that forward as being fact. So it wasn't. And I actually had some guy who really knew a lot. We had this conversation. He goes, "Yeah, they were cut with wire." Oh, I went to the printer. The printer started doing it, and they cut with a wire. And I said, "No, no, no. I got pictures. I got pictures of all the different years." It's just like, no, no. There's no wire. There's no. It's slitter. Like, just leave it alone. And this guy I respected. He had a lot of great information, but I just, sorry.
There's a lot of people that just don't want to be wrong. Okay,
Bradley,
Sure.
I've used this story before, but my favorite story and I had a lot of them. My favorite story from back in the day with the call center was a lady who had a 20-minute argument with me, 20 minutes, where she insisted that her satellite receiver had always worked the way it was set up, and we found out in the course of minutes into the conversation that it was not plugged into the wall. The electricity was not plugged in, but she insisted that it had always been like this, and it had worked. And I had to tell her many different ways that the receiver does not work on dark magic yet. Maybe the next version, the next iteration might work on dark magic or batteries, but the current version requires electrical power, Brad. But the problem is, for 20 minutes, the lady insisted that it had always been that way, and it continues to operate without electrical power through sheer will alone.
It's that old saying, a man convinced against his opinion is still of the same opinion, and that holds true today. Somebody doesn't want to be wrong. What is it? The other saying, it's easier to fool somebody than to convince them that they've been fooled. And those are the things that people stand strong on, because nobody wants to be wrong ever. So.
And you change. No, I agree. And don't you find as a true collector, like, you change over time?
Yes.
You change things you collect, you change ideas. When I started, I'm 48, so my first store when I was 15, that's 33 consecutive years in this hobby before when I was a kid. I loved sharp corners. That was my thing. In the early 90s, in the late 80s, early 90s, I wanted a vintage card that I would take a card that was off-centered and had 4 sharp corners over a card that was centered and did it. Like, that was my thing too.
Was that really your thing in the 80s, though?
In the late 80s, early 90s? Yeah.
I don't really even remember it being so much of a factor until
everything to me. Corners
1990s.
Yeah, I loved corners. Always did.
Now, I like centering. I like aesthetics over corners.
So do I now, but I didn't at that time.
Oh, now. Okay, there you go. Yeah.
Oh, now I'm all about centering. Like, I love centering. I think it's great, but I switched, and
so did PSA. So there you go.
Yeah.
Look, Brad, I once knew this guy. He claimed to be a collector, but he was just certifiably insane. But then he went out and had LASIK eye surgery, and then the man changed.
I knew it was it.
The man changed, and all of a sudden he comes back from it. They promised him laser vision. He gets LASIK surgery, and now he's injured all the time. He's broken, even more so than he was before. Yeah. And now he thinks Jeff Wilson is a hobby goat. The man's changed. There's a lot wrong with this individual. Like, I don't know what happened. What kind of lasers they were using? Like,
Eric's going to move to Atlanta.
He might have to. That might be the only place they'll accept his views. Everywhere else, he's a pariah. He's a pariah.
What was that?
I said everywhere else he's a pariah.
No, what Yannick said there.
I said he's moving to Atlanta, opening an ice cream cake shop.
Oh, yes, he may well do that.
Look, all I know is that Eric is going to move to Atlanta and set up right across the street from Cardboard's HQ, and that's where he'll have his Geoff Wilson shrine, serve chocolate, cake, ice cream cake, and then have nothing but posters for the new Atlanta Oilers. It all comes together.
I'm waiting
Brad,
to get my Utah hat.
This is the darkest timeline, Brad.
I need a Utah hat.
Wild.
I agree.
He's gonna get one of those delivery service with bicycles or something. They'll get the cards delivered to you.
It's gonna be wild.
There's another thing, like John's comment, I love this. Rough cuts are true delicacies. Back
is
early
true.
on, I used to hate, as a 15,
Really?
16, 17 year
It was
old.
never a factor for me. Well,
I
I'm about 10 years. You're
Well,
you're
I
12
think
years.
Bobby, one of the things we talked about before is that for those O-Peaches, it's a nice diagnostic that at least in a lot of cases makes you feel better that it hasn't messed with.
True enough. Yeah, the
it's not a
trimming is
guarantee,
there.
of course. It's not a guarantee, but if it's there and it looks like it normal, it's a nice diagnostic to be like,
Add
okay,
the
there's a
blue line
decent
to the
chance it
back
hasn't
of,
been messed with,
Gretzky.
at least on that edge. At least
Yeah.
on that edge.
Yeah.
I love it. I love seeing the rough cut now, but I didn't before. Right? You change and you evolve as a collector.
And there you have the blue line on the back of the 79s, or some of them. So, and that's another factor too. People go, "Hey, it's authentic," because they didn't do any reprints with the blue line on the back. So, we have these things that kind of make up our collective interest of what we know in the hobby. The piano wire cutting, that's another issue. But just saying, at least we've anchored our thoughts. But we do change. Yeah, we do have different perspectives. Sure.
Yeah.
Brad's right.
Dan here says registration and color have always been my thing. Yeah, registration, a good image is nice.
Registration is always important. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's helpful. I've never met someone who chases centering. We're not counting Dylan. Double D vintage, Dan. We're not counting Dylan. He likes him some centering. I'm just saying. He allegedly likes him some centering. This is what I hear. Rumors. I hear rumors.
Yeah, there's a lot of Bobby Orr cards in the 60s and early 70s. Is that he's out of register? Like it doesn't even look like Bobby Orr in some of them, and some he does really look clean. And that bothers
usually
me a lot.
my diagnostic though for fake Bobby Orrs is if he's in a Boston Bruins uniform, fake.
Well, you can't even tell; it's so blurry.
Yeah, Chicago Blackhawks is
I think it was
the only real Bobby Orrs. Chicago Blackhawks uniform.
Mm-hmm.
Brad knows this. They taught him in PSA school.
That's
Chicago Blackhawks.
PSA school. There is a thing.
Yeah, PSA school.
I think so.
Listen, Brad's a young man of 22. Brad's a young man of 22. They got him in there. He's one of the new trainees. They're teaching him the ways.
You can see him sitting there with his knees up in that little small desk.
It's the youths. The youths.
I learned something every single day about this hobby. Something new. That's for damn sure.
Don't we all?
Engineer here says rough cuts and tops are pretty scarce. That is true. I seek them out, and yes, they're highly unlikely trimmed. Yeah, it's a good diagnostic. If you see that there, it's way less likely. You're probably not as messed with. You're probably good. Is Bobby Orr the GOAT? If you ask Eric, yes. I tend to favor. I'm a Mary Lemieux guy personally. I like Lemieux. You can make a case for Gordy though. Longevity is a thing too. Like Gordy's longevity was ridiculous.
Gordy's yeah.
Are you forgetting somebody?
No, I have not. No, I'm really not.
Still,
no, I believe I've counted the three best hockey players of all time, and I can't think of another one.
There we go. We can't compare.
You let me know,
eras,
right? And from here, Brad, Marty McSorley's coming by because my insult was too sharp. He's going to try to fight me now, so Gretzky doesn't have to face me.
I'm not going there. I'm not going near that with you tonight. That's for sure. I just came on to hang out with my buddies and get away from work and
stay safe. Yes,
I feel like I've been working for the last 2 hours.
Brad, you set us up beautifully, though. It was good. I appreciate it. It was beautifully done. It was beautifully done.
Play safe with Alex and Andy.
Yeah. After his injury, Eric calls
don't know
everything
that.
a goat. It's very disturbing. That's probably true. I can imagine Eric out in the street. He goes, "Oh my God, that's the goat." It's like, what? It's like Eric, that's your car. Oh, everything's the goat to him now. He's very excited.
I knew it might take a little while, but me and Dan are on the same page. Fantastic.
Yep. I'm a Mario guy too. Best I've ever watched. Yep. There you go. Philly Joe. Yager's up there. Skill-wise, Yager's up there. He had lots of skill, lots of talent.
Consistency too.
Yeah.
Very consistent player.
Dan says, come on, Gretzky dominated and changed the game. Gretzky had transcendent ability to anticipate the play.
Yes.
His mind was great. He was a great skater, great passer, but he also played on elite all-level teams. We've done the comparison with Gretzky and Lemieux. With what Lemieux had to work with, I'm way more impressed with what Lemieux did. And he missed a lot of time to injury. And Bates, if they played the same amount of games, Lemieux would have destroyed all his records. Yeah. But even in the games he played, he still was far more dominant. And he came back after all the injuries and illnesses and everything. And he was dominant when he came back. And he was old. By the time Gretzky was old, he was broken and done. Like he scored 9 goals in his last season. Lemieux was dominant right up until the end, basically, with injuries included. Mario's second all time in both points and goals per games played. Yeah. Basically, when he was there, he was efficient. Every
Yeah.
game that he was able to play, he was able to affect the game in some way. And we talked about this before. What I liked about Lemieux is that he was also able to create his own space if he needed to. He had that option. Gretzky could not create space. He could move the puck around, anticipate, put the puck in a position where then he could go somewhere else. He could create a play that way. Lemieux could be like, I'll do that, or I'll bulldoze through you. And if he absolutely had to, he could do that as well. That was
Well,
another option.
Gretzky passed a lot because his passing, his assists are pretty high.
Yeah, it was his elite
Hard to beat.
skill set. It was his elite skill set. It was the number one thing. He was a great shooter, but his passing was really what set him above.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, the year Gretzky left Edmonton, he took LA to the Cup Finals. They did, and he lost.
Mhm. Yeah.
And actually,
Sadly.
no, that's not true, Dan. The year he left Edmonton was 1988. He didn't get to the Cup Finals until 93. Edmonton actually won a Stanley Cup without him when he left Edmonton.
Oh, yes. That was
In
part of
93, he
their
did get to the Cup Finals.
dynasty, really.
And he lost to
the
Montreal.
80s.
Who loses to a Canadian team in the Stanley Cup Finals? Honestly.
The Leafs. Sorry. Dallas. I don't know. A few other teams.
I said in the Stanley Cup Final.
Yeah, semifinals. Okay.
The
It
finals
doesn't
is
matter.
different.
It's okay. I just had to jab it in there. No problem.
Oh, I forgot.
Also,
I was
Bobby,
not here.
Edmonton is in Alberta. Alberta's not part of Canada.
Yeah.
Guys,
You'll see when they become the Atlanta Oilers.
I'm going to give the sayonara. 6:30. Be at the Bedford Place Mall for the AMG card show.
Oh, you got a card
You
show.
gonna buy some? You're gonna buy some at the AMG card show?
It's the last one,
I
isn't
am.
it?
I hope I am. I hope I'm going to buy some stuff. There's a couple dealers that came down from Montreal that got a bunch of stuff. Looking for a couple Pokemon cards for Sherry that I'm going to pick up, and you just never know what you're going to find.
It's the last
150
one before the fall, right?
No, you're going right through.
No, they're going all summer. They
Oh,
actually
really?
decided
Oh,
to go
wow.
through the summer. Yeah.
Yeah.
Say hi to Mark for me.
Oh man, I'm gonna have. It's always the last Saturday of the month, right?
Yeah.
So
Generally, yeah.
officially booked now for the last Saturday of the month, right through for 2025.
Wow.
Oh, maybe,
Which is
maybe
Fridays,
I'm
trade
gonna have
nights,
to drive
Saturdays,
down
card
there.
show.
So do you have
Maybe I'll have to take the van down there, check it out.
Maybe.
Well, we open the lodge is going to open in 2 weeks, which is beyond exciting. So
So does Nova Scotia, where you are, or anywhere in Nova Scotia, do you have an up north cottage kind of like getaway kind of? Is that mentality there? Like Toronto, it is very much so, but
not really, because I mean it's really
yeah,
fun.
because you're living within it. Yeah, so you don't lose a lot of people going away as we would in Toronto. Because the next show, what this weekend is it? I think Carlos, the CSE.
It's Sunday. Yeah, Sunday,
Sunday,
June
yeah.
1st. June 1st. Yep.
So, you know, you have a lot of people going away and up north and what have you, but you have enough people to sustain it because you do have a lot of Pokemon and other stuff there too. So I didn't know about that culture down there. And Quebec is very much the same too. Is there's no up north. You have your cottage or you have your house and that's it. You know.
Yeah.
Your cottage is your
You
house.
just
Sorry.
live at the cottage.
You live at the cottage, exactly. Yeah. In the annex case, of course, but just saying. In here, everybody goes away. Everyone has to go to Muskokas. They're going up to wherever, Belleville, whatever. Everyone goes away, so it seems, in the summertime. So you have a ghost show. We do have a show coming up on the what's it, June 22nd? I think the Lee Side show is Mark Lee is trying to make a new show at a.
I was going to
different
say,
venue.
I thought you said the Lee Side show was done, so he's trying to do a different.
It
one?
is done, but this is Mark from the Lee Side show. He's trying a new show on June
Yeah.
22nd, right up at I don't know, Jane in just north of around Steeles.
Sure. Now, Bobby, I'm
And-
just going to pause you for a second.
Sure.
So, Brad, I'll let you go so you can get some rest.
Oh,
I know
yeah.
you got the
Sorry.
early start, so you do that. I'll get you out of here. So, thanks for joining us. Appreciate you.
Thank you guys. Thanks everyone. Thanks for the chat.
Okay.
I had
Good to see you, buddy.
a wonderful Friday night. So I appreciate everything. We'll chat to everyone soon.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll talk later, buddy. Have a good one.
See you guys. Thanks
You
a
bet.
million.
Yeah, I just want to make sure he could get out because that way he was able to at least.
True enough,
He's
yeah.
got the early start. So Amanda says, "Relax, Carlos. LA fans out here. Listen, it is what it is. You can't be losing the Canadian team Stanley Cup Finals, Amanda.
Nope.
And you won Stanley Cups after that, so no complaints from you. LA did win down the road. It took later, but they did win. They did win Stanley Cup down the road.
At least
Yeah, was it one or two? I think it was
two.
two. I think yeah. So there you go. You won something anyway. Have a good night, Dan. Take it in. Hey, listen, you win. It counts. I still have I still enjoyed the Dallas run in the late 90s, but unfortunately, like that's pre-HD now. I kind of that's my measuring stick. Like I've watched all my teams win, all of them. All of them have won something. Packers won the Super Bowl, Dallas won the Stanley Cup, and the Jays won 2 World Series. The problem is with the Jays, that was the early 90s. Dallas was
Forgot about the
99.
Argos. Anyway,
It's a
Hey,
team that I
it's
have.
there.
I watched
just
both
saying.
of my teams die, the Nordics and then the Expos. Yeah.
Yeah, it was
I
a team.
watched the Toronto Maple Leafs win in '67, and that's it.
Yeah, well,
That's
look,
it.
if we use the Argos, Bobby, technically, like you'd be spoiled for choice.
Yeah,
Since
true enough. Yeah,
like I'm born in '83. If I just count from '83 on, the Argos have won tons of championships.
Yes,
like in
exactly.
that every decade they've had at least something. '90s they did well and they had
Regularly, I
really-
would say.
It's almost like the
And-
original 6 teams. There's not many in the league. What, 7 or 9?
Well,
at
tell it to
certain
Hamilton.
times?
Tell it to Hamilton.
Oh shit! Yeah, well,
they still
they
can't
just
win.
have bad luck. I don't know.
Yeah, I was gonna say, yeah, they have to go. They have to go back to the '90s, even with only a handful of teams.
Hey,
The
And
Argos,
there's such
every
big
time the
fans
Argos
there.
win, it's like a twisting the knife to the Hamilton folk.
And they're huge fans there. It's amazing.
The Toronto fans don't care about the Argos, and they actually win.
Yes,
The Hamilton fans care a lot, and they
and
don't.
They can't win.
they don't.
I know.
And they can't win.
There's a lot of
real
big
quick, I'll
collecting base out there. When you do the Hamilton show, they do bring a lot of stuff out there. But
Well, look, Bobby, what I want to see is that one of the upcoming series, I don't think it's this week. It might be a week or two from now. There is another CFL set coming out. They're going to have a SP
Another?
Game Used CFL. SP Game Used.
Oh,
and I'm like, that's
season
not a cheap
starts soon.
set. That's expensive. Oh
how
my
much?
God. I'll find the price, but it's not cheap. It's ridiculous.
Isn't it
real
the
quick.
season about to open in the preseason?
July.
It's gonna be it's gonna be soon, yeah. Because usually by July it's already underway. It's already
Yeah,
weeks
Canada
underway.
Day, it's usually almost the first regular weekend.
Something
so-
close to that. Yeah.
Yeah, but there. I think it's June. I think they're starting up in June. I don't know exactly which week, but it's coming soon, actually. Josh here says, "Good evening, gentlemen. Wait, where is Eric? I can't hit the like button if he's not here. Oh, yes, you can.
Oh yeah.
We charge him the same. In fact, I charge him double if he's not here.
You can double click on that.
For tardiness, charge him double.
Mhm.
Anyway, thanks, Dan, for joining in. Appreciated the spirited conversation. I had fun with it. But yeah,
Yeah.
no, like I get it. We're going to agree to disagree on a couple of those things, but it's fine. Look, we still appreciate you anyway. And as long as you make Eric angry, we double appreciate you.
Hmm. True enough.
Mangini says, I actually flew home with Mario in Montreal when he returned from his back surgery. He could barely sit. Yeah, it was consistent injuries with the guy. So that's what I say. I give him a lot of credit. Mario was probably the most impressive player I saw with the ability, with the things that he could do. I was very impressed with Mario. So I'm a Mario guy if you give me a choice. Real quick, I was going to say one more thing here. SP Game Used. See here. CFL SP has not been released has been released previously, not the first year for it. I actually didn't realize that. Okay. So regardless, though, it's wild to me that that's even a thing. So let me see if I can find it. But Yannick, I got to be honest. I would love to know who is actually unironically collecting CFL cards. And I'm not talking about like cheap CFL cards. Like it's actually
I don't know
not.
anyone.
So, but that's the thing. Like SP Game
I
Used.
know CFL collectibles collectors, but CFL cards, no, that's a whole different thing.
Yeah.
Andy
So it's one of those-
collects.
I'm sure,
There you
but
go.
I don't
I'll
think he's
need him. I'm
collecting.
just saying.
I don't think he's collecting brand new though upper deck CFL though
Yeah, he is.
at
Yeah, right,
$200
straight
a
through.
box.
So,
At
so
$200 a
that,
box.
that's
And he
it. He's
documents
the
them
only
all, too,
collector
so.
I know then.
I would love to see if he's
Andy.
collecting them at $200 a box. Yeah, 229.
Wow.
229 looks like. I got to see if that's the newest one or if that's the previous iteration. But regardless, it's going to
How
be
many
right around
cards
200
in the
bucks.
set? 6 teams.
well,
like
it's
30,
it's
like
SP
30 players.
it's SP it's SP Game Used though, Yannick. Doesn't matter. It's SP Game Used.
Okay.
So it's think about what the hockey product is, and you're talking about the focus is on the memorabilia. So yeah, they've got a base set as part of it, but it's like it's very niche, not a lot. Yeah, CFL cards, vintage ones. Yeah, I've got a handful too. I didn't really
Oh,
collect
I
them, but I
know,
want. A very small, dedicated group of guys, very active CFL group I'm part of. Do they collect the new ones though, Josh? Because I had a handful of the vintage CFL cards, like some stuff from the 50s and early 60s.
There's some nice
I've got-
ones.
There are, and there are certain years where I think they had a similar design to the tops because I believe it was similar manufacturer. It might have been tops themselves that did it, but similar design. But I have a handful of those. But the newer stuff, and then in the 90s, I think it was Jago who did a lot of the sets. Jago was one that did it. There were a few other manufacturers sprinkled in, but right now Upper Deck has the license. All the new stuff is Upper Deck.
Upper Deck. See, I would have thought like it was.
Yeah, it was
probably
Jogo.
Get it at Tim
Yeah.
Hortons or something.
Yeah, and they did that for years. They actually had the license for years. They were doing the CFL cards.
They did.
for
They
a
did
while.
about 10 years, I think.
Something like that, yeah.
And some of them were worth quite a bit. Certain years.
Well, yeah, because it was really again, it's a niche fan base, but it's a passionate fan base. Like the
That's some
people
nice
that care
CFL
do care.
collectibles.
Yeah, the people
And
that
then
care a lot.
the Tops, you were right. Tops did a CFL set,
Okay.
which is kind of weird.
That's-
But yeah,
yeah.
it was 60,
Like
60, 61 or 61, 2, something like that.
Yeah. Well,
For
they're also
people that
58.
love, like,
So 58 was
oddballs
one that I
and-
remember as well. Cookie Gilchrist, 58.
Yeah, but I think those were I don't know if
CFL.
I don't think they were CFL cards. I think they Canadian made but American teams. Just saying. I don't know. I'll have to double check that.
No, there was a top CFL for sure. I definitely have cards from that.
58.
58. Yep, 58 top CFL. Yep, I got it here.
Okay.
Right in front. Yeah.
So that was made
I've
by
definitely seen it.
Tops. Yeah.
They were tops, yeah. And it was good. And they're actually nice cards. I like them for what they are. I like them. I think they look nice.
Did they have Opeachy on the wrapper on that? They must have.
Yeah, not sure. So here, this is the one I remember because I still have a handful sitting in a box somewhere. There you go.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, and these ones are all.
Those are
CFL
nice.
cards,
I like them. They're really nice.
I think
The
design.
inserts
To
are
be
good.
honest,
Mhm.
I'm not going to collect the set. But if I was, this is not a bad one. Like this is a nice looking set.
It is.
I think there's some nice cards in it. I still have a handful in a box somewhere. New ones as well. All right, Josh, I like it. Interesting. Oh, then good for them.
Surprise.
They're going to get real excited. There's some SP Game U CFL coming. It's coming right down the pipeline.
I guess.
Joe Theismann has a card that looks like a 71 tops. Yep.
Well, actually, they say Joe Theismann's rookie card is really in the CFL, opposed to him being with the what was it? I forget the team. Was San Francisco? No. Who did he go with?
It was Washington.
Okay, yeah, but
Yeah.
he was with the Argos.
Yeah, he was. Yep.
Yeah.
He won a Grey Cup with the Argos, and then I
And
think
71 was his first card. I think his true rookie. But
I think something like that. Yeah, that's what
Yeah,
Mangini's talking about.
it's
I remember
because-
those ones.
yeah,
I will say,
that's his
like up
true
until the
rookie.
70s.
Is it? Anyway,
Yeah, up until the 70s, like the CFL, even in Toronto, the CFL did well here, basically until the Blue Jays showed up.
it's kind of funny the amount of collectibles related to CFL, like the cards, the inserts, the promos. It's quite amazing. Honestly, when Andy puts all his stuff in there, if you say, let's say, 65,000 pitchers for hockey, there's 350,000 for CFL. It's crazy. But he goes right up to current times. I go to 1990, so there's a little difference between CFL and hockey, but there's more interest in hockey. So, and that's Needham, and that's your vintage hockey collector app.
Ooh, got the plug in there. Nicely done.
I have to.
Paul says, Thiesman. Bastard Chase, how you pronounce his name because he was in the Heisman. Right. That's right. I remember that.
I hate when they broke his leg. I hate seeing that video. It's just like, oh, God.
Yeah. Well, that was a famous one. I think it was Lawrence Taylor. And
Was
they
it?
did an interview. Yeah. And they did an interview with it years later. Now, Lawrence Taylor was a lot of things, but they did an interview years later. And no, Lawrence Taylor apparently felt really bad about it to the point like he went out of his way to like make sure that he understood that it was like, because it wasn't intentional. It was him doing normal
And
football play. He was doing his normal stuff.
It's just the way his leg was, and it was just, oh my God.
But
It was
he
horrible.
felt really, really bad about it because it was a horrific injury. It was like
You
really
watch
bad.
it back on a replay, you go, oh,
Yeah.
God,
Yeah.
damn.
So it's one of those things like it wasn't vindictive. It wasn't meant to be a dirty hit of any kind. It was a normal hit. He's hitting hard because that's what he did, but he
Yeah.
felt bad about it. Good evening, Zach. First time checking in. Good evening.
That was his career
Alex
ending,
Mendoza snapped
wasn't
his
it?
leg
for
in an
Theismann?
normally similar spot. Yes.
It's career ending for Theismann, was it not? I think so.
Thiesman. Yes. Thiesman.
Theismann.
No, Paul was doing. He spelled it phonetically. Thiesman.
Yeah, it's a weird name to enunciate.
Yeah, well,
I get it.
that's the thing, though. I remember that story. He was saying that he actually told people to say Theismann to rhyme with Heisman.
Uh-huh.
So, like, that wasn't the actual original pronunciation. He decided to change it. It's like, hey, do what
But
you
he
gotta
had
do,
no
man.
contention for the Theismann at that point.
He had contention for the Heisman. He was in the running.
Really?
Yeah.
Even coming from the CFL? Really?
Well, this is college. Heisman is college.
Where was he in college?
I'd have to double check. I don't remember.
That's interesting. Wow.
Yeah. So Joe Theismann. I will check.
Yeah, he might have came out. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, that would have been for his college play. Let's see. Where did he go to school? What did he attend? Let's find out.
Must have been
Notre
Harvard.
Dame.
Notre Dame.
Yep.
Fighting
And this would have been late 60s, early 70s, so they were still more relevant.
Late 60s, yeah.
Yeah. So that doesn't surprise me, though. Doesn't surprise me. Have a good night, Mangini. Notre Dame. Thank you, Mike. Thank you, Paul.
Notre Dame.
Thank you for the clarification. Yeah, I know Paul's all over it. He knows the stuff. So that college football is his game.
Yep.
He's big into it. But yeah, no, it was a good discussion. I think it was interesting where we wound up with it. I also understood where a lot of the chat came in as well. It's one of those things where it's always a weird mix to try to get a normal conversation out of it, because I get that people are very passionate about it. I'm less passionate about it. At the end of the day, I'm like, dude, grade with whoever you want. Don't grade. Do whatever.
At the end of the day, you're paying someone to give an opinion based on a guideline that you like it or not. That's it. That's grading right there.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, Yannick, I kind of mentioned this before, and I've literally explained it this way: the inconsistency, the variation, the thing that they're calling out, which totally fair. I get you.
I agree with them 100%.
And I do, but here's the point that I make that's a little different than a lot of folks. For my purposes, it's a feature. Why? Because if you undergrade a card, I want to buy it.
Yeah.
If you got it wrong and you undergraded it and you've locked it into a holder that's incorrect in my favor, I love it. I'm a big fan. So I was like, no, I don't want you to fix the inconsistency.
Please,
I love the inconsistency because that's an advantage. If you look at the card, look at it yourself.
I buy pre-war. I buy twos that can be fours and so on, and other.
And I see a lot of fours that should be twos.
Yeah,
exactly.
And that's completely
especially in pre-war. It seems to be harder to grade a lower grade card than it is an upper grade card.
Yeah,
it's an opinion.
But that is where then your grading eye and your sensibilities can come to your advantage. If you are very comfortable and have developed your eye
in hand, yes, online hard,
and I'm not.
Yes.
But that's what I'm saying. You can go to a show and you find if the dealer is going to go with what it says on the holder, as canon, and that's what they're going to go with, that can be advantageous. Because if the number is wrong in your favor and it gets you a discount, take the discount.
You have to see it at a show because, online, like the scanners, different lighting, it just doesn't do it for you. But in your hand, you can, loop it. You can look at it and go, wow, this thing is like, it's got to be a 3 or 4. And if you're talking pre-war, hey, big difference between a 2 and a 4. So, price-wise, yeah. Because I know Dave was looking for the Vesna for the longest time, the C57, and he kept sending them to me. And I go, no, that's not a 3, because he wants to keep 3s and 4s in his whole set. And I said, that's not a 3. So he bought a 2 that would look like a 4, and I just said, that's the one you want. That's the one you want. It looks too good. It was online, I understand, but it was just like, you got to buy that. I don't see anything, and I looked, zoomed in. It's just like, wow. So that's what everybody's really kind of looking for. And like you said, Carlos, you're always looking for an undergraded card. And
that's what I say. Like for me, if you're going to make a mistake and it's in my favor, I'm in favor of it. I'm 100% on board. So now if you see the 4, it should be a 2. Well, then ignore it.
There was a lot of those. There's a lot of 3s that were actually 1.5s. It was quite surprising. And I sat there and I go, how the hell does that get that? It's got paper loss on the front. Like, what? Why is that a 3? There's no way. Anyways, it's minor though. It's like, that doesn't matter. It's paper loss. It doesn't matter. He sent me probably 10 Vesnas over the course of 4 years, and it took him that long to find his 2. Actually, he's got 3s and 4s, and some 5s. He wanted a 3 for sure, and I said, "That's 2. Get the 2. Just get it because it's too nice of a 2." And now he has it. If he I'd like to see him resubmit it, but he might sell it on Whatnot. Who knows?
Hey, listen, he's got to try. Now,
I'd
I'm going to
like
ask
that.
you a question. I'm going to ask you a
Starting
very
at
light
$1.
question.
There's
Yeah,
5
at that
people
point,
in the group. I'm not okay. Let's stop.
At that point, Yannick, we might have to figure out how to make Whatnot work, and then we'll buy it. So anyway, what I was going to say is, so I'm gonna give an open-ended question. I'm gonna ask, and then I'm gonna right after that, I want to get Stanley Cup Finals predictions because we only got one more series left. We got one more series left,
50-50
and
shot.
and y'all 50-50 chance. We'll get the updated totals from Eric when he comes back next week. So we'll get that total from him.
Yeah.
And Yannick, you can participate in this one. We'll do our final picks.
100%.
Our final picks. All right. Before you do though, here's an open-ended question. It's one of my favorites.
I need a
I
drink.
joked about it with Big Scott. What's that?
I need a drink.
Well, I'm going to get one and two in a second, but we're going to start with this first, and I want the
Go
chat
ahead.
to participate too.
Sure.
So I joked about it with Big Scott. We're already got content. We've got Road to the National thing, and part of what reminded me about it is that over as I'm looking in the corner, Layden Sheldon has his second episode of his series, Road to the National, or as I like to call it, Slow Cruise to the National, because it's 2 months away.
Better put it in low gear. Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
I think he's got
first
6
question.
shows going on. Any which way.
So first question.
I'm going to the Nationals, and
Is
I'm
it
putting
too
in my
early?
bag.
Yay or nay? Is it too early? Yay or nay? And second, if you say it is, what would be an appropriate? Obviously, you can do a series leading into it. That part I'm not even knocking, but over 2 months ahead feels excessive. What is the appropriate
First to
cutoff
market.
start this process? Yeah. So let me open up this question. I'm going to go get my drink, Yannick, if you want to grab it, but just to the chat as well. First,
Sure.
Is it too soon? And if yes, what is the more appropriate timeline? Be right back. Go ahead, Bobby. Too soon, and what is the appropriate timeline? And the chat, please chime in as well.
Yeah, when we look at the Toronto Sports Card Expo, we really don't talk about it until it's about a month away. We do have a little pre-discussion, but we really wouldn't put it on the screen, because it's way too far in advance. So, anyways, I think that it's way too soon, and Road to the National 3 weeks away. That's my prediction, or what it should be, what I think it should be. That kind of gets you the next couple of weeks. You get some stuff done, and then that week is the anticipation. Boom, then you're there. Otherwise, within that last 3 weeks, I can't see it being beyond a month or 2 months, 3 months, whatever it is.
I agree.
Yannick?
It's like, when do you put the Christmas lights on?
When do you
the
take them
day
down?
right
Is the
after
question.
Halloween? Or, you're more like sensitive onto that, and you said like, well, December 1st is kind of like 3 weeks before the National. So I would say like the Christmas light thing, 3 weeks or so. That's
It depends where you live, though, on that question, because realistically, certain places have bad weather, so you don't want to go up a ladder when it's raining and wet.
That is true. That is true.
Snowing
but
out.
you still
or
don't
what
have to turn them on. You still don't have to turn them on like the day of Halloween. You know what I mean?
Some people leave them on all year, so you might as well do that. It's only 360 days to the National.
I mean,
I was about to say, yeah, you might as well have a
comfy shoes.
weekly.
I'm on the road.
National.
I'm on the road to Christmas right now. Is it too early?
I think 3 weeks is pretty good. We start talking traditionally over the course of my years of going to the expo. 3 weeks we started getting into it. A month it's still far enough away. It's okay. Next month it's coming. Yeah, but when it
I'll
gets
make an
into that
exception.
3, 2, 1, bang. Yeah, it's there.
So I'll make an exception. There's some good comments there. I see Bob Boozle, so I'll get to in a second. But Yannick, if you want to get your drink, go for it. We'll fill in here for a moment.
Yep.
So what I would say though is from a content perspective, I think you can get away with, if you would like to do a month, I have a simple way you could do it. One thing you could do if you want to do it as a series, because there's a whole Road to National series.
Like a weekly thing.
You could have you could have 4 episodes is what I would do. You could have one episode where you interview a dealer. You're talking about some specific things related to, again, each episode would be a different theme, a different component of it leading into it. You could bring in a dealer for a week to talk about some of that. You could bring in a couple of collectors to talk about that piece for a week. You could do preparation, could be an episode specifically related to
like shoes
show
and stuff.
if you want to. You could do that, but other things as well.
Yes.
And you could have an episode where you're just talking about your specific plans. There's a 4-week content schedule that still gets you 4 episodes without overdoing one specific topic.
I think the last week is really the latest time that you're not even really concerned about what's going on. You're just going to, it's next week. We're going. I got everything set up. Everything's done. So you do have those, predecessing weeks of 2 or 3, I guess, but a month. Yeah, before
That's what I'm saying.
before
I
a month.
think 1 month, one
safe.
month is enough time where I could literally theme each show with a different theme,
Well,
bring different guests in, and
apply
and
it
you wouldn't
to
repeat yourself
the
too much.
expo. Like, when do we really start talking about the expo? It's really not
Expo,
until
though, I think is a little bit more streamlined. Though I think it's a little more straightforward, and we also do like briefly touch on like signers and stuff for like a moment. It's not a
it's when they
specific
add them,
dedicated
yeah,
episode.
exactly.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's not
sure.
a specific dedicated. So we'll literally touch on elements of it in the weeks leading up to it.
Yeah, but it's
we're
not hype. It's
That's
just
what I'm saying. It's
casual.
not until the last week or two we'll discuss it at more length.
The last
It's
2
just
to
brief.
3 weeks for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's when
Yeah.
we're getting there. Because the last week is almost irrelevant. It doesn't matter. You already got your
Exactly.
plans. You know you're going. You know what you're looking for. It's just a matter of hitting the starting gate and go.
Yeah. So first one here, Bob Ozel says, PSAs just award grades at random to get more money out of gamblers. Listen, I'm in favor of this. Spin the wheel. Let's go.
Let's quote that out.
Yep. Bob Ozel says, I have 2 months to get my wife's feet small enough to fit in these shoes. Do what you got to do, Bob.
Isn't that
Scientists.
Japanese thing where they wrap the foot? No, sorry.
That's a different thing. Bob Ozel says, scientists have 2 months to find a cure for swamp pass. It will not happen in time. But I appreciate the optimism.
There's no
Sadler
cure
fan
for that.
says,
Sorry.
Sadler's fan says a month. More than that becomes silly, which is fair. I think that's fair. IndyCar runs Indy 500 countdowns, previews, and ads for the next year, one day after the current year's events. It's really annoying. That's excessive. That is excessive. I agree with
No,
this.
it's Indy. Don't worry about it.
Yeah. Black Box here says, Carlos said the party store started putting Halloween out in May, so this is tame by comparison. That is true. But I will point out, as I mentioned, so you are correct, but I will point out, though, when that's 70% of your revenue for the entire year, you are going to be planning that well in advance and getting it ready. So I don't blame you. That's so much of the revenue that you'll make in a year. I get it.
I think I have to give a comparative grace to the national in a sense, because the expo is twice a year, so we don't have to wait a full year. We wait 6 months, 5-6 months, depends. So we don't have that great anticipation as it took a whole year, because a year is a long time, really. 6 months, no big deal. You can, you're getting another one in another 6 months. So, so our anticipation is maybe a little bit less extended than the national. So I'll give them a little bit of maybe an extra week or two grace. That's it. Oh, I won.
The thing,
Thank
though, is
God.
that I'm not
Yes.
pinning any of this on the national themselves, because it's not the national organizing it. It's content creators themselves
Yes, it is,
taking it
yes.
on to do it. So
Sure.
it's the national themselves. They're doing their own thing. So I can't pin it on that.
National doesn't have to advertise. They got enough people online.
Yeah,
to-
they got other people doing the work for them. Exactly.
Sure. Exactly. Yeah.
Paul here says, I'm saving funds for the national 24/7. Doesn't mean I need a series about it too early. That's fair. In today's natty content, I saved $20 and sold cards on eBay towards it. Woo content. We always
Ooh.
love some woo content.
Mm.
Bubbles
Is that like
says, I've been
Wu-Tang
watching.
Clan? No.
Listen, it could happen.
Maybe.
Bubbles says, I've been watching Sports Card Dad and his buddies talking about what restaurant they're going to national for several months. That is true. Well, okay. You did get, though, Bob Wuzzle, if you saw, I know you watch Dustin's content, and I watch here and there. Sometimes I do. I did enjoy, though, that he was.
But it's evergreen. You could watch last year's and not realize that it's a year old and still be the same thing.
Well, yeah. But you know what my favorite thing was? After the discussion we had the last couple of weeks and the joke that we had about the whole Geoff Wilson stuff and everything, and like I said, even in the comment section, Dustin commented that he didn't realize just how many times he had gone to Geoff Wilson well. So then yesterday, Geoff had done a video that said "Is Breaking Evil," and then the video Geoff Wilson reaction "Is Breaking Evil" debate fuel. A 44-minute reaction video on Geoff Wilson's "Is Breaking Evil."
I heard, yeah,
episode.
I saw it, yeah. I didn't watch it all, but I watched a bit of it. It was just
I skimmed through it.
When does
too
it
crazy, but I
stop?
skimmed through it.
Please stop.
Look, I'm not. I'm
It's
not
in the
stopping.
algorithm. You can't get rid of it.
I'm not stopping until I get Dustin to actually have a playlist for the Geoff. I want to know exactly how many there are. Like, I skimmed through it. Like, I stopped at dozens, but I want to know. I want to know like a more realistic number. We got to know.
I know.
The people
But
demand
the
these answers.
algorithm keeps coming up and you bypass it going, yeah, I don't want to watch it. I don't want to watch it. And then it shows up on its seventh time and you kind of go, okay, fuck, I'll click it. And then you hear the same shit and you go, what the hell did I even click on that for? That's what happens because there's lacking content, obviously to that time period. So you sit there and go, okay, I'll watch it, see what he says. Because it's got to be good because it's hitting the algorithm. So it has to be, there for a reason and keeps coming up for a reason. The fool.
Not
guy.
necessarily. So
No,
Paul here
but-
says, I got a shout out today in Neo's video. That's true. That's me that had the pizza bet with. Yes, I am aware. He left out that he's going to owe me beer too. Oh, it's the beer. I knew about the pizza bet. I didn't realize there was beer to go along with it. Well played. Well played.
Well, one goes hand in hand, right?
Yeah. Yeah. So just got home from a rodeo in Oklahoma.
Bathroom.
Ticket was $25, a free plate tuxedo. Nothing is free. Bear. Sportscard has become the Howard Cosell to Geoffrey Ali. I like it. I've been part of the fandoms where there are podcasts devoted to podcasts. Yes. Facts. I like it, Yannick. You're in the looking for the Blair Witch.
Yeah, kind of trying to just put some light there at least so I get there. There you go.
How's the right now? The weather should be still pretty nice out there. Yeah.
We had like the shittiest spring probably we had like in a long time. Like amounts of water that it's just.
It was cool.
Like
I won't speak for Quebec, but it was actually, it's been very cold. Well, I'll say cool. Cool is more appropriate. It's been cool for months.
It's been colder, cooler than usual, and a lot of water. It's just been like soaking wet and everything. There's you can't plan basically any more than 24 hours without rain for the last probably like 30 plus days. Plus, I would say even double that. So that's been a spring so far. So I'm looking forward to. We had some summer-ish weather this week, but unfortunately the rain's back tonight and tomorrow and most of the weekend and stuff. So, but it doesn't matter. You do other stuff, but it makes it harder right now to enjoy the outdoors. So tonight was one of those nights. I'm like, man, you know what? I'm gonna have a fire. So
fair enough. I get it.
And the bugs. I'm actually bugs free, so that's actually pretty nice.
Oh, listen, if you're outside and the bugs aren't bothering you, that's actually a good deal.
Yeah.
Bob Ozel here says a bear attack on the live stream could catapult the show to new heights. It's true. It's possible.
Good
so,
luck
Yannick, let me get this from you. Yeah, let me get this from you. All right. I'll get it from Bobby when he comes back. All right. Stanley Cup final. We got Flo Ridas. We got the Florida Mans versus the Edmonton Oilers, pseudo-Canadian. Again, I'm not counting it, but whatever. Fine for the sake of conversation. Oilers, the future Atlanta Oilers or Florida Man. What do we got?
I think I'm going to go with Edmonton. I think it's a 50-50 flip, but basically I think Edmonton's got this one. I think they had the taste of the losing this close last season. So I think this year it's going to be their turn.
Well, history says the same thing happened with Florida last year. History says if you get to the finals twice in a row, lose the first one, you have oftentimes won the second one. So a lot of times you've made the adjustment.
Yeah, basically, like I think I've just read today that it's the third time in 45 years this is happening.
Okay.
Something like that.
Yeah. And Florida's been to 3 straight cup finals. So this is their chance to win 2 out of 3. But at the same time, like I said, Edmonton's got second time we're doing this well.
What about Corey Perry? How about that guy? Yeah. Like he's on every freaking Stanley Cup final team for the last like decade or so.
Oh, it's stupid. It's wild. Here we go. Names here. Name here says, that's right, Yannick. Oilers all the way. Yannick, name. I can't believe it that you would be this supportive of a non-Canadian team. We've got the Florida Mans, and then we've got the pseudo Canadians. They're not even They're not even real Canadians. There is Canadians as the Germans. There's the Canadians as the Germans. We've even got a German on there. Draisaitl. No Canadians there. What are we talking about? Oilers. You got her name? That's right. That's right, Amanda. Amanda, a question. If you're around, do you want to pop on and chat for a little bit? We're going to talk a little bit of the hockey scene in a minute. And you can also give your prediction. Obviously, I know where your loyalties are at, but you can also give a prediction if you like. Let me know one way or the other. Real quick. So I was going to ask you a question. So we've got that. So I'm going to go with the Florida Mans for the salt. The salt is running. Bobby, on your end,
Yeah.
or pseudo Canadians, fake Canadians in Edmonton, or the Florida Mans.
I have to stick with Canada because we're Canada strong here, right?
Well, again, the Oilers are not Canadian, so I don't.
Okay, maybe Tampa. No, I'm going Edmonton for sure.
All right, he's going with the Atlanta Oilers. Fine,
Yes.
either way.
Atlanta Oilers.
You know it.
I will
Hey,
hang
they were-
on and fight on
My
behalf
disdain
of
for
Florida.
Atlanta is
they were
only
the
supported
Atlanta
by the
Flames
Edmonton
once.
Oilers.
They were the
Listen, man.
Atlanta Flames.
It should
Yes.
say all you need to know about the salt. That I don't even like Florida. I have great disdain. I am to Florida what Bobby is to Atlanta. Okay, that's all you need to know. I got serious disdain, but you know what? The salt mine is in full production.
It is.
We're going with
So
it.
it seems.
Yep.
What are you gonna
I'm
do?
going full white trash, Floridian American. Buying a Team USA Chuck jersey now. There you go. I like it.
Oh,
I like
man. Oof.
Wow, he's going for it. That's
Well,
what
it's America
serious.
versus Canada at this point. There's no tariffs in this game, so we're okay.
Not yet.
Well, supposedly there isn't anyways, so we'll see.
Just making a quick note. Got it. Okay. White Florida manheld to the Canes. They had some noticeable issues that Edmonton could exploit. Well, I could argue the other way around too. I would argue that Florida man here, they are a lot more physical. Dallas's mistake for me was that they didn't get a lot more physical because once Edmonton was skating by them that way, then it's like, all right, well then you got to slow things down. You got to basically you got to start laying the extra hits, the unnecessarily extra hits. Jamie Benn, literally, man, at this stage in the game, I have
Ben,
one
we're bringing
job.
him up again.
Well, Jamie Benn's
How
not
many
a free
cards
agent
you got
officially.
in him? Anyways,
I got hundreds.
Right.
He's gonna be a free agent now. His contract ended. So
I hear he's coming to Toronto.
Oh, he could go anywhere he wants. What it's going to come down to is, I'm assuming he wants to keep playing because I think he's only 35, so he could play one more contract for sure. What it comes down to is this: if he was going to resign, Dallas is probably going to, if they're smart, they would offer him like a very team-friendly discount because he's not getting the contract he got last time. Last time he got a very generous contract. He got paid. There were a couple of years where he earned it, and then some years where he did not. It's fine. But now it's going to require a big discount. Otherwise, pursue free agency.
Well, he understands he's 35, so I'm sure he's going to accept whatever comes his way. So
I don't think the issue is that he's 35. The issue is that he's playing very poorly. Like you can be 35 and still be effective. He's not being very effective. It
doesn't matter. He still wants some money. He still wants to play a bit.
Yeah. I don't know, name. I think the Edmontonians lost last time. So right now, Edmonton's a loser until proven otherwise.
I think it'll be a really good series. It'll be interesting how
I hope so. The conference finals were terrible. I hope the finals is better. Like I would like to see a little bit more fight, regardless of who wins. I don't want it to be like
Hatcher's not coming back. Okay.
Florida, Edmonton. That's a lot of mileage.
Bobby, don't forget, Florida has Marchand and Sam Bennett, and more than a few guys who are willing to do that kind of thing.
Yes.
They will not hesitate.
They have guys who skate around them, so we'll see.
Yeah. So we'll see. We'll see if they can manage that. Well, they had guys that could skate around last year, and they still got pummeled in the ground. McDavid got
that was
slammed.
a weird. I think that was the defense and the goaltending. Just my sense of what was going on at that time. So
yeah,
I don't know.
So we'll
I think they're hungry. I think they're hungrier Edmonton than they would be in Tampa Bay.
Oh well, it'll be up to them. It'll they'll build McDavid a statue.
We'll see.
If they win, they'll build McDavid a statue.
Okay.
All the teams
Oh yeah. Well, he's already got McDavid's, McDonald's, whatever. So yeah.
Yeah. All the teams who give the second momentum in the game swung was bad. Yeah. No, the conference finals matches were bad. It didn't work out on either side. All right. So I got all the picks, and then we'll add them to the totals with the other one. I think overall, Bobby, if memory serves me, I think you're gonna end up winning no matter what happens because I think you had the most correct regardless in the rounds.
I think so.
I'll confirm, but I'm pretty sure you're good. Because I think in the conference finals,
I was one up on Eric, and that's about it. I think.
Yeah. So because I don't remember what you picked in the conference finals. I know I picked Dallas, so that's a no. But then I picked Florida.
I picked Edmonton. I know that.
Yeah. Did you pick Florida? Carolina.
No, I picked Florida for sure. Yeah.
Okay, so then you would have gotten both.
Yeah, I would have
gotten
both.
Fine.
Yeah.
You should be fine. Oilers have guys
win
who like
again?
to muck. What's that?
What do I win again?
Ice cream cake.
Eric's undying affection.
Ice cream.
Name says Oilers have guys like to muck it up too. Draisaitl's been playing a great two-way shutdown while putting up points. This is all well and good, but we'll see if he can avoid a Buick. Stu says, I'd like to see McDavid win, but wouldn't mind if Orlando's A Collector's Dream Panthers won. That's fair. He does have a Panthers jersey in the background of his video, so that is facts.
Okay.
That's cool.
And you know what? I did see your comment earlier, Stu. I'm sorry I didn't acknowledge it. I believe I saw it. No, I did read it, but I didn't acknowledge it. So good evening. Thank you for joining him. Appreciate you. But yes, I agree. Well, listen, you got to pick for whatever reasons work for you. Now, we got all those picks locked in here, so thank you everybody for participating in that. Question, kind of circling back around. I did mention the national thing, but I didn't want to get past this because it was a question that was brought up, and I think it was a fair one. So Mike Baseball Collector actually had Andy, who arose from the dead. I actually messaged him after. I was laughing that he was around. I hadn't seen him, obviously. He hasn't made a YouTube video in a while, so he appeared on that video.
Andy, my card collect, my whatever.
She blinded me with refractors.
Blind move. Yeah,
that Andy. So what was interesting to me was that they were talking about the national, of course, but specifically what they were questioning was, and the notable thing for me is that Mike is very much a pro-national at almost all costs. And what I got out of the conversation was some of the issues that I have identified that pointed out that the national, some of the difficulties that it's created. Now it's gotten so big, it's gotten so busy, it's become such a hassle to get hotel rooms nearby because they're going to be in Chicago.
Hearing that, a lot.
Yeah. So now, one of the benefits of Chicago was previously that you could get a hotel nearby that was just across the street, and you'd be able to quickly. Let's say you needed a break, you could shoot over the parking lot.
Don't they have one in the same building or something?
No, but they've got very close. They're all very close, there's several very close, like literally walking distance across the parking lot, and you can head over to a couple of hotels. So that's great if you need a breather. You want to take a break, drop your stuff off, whatever. Huge. The ability to be able to leave the facility and go over, great.
Well, so sort of like the expo too. There's all these, hotels right around there. Some, walking
but I'm talking even closer though. I'm talking literally like you can walk through.
You walking out the building.
A couple of them, Bobby, are across the parking lot.
You're in your hotel.
The hotel is there. Like when I'm talking close, I'm talking
we don't have
close.
But we have pretty close, like 5-minute driving, 2-minute driving. But yeah. Then you lose your spot.
I have my van.
You got your van, I know. You don't want to lose your spot, though.
Yeah.
The
point though was the advantages of that, obviously, were that you were able to get nearby, and that was great. But one of the things that becomes is if you are not able to get one of these really close ones, then yes, you can still get hotels around. There's still hotels in the area. Sure. But now if you have to Uber or you have to use one of these things,
but it's downtown,
now you lose some of that advantage. You lose some of that advantage. And obviously, as those got booked up super quick, then all of a sudden you have escalating costs. So you're taking something that's already expensive and then making it even more expensive because so many people are diverging in the space. And because of the additional people, the show itself is more crowded. It's more of a hassle to get around, as it gets busier, all these things as the show becomes more compacted with people. The show was already last Chicago show was already approaching capacity. Now we're basically there. Cleveland was barely able to handle the logistics.
Yeah.
Now we're back to Chicago, and I think they're going to open up the second floor and do a couple of things to help mitigate it. But all those challenges that I've talked about in the past are now enough that it gave Mike and Andy a little bit of pause. And they were kind of at the point where if it wasn't for the fact that I like hanging around with people, the people that I'm doing that with, that add that element to it for me, the rest of it might not be worth my effort.
Well, like I said, it would be a social event more than anything else.
Yeah.
Like, I don't think there's a lot of things there for me, as Dave has professed many times with, hey, what do you think about this? Yeah, that's cool, but how much is it? That's twice the price. You can't even buy anything there. So it would be more of a social event if I ever went down. But best part for me would be I could stay at Dave's house. So.
Yeah. But my question is this. So I'll read Sadler Fan's comment, but then I want to pose a question to you. So I gave you the groundwork, but I want to pose a question. My big takeaway, though, is that I was surprised that Mike, of all people, acknowledged that the hassle is increasing to the point that it's becoming harder and harder to justify it with all the other options available, regional shows and all this. Yes, they want to hang out, but it is getting tougher. And that was an acknowledgement for him because he was like a National for Life hardcore, would crawl across broken glass for the longest time, but it's becoming tougher.
Is it really? When these guys have their notoriety, in their forefront, I think it's beneficial for them to go. I think they feel more than your regular collector just going there to collect. I think it's more of a social um, um, aspect of the show is just showing up and being who you are. And Mike's, a lot of people follow him on the show, and I'm sure he likes the accolades that he gets from that. That's fine. And I think that's what more of it is turning into, opposed to going there for a buying show. For Mike, I don't
But
even know.
it should tell you something, Bobby, that with
Yeah.
that said, Mike is still more hesitant than he's ever been on it. It's clearly not enough, because the reality of it is that if it becomes more of a hassle, notoriety is who cares? Like it's an expensive trip, it's expensive vacation. Yes, you want to hang out with people.
Well, he's already
Yes.
at critical mass. At his point of popularity is
Yeah.
already there. I
Yeah.
get it. All these up and
Like
comings
the
are
benefit
different.
isn't there. It's not like he's getting paid to be there. So it's not
No,
like
no,
he's
no,
yielding
no.
this benefit. He still has to pay his freight to be there. Yeah.
But
And one of the challenges
all
they
the
were
people
talking
who
about.
have podcasts since 2000 and 2005, they've only had like 4 or 5 years of really doing this, and I think they still have that sort of that calling or longing to keep going. For that recognition that they get for going, and I think that, and Mike's past that point. I think he is to that degree.
Well, I think
It's
it's
like,
different if
yeah,
you're
okay, I've seen enough.
I think
and,
it's different if you have brand deals with folks, if you're in panels or you've got some
yeah, that's
association.
another part. Yeah, sure.
If you're coming as an attendee who happens to be doing some stuff, like, let's put it this way. I've talked about this before. I said there's a level of inconvenience where certain things, even if it's something interesting, I use this analogy a lot of times. I said, your friend calls you, a good friend, and says, hey, you want to hang out and have a coffee? Assuming there's no major issues, sure. Your friend says, hey, you want to go get a beer? Again, assuming there's no major issues, sure. Let's say somebody calls me up and says that, and they want to go meet up downtown. I can get on the GO train, I can go down, not a big deal. It's a little out of my way, but not really out of my way. Not that the point is not that much out of my way.
Mhm.
They say they want to go all the way at a bar in North York. Now you're getting a little further out of my way. The point is the quest is still the same. They're still a good friend, whatever, but now you're making me go a little bit further. Could I still do that? Yeah, it's still doable. Now they say they want to do it in Vaughan. Okay, you're making my life a little tougher. Now it's like,
yeah.
do I really want to? My point is, eventually, whatever it is, you reach a point at which, listen, it's not that I don't want to hang out with you. Is that now you're adding time that I got to get over there, a cost, whatever it is, you're making my life too difficult for me to want to do this.
It becomes an inconvenience. I get it.
Correct. So there is, whatever that line is, everybody's line is going to be different.
Yep.
What is the line? And when you cross that line, then all of a sudden it's no longer worth it. And even if, yes, they're your friends, yes, you'd like to hang out, but there's limits to this. There's a time limit, there's a cost limit, there's all these things. Once you cross that line, I can't do it anymore, or I don't want to do it anymore. Not at that point.
Well, in the content creator space, being there is everything, to them, because it's putting their name forward, them advancing their watch count to be higher. I get it. I understand that. And maybe Mike's at that point where he's just like, okay, yeah, I had enough. There's times that, if I went back to 2000 to 2015, let's just say, I was the main guy walking in. Everybody respected me because the books I've written, and a lot of people collected, and so I was really, and I was writing for the magazine. I wrote in Beckett, I wrote in CSC and stuff like that. So I did get a lot of that, but it comes to the point that you just really don't care that much about that part of it. Like, there was a certain point that we all love the accolades. I get it. Okay, yeah, but at a certain point, it's just not a show to you, really. And do I really even want to go there for all those days? Because remember, it was a 3-day show. Now it's a 5-day show. So now it's sort of like, I just go there for the collectibles. I don't care about the social as much as I once did. And the social has actually lessened because we have a new generation of collectors. So that is the difference there. So me going now, it's just a matter for financial benefit. Looking at the stuff, talking to a few people, just, I could leave on, I can go Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. I could probably not even go Saturday, Sunday and still have a good time without having to go all those days, and there's no expense to me. Whereas there's an expense to these guys because they have the hotel, they have to go out and eat every day, they have, make the rounds and what have you. So yeah, I can see it being a little bit, to guys like Mike, I could see that. Yeah, perfectly.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I just think it's going to interesting because it gets to a certain point. The fact, one of the things he brought up, and I'll touch on it here in a second, some good comments, so I'll read these. But one of the things he brought up, which is changing slowly, is that for these guys, previously, they were able to get either press credentials or dealer badges,
Yes.
which saves you an expense. It saves you one thing less to worry about that is arranged.
Sure.
But it's become tougher for some of these guys to the point they're not getting them anymore.
Oh,
So
really?
now it's like, now you got to pay it out of pocket. Sorry, you got to come in. The old fashioned, you got to be with the
I'm no
commoners. and
longer
pay-
special.
Yeah, correct.
Yeah.
So now I'm taking one more thing away that was a benefit to you previously. So now it's like, okay, again, it's like the analogy I just used. I just made it a little further. The same thing. Oh yeah, you're still hanging out with your buddy, but it's like, okay, at a certain point, now it's getting a little tough here. Real quick. So Stu says, my hotel is a Skyway across the street away. I think you're going to be okay then. If you're across the street away, I think you're good. But it's the people who are outside that range now that are going to be the problematic ones. Paul is always with his analogies here. Paul says, it's a lap dance. It's worth going once. Prices are stupid. It wasn't driving distance for me. I'm passing on it. It'll be fun to meet Dakota face to face and drop them off at Gacy's. Love it.
Gacy's. Oh, wow.
Yeah.
That was a
You
deep
know,
one.
he's
Wow.
referring to. You know he's referring to when he says Gacy's.
I know. Yeah.
Yeah.
We did.
He'll show him the crawl space. So Amanda says, it's so crowded. I got to say hi to people I don't see otherwise. It's not even close to my favorite show. Fair. The second floor is the location of the Chicago Sports Spectacular. Correct. Absolutely.
So
Yep.
what is her favorite show, though?
Ooh, a valid question. I think I know the answer, but I'll leave it to her to answer. Sattler says the video did suffer more from not talking about issues that you guys talk about and more about their Noah guy privileges are being curtailed by new owners. So agreed. In that conversation, one of the things they were concerned with was obviously what I just mentioned. It's nice. Let's just be truthful. It's nice to be able to have the connections or relationships or whatever to be able to get a dealer badge or a press pass or whatever the case may be. And I talked about this on Big Scott's Live when we were talking about it. And Eric from Those Back Pages was in the chat and had talked about that on a video as well. So just to make a long story short, what I said was it's become tougher for some of these guys because previously they were able to get some of these things a lot easier. The new ownership of the National has curtailed the dealer badges. They're a lot more stringent about, I want to see people with dealer badges that are actually working the boots. So that's one.
Yeah, I understand that.
And then for the press things, it's tougher to get those too. So you got to basically be able to justify it and be able to know a guy who knows a guy to be able to get you in. Because what happens is some of these guys were YouTubers who would make videos, but realistically, you're not making videos at the volume or at the level of
that we want.
You're not qualifying as a full-fledged influencer, so we're not saving a spot for you. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yep.
That's all I'm talking about. And I just said, and I was very honest. I just said, Eric, it's like, it's not that nobody can get a press pass. There are people that can get press passes.
Oh, yeah.
Card Collector 2 can get a press pass if he wants one. Geoff can get a press pass if he wants one. There are other people in the space who can't. Not everybody, though. And they're being pickier about that. It's unfortunate, but they're being pickier.
It kind of reminds me of the time that we used to go for a guys' weekend up at the cottage, from 18, 19, 20 till about 24, 25, and then it stopped being the guys' weekend. It became, I got other things in my life that's happening. I'm maybe getting married, or I have a kid. I can't keep doing this stuff, and it sort of seems that same way, in a certain way that you kind of get. I had my fun. Okay, that's good, and I'm good now. I'm good now. And you just sort of move on. It's not that you don't want to go or want to go. It's like, is it the expense that I really want to put money into? Do I want to go through the inconvenience of everybody being elbow to elbow in the place? Because it's, like you said, it's, capacity plus.
All the answers are no.
Oh, okay. So there you go. No, and no.
So
I think I speak for me and Carlos.
What's that?
Yeah. Like, that's the thing. Like,
but I'll ask a question back. Like, are you going to miss the next expo in the fall? No,
but that's a whole.
But is it different?
My cost
than when you first started going?
For me, it is, Bobby. It's literally in my backyard, a hop, skip, and a jump. Which
I understand. Me too.
Even for me, Bobby, I'm in a situation that it's not the same and equal level for everyone. I have family there. I'm basically rent free, and it's only the cost of me driving a car. So But
if it was different, you might change your mind, because you get a certain fill in your life of the hobby, and you get enough online. We get on the
Oh,
show. We
true.
get all these other things.
It's part of twice a year for me. It's set in concrete.
But it's still
I'm
a
always
guy's
gonna be there
weekend that we
until like
enjoy. We go to Montana's for shitty food and all those things.
Wonderful
I
food.
can't
Everybody
miss
loves
the
it.
Montana's
on.
this
I
time.
can't imagine who didn't love it. But Bobby, to your
I
point,
like
though,
the dessert. Okay, I'll give them
the
that.
dessert was good.
Yeah.
To your point, though, like, look, we're all being serious here for a second, though. It is also, if we're being correctly and truthful, it is also a fact that in that show, if we're talking about the expo,
Yep.
I can get a dealer badge without any issue. No issue, no problem there. If, and again, I'm being truthful, and I said that on Big Scott's thing, I do know who to reach out to if I wanted to try to get the press version of it. That wouldn't be a problem. It can be done. At least I can
dealer
directly
pass or whatever.
Yeah. And by the way, and speaking of dealer passes, the one that I get is not the only option I had available to me. I've had additional offers for dealer passes, separate, specifically said, if you need one, just let us know. So for that show, I can. Obviously, I've got that built in. So I don't have to pay for that pass anymore the last couple of years now.
Yeah.
But it's a nice thing. Is it a big deal in the grand scheme of things? No, but it's less money that I have to spend. It's less money that I have to spend.
For those
I
who don't have that opportunity.
Correct. So and literally I can go in and I got the pass, and when I'm ready, there you go. There's access to all those things. I am friends with several of those people in it, and we can participate, have these conversations, have these chats. That's an advantage to the show.
Yeah.
A different show, you wouldn't necessarily have that. And if you don't have that, and then I tack on the costs and the additional all this, and for the Chicago show, I'd probably have to hop on a plane. Cost. I'd have to go get a hotel. Cost. And if you don't have any accesses or any of these additional things, and then this is all out of pocket, I'm sorry, this is not look, Eric's like button is wonderful, but this is not that lucrative a venture to the point that it's worthwhile. No. Even for national videos, Bobby, those views aren't going to get it done.
It's kind of funny. I went to that, what was it? I forget the show. It was the non-sports and sports. It was a little bit of both.
It was the CSC probably.
Yeah, it was the other CSC, and I was in there talking to Steve, and he goes, Bobby, why don't you just let me know and I'll get you in. I said, yeah. Oh, okay.
Anything you can save at that point is helpful because it takes
a
little
at
of the
that point
edge off.
For that place. Yes,
it takes a little of the edge off. Just whatever, even a little bit is nice just to have in your pocket.
Yeah,
for whatever.
And I was just walking around, just talking to people. It wasn't
Correct.
Like I was really buying anything. It wasn't really
Correct.
That kind of show. But it was interesting to see. You were there, and it's in Toronto. It's just a 30-minute drive, so why not? Get you out of the house.
You guys live where it's all happening, right? So it's
with the expo, and those.
So I have to factor that in. If I'm being truthful and honest, we talked about this before. If you put the expo on a rotating thing similar to the national, but you actually went and rotated, you put the expo in Edmonton, like the real expo, not the Edmonton expo, like the expo.
Yeah, the expo.
I'm not going to Edmonton for it.
No,
it's not happening. You put it in Vancouver. I'm not going to Vancouver for it.
No.
I'm sorry. So Bobby, right there, that answers your question. And it's still in this scenario, I'm saying take the real expo with the whole thing, not a truncated version, the whole deal.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
I'm not traveling to do it. I love the expo, but I'm not traveling.
Traveling just a small distance, though.
Correct. Yeah, it's in my area.
It's worth it.
Do that.
For us. Correct. And it's hard to look out of that sphere, because if I was to travel and take get a hotel and have to eat out every day, and which I kind of do.
You can justify the expenses and the time twice a year.
I would only go for 2 days. I think if that was the case, I don't think I'd stay for the 4. Yeah. If it was prior to 2000, I would stay for the 4. After 2000, things changed so much that I would say no.
That's why I say, I'm not going to knock anybody who says it's too expensive for them, because I understand it works for me because of where it is and the situation. But if you change the situation, I would have to reevaluate.
Yes.
And my answer might be different. Zach here says real quick, a trip to the National seems risky. All the drawbacks you highlight, it just seems like you can spend the money to get there and just not have a good time. I just want to buy cards. If you just want to buy cards, I agree. That might not be the best use of your money.
Just going to buy cards, I think it's more of a social thing than it is.
No, but that's what I mean. That's
being in the hobby. It's not even about buying cards.
That's Zach's point, though, Bobby. Zach is saying for him, his interest would only be in getting the card, at which point it's a bad investment. It's a bad use of your money.
It's not like you're going to get a deal there.
Yeah, it's a better ways to spend your money.
Yeah, exactly.
Stu says, I do Thrifty National, 3 guys in a room at the Hyatt for $179 each for 3 nights, drive 6 hours.
See,
and
that's
split
great.
gas. Hey,
Then you
man,
can
I call
hang
that
with
a
your buddies and
smart,
have some
Perfect.
fun.
smart
Do
way.
it.
It's not a
Have
thrifty
2
way.
drinks,
It's
go out
smart.
to first steak. You know, it's great. Yeah.
Amanda says, Hot Fall Expo is my favorite by kilometer. I appreciate you including the kilometer.
A
Well played.
kilometer. Ooh, that's
Well played.
nice.
Paul says,
Where
Blue Dex
is she?
VIP
Why isn't she doesn't want to come on?
She's apparently babysitting children. I did tell her that now is a good chance.
Billy comes on. He's babysitting
No.
dogs.
No, but Bobby, I said specifically, I my exact words were, time to toughen them up. Send them out on the street and let them fend for themselves.
Yeah.
How are they going
This
to build
isn't Party
character?
City.
How are they going to build
Fly,
character?
little birdies.
Yes.
How else are they going to build character, Bobby?
Exactly.
Paul says, the Ludex VIP package will be VIP badge will be nice for me. Pack odds coming soon to Ludex. Hashtag. I appreciate including the hashtag.
Oh.
Pretty cool to split the Hyatt. Absolutely. Random Esports. Good evening. Just spent $300,000 a year on cars. They will give you a pass. That's an Eric like button for me. Hobby is dying always. Amanda says, first dealer passes, then come influencer boxes. Listen, with the amount of things I say about Upper Deck, I don't think the influencer boxes are coming, Amanda.
No.
I don't think they're coming.
It might be CFL though.
Maybe CFL. Maybe that would be what they'd give.
Yeah.
That's the box.
You
Sounds
get a Tim
expensive.
Horton case.
Oh, maybe.
Yeah, that's all I get.
that's
Exactly.
Wow.
I might get a pack. I might get a pack and it's already been pre-opened. Thanks. That sounds expensive. Is it real entertainment? Maybe. Name, we need a Vancouver Expo. Go for it, kids. At the end of
Well,
the
they
day,
already
these
have
shows
the
are about-
Bosa show out there, so it doesn't matter.
Yeah, they've got a show for Vancouver. Yeah.
That's the
At
thing.
the end
Yeah.
of the day,
That's Dale and I forget his wife's name. Jeez.
What is it
Anyways.
called?
Bosa.
Boza.
yeah, it's Bosca.
BOSA, yeah.
Isn't it BOSCA?
It's not Bosca. It's Bosa. BOSA.
Or just BOSA?
Actually,
Okay.
look
I
it
don't
up. Look it up. I think it's
double check. I
Bosa.
thought there was a C in there. Maybe I'm wrong.
Never heard of it. Really? Like
just
I
going-
know
I'm
there's a
just
West
going-
Oh, they've
Coast.
been going
from
on
memory.
for years. Like Dale's been. Like,
I know. I'm sure. Probably when I used to
long
live
time.
there.
Bobby.
Like,
Okay,
where-
it's two
whereabouts
S's.
in
It's two
Vancouver?
S's.
Oh, it's
It's two
BOSSA.
S's. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. So there was one more letter
And-
there. It's
So
like
it's
the
Bossa.
yeah.
Bossa
It's
or
Bossa
yeah.
Promotions. Yes.
Yeah. And
Where
that's
is it?
Dale
It's out of
and
Vancouver.
what's his
Burnaby,
wife's name?
BC. So they're doing one in Burnaby,
Okay.
BC, and they might have a couple of other ones in BC.
Yeah, they have a
Burnaby.
small. Yeah.
So those ones are in BC.
Makes
Saddler
sense.
says at the end of the day, these shows are about spending money for the opportunity to spend money. Truth. Dan's got his phone chars.
I
Welcome
don't
back,
know
Dan.
if it's about spending money. I can test that. I think it's about finding things that you don't normally find. I think that's my premise of going to an expo is finding the things that I don't normally would find online.
Yeah, if some of the dealers bring their
It's not
A+
about spending money.
stuff,
I never
yes.
consider spending money because I don't spend money if I don't want to spend money. It's just if I don't see anything, I don't spend money. I'm looking for what I can't find elsewhere. And I think that's what the show really is for me more than anything else. And I think that's everybody else. I know a lot of people come looking for, okay, rookies and looking for, young guns, whatever. I get it, but that'll give you your best choice. It's not about spending. I never consider the hobby about spending money. I consider the hobby about finding things that you're looking for. And if you can divide that, I think you'll have a better time in the hobby than you will than saying spending money. I didn't mean to bitch you out on that. I'm just saying, that is the true hobby that you really want to be in. If you're talking about spending money and then, you might as well buy stocks or whatever.
Well, Bobby, I got to be honest. The true spirit of Christmas and the reason I'm at the expo is fine dining like Montana's. Saddler fan says,
Yes.
I know people like talking about value in the hobby buying cards, but it also applies to everything else. True.
Yeah.
Paul says, if you're trying to find one card to complete your collection, it's also worth sometimes. Depends on the one card, but it can be. It can be in some instances. Stuff comes out there that won't be seen at any other show in the year. Again, depending on the stuff, but not
It's the
incredible.
thing that you go up to somebody's booth and you go, and that, that quick breath in and just go, wow. Yeah, that's what that's what I want. I'm really looking for that. And that's, you don't find it on eBay and you don't get that same feeling. It's that the elation that you get from when you finally find the thing that you're really looking for at the right price, obviously.
Yep. Dan here says, now the PSA guy is on. Brad, Dan.
Brad's gone.
Carlos, are you mad at me, bro? Dan, never. Listen, you, my friend, I appreciate your passion. I appreciate
Dan
how
should come
willing
on.
you
He's
are.
still there. What the hell is
Yeah,
he
he's
doing?
still there. But Dan, I appreciate how passionate you are, and I appreciate how willing you are to be wrong. And one day you will embrace our PSA overlords and the SGC 11s they will bring to us. They will bring us SGC 11s. See the light. See the light.
Mhm.
But no, Dan, I could never be mad at you because I appreciate you, bro.
We like Dan's. He's got good videos. What do you want?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Double D. Good evening, Dylan.
Double
This year, I'm
D.
treating myself to a big card instead of spending $2,000 and traveling 2 or 3 days of travel. I miss seeing my friends, though. Truth.
Yeah,
well,
that's
that's the
he's got
balance,
a
right?
trek going to. Oof.
Yeah. Well, Dylan is all the way in Hawaii, so for him,
Hawaii.
it's a trek. For him, it's a hike. Yeah. So
They had a
any,
national in Hawaii.
Honolulu
so-
to
any trip to the
Chicago.
mainland is a bit of an issue, so it requires that additional. So for him, you are doing the. Now you're no longer doing Vaughn, Bobby.
Now
Now
you're
I got to go to
talking- yeah.
Vancouver to meet my buddy. From here.
yeah,
It's very inconvenient. It's no longer convenience.
that's like a $4,000 trip. Yeah,
Yeah, it's it requires that additional hashtag effort.
that's the Price is Right main, kind of thing at the end there. Yeah,
Yep.
win trip to
Success degree,
Hawaii.
Bobby, find it.
No,
Really finding the next things you don't find anywhere else. Yes. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's next level travel. Exactly. So that's why I say, like, to that point though, it's not that Dylan doesn't not want to go to the national and hang out with the folks or whatever. But now you're not talking a small inconvenience. You're talking a whole production. It requires that additional planning, that additional effort.
but isn't that the process of the hobby though? In general, like, isn't that what we go through? Isn't it the experiences that we have?
It is if the
that is the
experience
true
is worth the
essence of
pay-
the hobby that I think a
It
lot
is
of
if the
people
experience
miss.
is worth the payoff, Bobby. If the experience is worth the payoff, then yes. If the experience, it would be really cool. It's not worth the payoff, then the answer is no.
Well, what is worth the payoff though? Is finding the right thing, or meeting your friends, or how do you balance that out?
Well, I don't know. How do you balance it out? What's
I
the
balance
price
it
at
out
which?
by,
What's the price
I
at
always
which you
have a
no
good
longer
time,
want-
regardless.
No, sure,
in
Bobby.
some-
But if I tripled the price for you, would you still have a good time and still want to do it?
well, I wouldn't buy if it's triple the price, so I wouldn't care. But at least I
No.
met
What
my
I'm getting
friends.
at, Bobby, is we're close by. If we're talking,
Sure
expert,
enough.
we're close
Yeah,
by.
I know it's hard for us.
If I
yeah.
said you have to hop on a plane and pay $2,000 to hang out with your friends, are you still interested? That's what I'm getting at.
Twice a
There is
year,
a-
once a year, I could see it. Twice
I
a year,
get it.
maybe not. Maybe I'll just save for the fall show or something.
All I'm getting at, exactly.
Yep.
That's what I'm saying. All I'm getting at is that there is a line. Once we
Sure.
cross that line of effort or cost or whatever,
Sure.
now it's a decision. Now we got to think about it a little bit. It's not automatic anymore. Right now, the expo for me, where I am at, and all these situations, it's pretty automatic. Unless something weird happens, I'm going to the expo. But if you create a scenario where now it's more difficult for me, again, if Menzies says, "All right, guys, we're doing the rotating thing. We're doing it in Vancouver," I'm like, "No, thanks, buddy."
Nope. Well, he already does it. Edmonton. They want to start a Saskatchewan show. Like, I'm not traveling out there. There is
That's
not
what-
enough
this is what I'm
to
saying.
go. Yeah.
This is all I'm getting at. So I'm saying it's not wanting to hang out with friends. It's like I'm only willing to go so far. There is a limit. After we pass that line, I can't, and I'm not. It doesn't make sense for me to do it.
No,
Hey, travel
I understand that
experience
for a
there.
lot of people. Yeah, sure.
That's exactly it. So I'm always sympathetic to that.
Yeah.
I can respect that. A travel experience is fine. Having flown back and forth Hawaii in 2023, totally respect that. Chicago's a 2-hour flight for me. Yeah, exactly.
Well, that's
There's a
not
big
bad.
difference. Yeah,
2
big
hours. That's it.
Yep. Depending on where you're in the country. I think, Dan, correct me if I'm wrong. Aren't you somewhere around New York State? You're saying Fanatics versus Subway, right? So I think you're in New York State. And if
Yeah.
that's the case, yeah, Chicago should be a 2-hour flight for you.
Yeah,
Sounds about
not
right.
bad.
A new national would be the Burbank shows. Yeah. Well, from where you are, it makes more sense. That's closer. And the Burbank shows are very large shows now. Like some of these regional shows are getting huge. So it makes sense.
There's shows everywhere now. It seems like there's more shows than there are sports cards. It's kind of
But
crazy.
so that goes back to my original question, though. Speaking of the national, what I say when Mike Baseball Collectors conversation was one of the challenges they identified, which is we've talked about it. It's factual. Yes, the national is the biggest show. We all agree. However, if the desire is to hang out with friends and go to a large card show, now you've got a variety of large card shows regionally in different areas where you could still meet groups of friends. You could still make arrangements to hang out and be there. If you're in the US, you're the Philly
You can
guys,
be
you're the
picky.
Mike O's, you're the Mike O's, you're the Wesker Griffs, you're those guys. They're in Philadelphia. You want to go hang out with those guys, you go to the Philadelphia show, guess what? They're going to be there.
Yeah.
So it's very easy to arrange to hang out with them at a Philadelphia show.
And
You go down to
how
Dallas.
expensive is a hotel in Philly?
But I'm saying, if you wanted to, under the right circumstances, you could arrange it. If
Yes.
you want to, you want to go down to where Dallas is. Well, guess what? There's a bunch of folks around there that could meet you in Dallas. Strongsville for the vintage. That's a big one.
Yes.
So
That'd
that's
be an
become a
interesting
social
one.
event for the vintage guys, so they can all go there and they can meet up. That's not as big as the national. As a matter of fact, it's many factors smaller. However, it's got exactly the stuff they're looking for.
It's
So when
more
they're hanging out
quaint.
for it, makes more sense.
It's more
Yeah.
quaint. Yeah, I understand that. Yeah.
It's just it's easier though to make arrangements. It's easier to get a group of friends to go there, and it's easier to hang out at the show and after hours of the show.
And you don't have to contest with 60,000 people.
Correct. So that's what I'm getting at. It's about the
get it.
size of the national now, adding that extra hassle, that extra logistics. These regional shows
But
can
it
offer
is
you a
the
lot.
show, right? So
It is. It is. Sure.
So, it's all talk about the national. It's not like, hey, it's a month and a half before the Philly show. No, it's really all about the national. I think people miss out on the main aspect of this hobby. It's not always about the cards or the collectibles. It's really about the social event that you have with your friends. It's about finding things that you maybe never find elsewhere, and that you can share that with other people. It's really more, the hobby is turned into it's always been for me, but I mean, it's always been a social event where you can add something to that. It's sort of like going on a date with a girl and realizing that her father's a multimillionaire. Just
Wow.
or something like that. Just
Wow.
saying. It is the benefit.
Oddly
It's
specific,
friends
Yannick.
with
Oddly
benefits.
specific.
It's friends with benefits, and the social aspect is very, very important, because if you had a yacht and you couldn't let anybody sail on it, why would you have the yacht? And I think that's what the expo and the national is really all about, is getting together with the friends and sharing fun between each other, because otherwise you can sit in the corner and play with your cards all day. It doesn't really matter. But when you can share that with other people, I think that's really gives you a sense of solace in the hobby, a personal sense of satisfaction. And I think that's what we all kind of miss in the hobby sense.
It's the one time a year you can find stuff and brag about it live, like ooh, look what
Live,
I got.
exactly. Dude, look what I picked up. Oh, Medano, double signed autograph. And I'm just saying.
Listen, you wait until all those
I'm
other
just saying,
Medano
I gave you the prompt. There you go.
Yannick, Bobby always tries to take these shots of Medano, and then I got all the Medano
It's not
guys.
shots.
Going, hey,
It's
will you
actually
sell
a
it to
good
me?
shot. It wasn't a bad shot.
Good shot. It's a good shot. It's a good
It
shot.
was a good shot.
Whew.
I could have said,
The barrel was so much nicer before, Yannick. So much nicer. Not a manapiece. Terrible.
Guys,
See what happens now?
I'm sorry.
Now that he can no
Your
longer
salt is
direct
rubbing
all his
off with somebody.
now
so.
that he can no longer direct all his hatred at Gong Show. Now he lashes out at everyone else. It's unbelievable.
I'm sorry, I have to redirect.
Guys, Carlos, I'm running out of gas for tonight, so I'm gonna go.
Well, you got indoors, so we knew that something was up.
Yeah, I've only spent 12
Yes.
hours watching the freaking guys do our roof. Oh my god!
Yeah, no. There
And
we
I
go.
gave him a
Thanks for having
$9,000
me, man.
check.
It was a good evening. Especially that Eric wasn't there. That was just like, wow.
Oh, it
Oh,
makes
It's
it
like
better.
a dream
Yes.
come true.
It was everything.
Yes.
Go
Sounds
ahead.
good.
Take
Have a good
it
night.
easy,
Yeah.
guys.
Take it easy.
Thank you.
See ya.
All right,
See
I'm gonna
ya.
read a couple of these comments here. We'll get caught up.
Sure.
We're doing YouTube event at Shriners this year. Nice. Stu
Oh, the
says,
Shriners. I would like to go there one time. Yeah, I've heard a lot about it for years, decades.
I like that Yannick was stuck frozen for a minute.
He was stuck like me.
I love to go to the Expo or Strongsville, but it's more expensive than the Chicago National for me. That's kind of surprising that it would be that bad. I think, Stu, you're based out of Minnesota, isn't that right? Am I wrong here?
Well, that's not far from Toronto, really. If you
It also depends. It also depends on your ability to connect a flight or whatever. It depends.
Well,
Like obviously, can be.
I think
whatever
if
the
you
cost
haven't
is.
been to the expo, you have to go to it at least once and see the experience. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's different. It's maybe not what you're maybe looking for, but I think it's a different experience that you might.
I think the
enjoy.
fall. I think the fall would be to his liking. I think the fall would. be to
And
his
you
liking.
have to look at Americans. They have like 40 points on our dollar. Like honestly, like if you're talking about discounts, there's your discount. Well, if you talk about a hotel, it's $200 in the States. It's going to cost you like $100 Canada. Almost.
I was gonna say that's not how the maths work on that one, but yes,
120. Okay, whatever.
Yeah,
Plus tax.
Yeah, plus tax. Let's go to Strongsville. You always have someone to talk to. I did injure Medana on my NHL 06 Dynasty mode. Shame on you, Sadler. Shame on you. Luckily, it hasn't affected his card prices. Dan's Philly Joe is logistically difficult to do a social event. People have tried. No, I get you. Look, the thing is, you're talking about a social
It's
event.
Philly, though.
No, but here's the thing, though. Dan's talking about a social event. I'm talking about if you're going to Philly show, here's what would happen. If I ever went down to the Philly show, here's what would happen. Seriously.
No.
What happened is I'd literally reach out to Michael and Wester Griff. I go, hey, you two jerks, going to the Philly show. You going there? Cool. Which day? All right, cool. I'll meet you for dinner.
Okay, Ed. What
That would be the
restaurant is
social.
good?
No, but that would be the social event. Like, I'm not arranging a social event. He's right. If it's about arranging a social event, totally with you. If it's about having dinner with a couple of buddies and just chatting, I don't think it's that big a problem.
Yeah, true enough. I don't think until you met somebody in person that you really met them. Like, not until I meet Victor in person or certain other people in the hobby that, I don't think I've really met them until I met them and sat in front of them.
Are you saying Victor is the AI rookie card specialist?
He is something like that, yeah. No, Victor's he's a nice guy. He does the things that I really enjoy that he does. There's a certain other people, maybe I want to meet Dr. Jim Beckett or somebody else. I'm not.
So you're saying he's going to get his medical license by the time you meet him? This could be exciting.
I think he will have it officially by then. Yeah.
Yes.
Just saying. There's lots of other people that I would like to meet. Even still, the guys from the other show, whatever.
The IRP?
IRP, yeah.
Listen, you got to meet the Hockey Oracle in person. That's very exciting.
Yes, I'm sure that would be very interesting.
That'd be amazing.
And people are different in person than they are online. We all are.
What worries me is I feel like the IRP are not that different in person. That's what would worry me. That's what would concern me.
Yeah, but at least you met them once, and either you go back or you don't.
But at that point, I would be like, I'm going to need you to hold this box in front of you that's going to have the panel and just hold it. Just hold it right there. That's perfect. Yes. Nailed it. Salafran says, I had never met Eric in person, but I know all I need to know. Fair.
Yes, Eric is different in person than he is online. Just to say. And a lot of people aren't quite the same in person as they are online. Actually, Carlos, I'll tell you about Carlos. He's not as talkative as he is online as he is in person.
Well, you don't have to fill in time. If
there's no time. Yeah, exactly.
The format doesn't require.
I'm just saying everybody's a little bit different than they are online than they are in person. So it's nice to meet people and see them in their own environment. So which is good.
I can only
Montana's is not really the place to socialize, but I'm just saying.
Well, we socialize quite a bit about it. You were going to complain about Montana's. We
tried. That. Well, we can socialize with three people. The talking and the screaming and all the other stuff from kids. It's just like, you got to bring a brick next time. I'm just saying.
Listen, I'm just saying. But the important thing is for the folks watching, I only exist inside of this box. Everything else is only theoretical.
It is.
Yeah, it's a fact.
But like I say, we're all a little different. Yannick's a little different. Like, everybody's a little different. Eric is definitely different.
Who? Man, says Eric is a delight in person. We need to define the word delight.
Don't go towards the light, they say.
Grew up 75 miles south of Winnipeg. Been to Canada hundreds of times to take advantage of the dollar and drinking age. Nice.
Oh, drinking. Yeah, it's kind of stupid. 21 years old. Like, honestly, you can give your life at 18 going into the military, but you can't have a beer. Come on. Silly.
America just wants you to be able to shoot somebody sober before you drink.
I never thought about that.
That's it. That's all it is. They want you to be sure. If you're going to shoot somebody before the age of 21, they know you really meant it. No excuses. They know you really meant it.
Damn. Yeah.
It's logical.
So if you do that at 18, what happens at 19 and 20 and 21? 21, really? You could have a wife and 3 kids by then. Like, honestly. Don't drink a beer, though.
I was going to say. Listen, if you go to Vegas, you can have multiple Vegas wives.
Well, that's a different story. Yeah, Vegas is the ultimate goal. One day, big show, going there, gonna hit it. Yeah.
Well, look, that's why Dylan, when Dylan asked the question, it's like, Carlos, are you married? It's like, well, do Vegas wives count?
Yes.
As far as I'm concerned, for legal purposes, count. They don't.
Yes. I'll give you credit on that one.
Yeah. Amanda says, "Oh my God, Carlos is just as talkative." It just depends on the situation, Amanda. Yeah. That is true. Speaking of American activities, I did get a bayonet for one of my military rifles. Did you test the bayonet first? Did you test it to make sure it works properly?
Eric is a good example for one of those.
Yep. They are hard to find. They are hard and expensive to find. Fair enough. I'll be at Eric in person Shriners in November, unless he tries to avoid me. So which weekend, though? Hold on. But which weekend, though, in November Shriners? Reason I ask is because the expo is in November.
It's always
the expo's in November, so that might be a tough month. I'm only that's the reason I'm asking the question. Because Eric will his laziness notwithstanding, the November show is the one that he makes it out to. So he will, marshal his forces. So it might be tough if you're doing a November Shriner show.
I'm surprised Phil doesn't set up at that show. Like I'm surprised, he's not working at that show. He has so much stuff in his place. Like you think, why not set up? Get rid of some stuff.
I get you.
I don't know.
So he's saying
And have Eric work it. Like he's gonna be there.
Make him work. I'll make him work for sure. He's saying October 31st, November 1st and 2nd. Okay. We'll have to see. We'll have to check in with Eric. I'm curious. He should be in. Maybe with
the Expo's November 2nd week.
Usually around the middle,
generally.
middle-ish. Yeah. So that might not be too bad. That might be doable.
Yeah.
Brendan here says card pods, soundproof devices for the lawn crew, and swap and tuck cards away from the noise. Brendan, I like this, but only one condition. Bobby, you remember Get Smart?
Yep.
I'm thinking cone of silence.
Ooh.
But but it's like the real Get Smart one where it like never works properly. Like
no, it never
it comes down and then you can't escape. You have to like. That's what I'm thinking. I think that'd be fantastic.
I'm surprised you know that at Get Smart. Anyways.
Oh, that was in syndication.
I watched that in the
years.
60s. So
Carlos Sr., that was in syndication for a very long time.
Gotcha.
And Carlos Sr. and I watched many episodes of Get Smart.
Yes. Well, it was kind of a good show. So stupid funny, but yes.
Well, as long as you use the phone and talk out of your shoe.
I did like that part. I like the best part was when the show opens where it's all going through the doors.
Yeah, and it was the music. Dun, 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 dun. It was the whole thing.
Door would close. Door would close. How many doors are you going through?
There were a lot of doors.
There was a lot of doors, yes.
Yeah, like I told you, there were certain shows that got syndication, and I don't remember what the network was.
Lots of shows.
That was one. That was one that got a lot of syndication,
yeah,
and I already told you about the A&E block with all like the detective shows.
Oh, that was huge.
Yeah, but specifically A&E had it all. They every day of the week. And again, Carlos Sr. at that time, he was working as a school bus driver. So he basically, he was home relatively early. So he'd be back, because you're not there too late when you're basically grabbing the kids.
Yeah.
You're doing the cycle and then you come back and it's still early afternoon, relatively speaking, whatever. And then you'd have all these different shows on syndication in the afternoon and you'd have and you'd swap it out. You'd have Quincy, you'd have McMillan and wife, you'd have McLeod, you'd have all the Columbo. You'd cycle through a whole bunch of them. But every day would have a different combination.
Beretta. Oh yeah, those were the best.
I saw a bunch of
the 70s were the best time for those.
Yeah. So I ended up watching a lot of those because I was just kind of sitting there relaxing, chilling, and I'd be chatting with Carlos Sr. and then the thing would be on the TV.
And your favorite was?
I like Quincy. I thought
Quincy was good. Jack Klugman was very.
I enjoyed him. Yeah. I thought it was good.
Yeah.
It's one of those things. Like
I have to say, Quincy was probably one of my favorite ones. I did enjoy watching because he was on the right side of everything. He was always on the official truth. He was sort of, always going against the narrative, and I like that. I liked it about him. And then he got very emotional, and that was good. But I did like Telly Savalas, and I did like Beretta. So those were pretty good too. Streets of San Francisco, that was always a good one. Michael Douglas and whatever his name was, I forget. Jack Klugman. No, I forget his name. Anyways, Streetcar Named Desire. I forget. But anyways, so many good ones.
Streetcar Named Desire. So. You're talking about Brando?
No. He was the other guy. Not Brando, but opposing Brando.
Okay. Gotcha.
Why am I saying Jack Klugman? But he was in another. He's Streets of San Francisco with Michael Douglas, and he was the main guy though. Anybody know in the group here? No.
He's just talking about something else here. Built-in live streaming with effects and filters. Cooler for Coke. Pepsi need not enter. 70s was absolutely the best decade for movies, says Dan.
It was.
Large egg-shaped retro throwback design. There you go. Love Quincy. Klugman would only do the show if they let him cover social issues in the stories.
So it seems
they covered quite a number of them. Yeah.
Yes, they did.
And
it was always a moral issue on. Yes, exactly.
I think the show was well done. I honestly think they did a good job with that.
And he was a great actor. Yeah.
Carl Madden.
Oh no, Carl Malden.
Oh, Malden.
Malden.
Yeah. So there you go, Dan. Kind of answering your question there, but good stuff. No, I think that's why I say, like, for me, I remember them because, like I said, Carlos Sr. enjoyed watching those ones, and I'd watch it with him. So that was one of the things that we'd watch. And like for me, it was fine. I just enjoyed sitting there and kind of chilling because it would literally be sitting on the couch, just killing time. That was a lot of that stuff was before the internet became any good. There wasn't
Yes.
anything on it.
It was,
So
yeah.
you'd be
had
sitting,
no
before I was
choice.
watching YouTube, we were like, all right, put on A&E, let's watch the block. There'd be a block.
Well, at
on the
least you
shows.
got Streetcar Named Desire. I'm surprised that you even remember that. That was a great.
Probably I am a cultured man. I am a well-read and cultured.
Obviously, we just didn't get Carl Malden. He was the other guy.
Yeah. Okay. Perfect.
He was the moral.
I'm not claiming to know it, but I've seen and read a few things.
Yeah.
Double D says 72 tops, best design ever. So this is a public service announcement. This is what happens when you're on drugs. All the drugs.
Or something.
Then you look at one of the most hideous designs in the history of baseball cards. And then you say to yourself, hey,
71 was good.
71 was good. But no, the thing is, Dylan made a point. He did a video where he talked about this and he was explaining it. And he was saying that, all these, innovative things that they tried to do with 72, they go, yeah, they weren't all drugs back then. A lot of drugs. They were the drugs. And it explains everything.
It's before steroids, even. Yeah.
Yeah. The thing is, at that point, like they couldn't even see what the cards looked like at that point. Afterwards, they're like, oh my God, hideous. Oh, what have we done? What kind of an
72 was a bad
abomination
year.
against
I
the
know,
Lord
right.
have we done here?
Yeah. Well,
Right.
It's funny how Topps did a lot of test issues, they said, but it wasn't really test issues. Most of them were just, hey, every year was a try. We're going to change the design. We'll do something, and this is what we're putting out. So it wasn't really a test issue because everything was sort of tested, and whatever worked, they kind of continued on with it. As you can see in the 80s, the 80s did a lot of the same stuff in hockey. From 85 to 89, it was almost the same thing. Repeat. But it was always something going on in those time periods, and they were just trying to do the best they could, and sometimes they shit the bed. And 71 was good, but the black borders was bad. Made for condition later on, so people appreciated the set because it was hard to get in high grades. So a lot of people chased that set. It wasn't anything special, but a black border is actually definitely a little different. Like the TV wood borders were fine, but then you got the 72 tops, and it's just like, oh God, what are we doing? What are we thinking? Who's the artist?
I think what helped the 71 is that in reality, 71 was a very straightforward design. However,
You got
I like
Thurman
that they
Munson. You got a few other
Yeah.
rookies that are key.
But I
so-
think what helped, so Munson was a rookie in 70. What
Oh,
helped
was it
though
70?
is 70, 71 though was a famous action shot of Munson. It was a great card. It was a
Okay,
great
yeah.
action shot. It was a solo card because in 70 he was with another player. It was a 2-player card, but it was
When
a
did
rookie.
he
from-
die?
it was-
73?
No, later. It was in the late 70s, I think,
Oh, was
because
it?
he did play through the 70s. He was
Okay.
a rookie in 70, so
Oh, okay.
he got
yeah,
to play
yeah,
most
yeah.
of the
He
decade.
did get a
yeah.
few years.
He was on the World Series teams, yeah. So
Yes,
later
of
on,
course.
yeah.
Of course.
So, but nonetheless, he was the 71 card low is a great looking card. There were some good action shots, some fun action shots, including 71. I think they did.
And
a
I
good
did
job.
like the colorful yellow on the bottom of some of the black borders with the action shot. Yeah, they were pretty nice. Yeah, they did a nice little sort of semi-insert set, I guess what it was, or whatever it was. Action scenes, whatever it was. Yeah.
For me, it was the action shots. I think that
Yeah.
the inclusion, the black borders obviously could get damaged very easily, but I like
Yeah.
the fact that they included some nice action photography in the 71. I think they did a good job.
And that rarely
Black sheep
happens
squad.
because most people are just standing there going, it's
Yeah.
kind of boring.
They included some movement in there. Bill Martin 72 tops. All right, Benny Brown likes that one. 71 tops, best front, back's not great.
Although
So I'm glad you included this note. I'm glad you included this note because the 71 Peaches, I think they did a good job.
Beautiful.
71
yellow
Peaches,
and
they
the
did a very good
faces,
job.
and that
Yeah.
was beautiful. Yeah.
Yeah. So that's important.
We
Munson
beat
died
Topps up on
in
that
August 1st, 79. That's what I thought. Yeah, right at the end of the 70s.
one. Oh wow. Okay.
Yeah.
Whoa.
Yeah, because he still had obviously, the majority of the decade with the Yankees. He was there for the World Series teams. So he was there for those two, 77, 78. So he was there for those two. And by that point, he was at least a veteran player. But yeah, he still died too young. But nonetheless, he still got the majority of the 70s. He was able to.
I remember hearing it on the TV when he died. Yeah.
But I agree here specifically. 71 Peachy backs, definitely.
Yeah.
So for me, if you ever get a chance to see them side by side, you can compare the same card. Compare the same
100%,
card, and you're going to see a big difference between the two. Big
Huge.
difference.
Yeah.
And it's weird that they ventured so far off of it. They tried a completely different thing with it. It was very interesting.
Well, when did they start doing the well, baseball 65 was their first,
65.
so it's
Yeah.
about 5 years in. So
Yeah. And that was still a partial set. 65
but that was a
partial set.
huge difference. It wasn't a small difference. It was like, you
Yeah.
know, if you look at
It's a
Topps
completely
and
different design.
OPG
It was
over
a
the
completely
years,
different design. It was a completely different design.
and then you had the faces in there, and I was like, what are you guys doing? It's like they were stepping, you know, 71 was a key year, like I said, with hockey. That's when everyone started to collect, and production went crazy. Licensing was off the charts. It was a real time, a challenging time. So I think they were trying to stand out a little bit more than, not that there was no comparison to the Tops because weren't in competition, but it seemed like they wanted to really step up the hockey, the baseball for some reason that year. I don't know. And the yellow backs are just like, and we're talking about the back of the card too, like black border, and then you got yellow back. It's just beautiful. Well done cards. And I think that's why there's a huge pursuit for that, and condition sensitive on top of that too. So, and now everybody wants the OPG ones because I guess they fulfilled their whatever. And you got the short prints of the OPG high numbers, right? So attractive set in a lot of different ways. 71
Makes
OPG
sense.
hockey?
Yeah, I mean, you're not going to get too much.
No,
from,
not even a set I liked. I didn't like that when it came out. I remember it was like, and I started collecting the Toronto Sun photos. I just went away from it because I didn't like the round circle ovals.
Makes sense. Dylan here says, so Bobby and Carlos, what are your favorite baseball sets? I could have sworn Dylan asked a specific question already.
I think we just
56
answered it, didn't we?
So the thing is, that's why I say it. Like, I'm pretty sure he specifically asked this question. 56 Tops followed by 53. Those are my two favorite baseball sets. 56 Tops first, 53 right behind it. Those are my two favorites.
Yeah. In baseball, I would have to say, yeah, the 71s definitely are attractive in a lot of different ways. The other set I really like is the 63 Fleer.
The 63 Fleer. Interesting.
I love the
All right.
checklists. I think they're great. Beautiful. I love that action scene that the player, yeah. Just have to say, that's, you know.
All right. It's a fair opponent. Question Dylan, experimenting with a love it or hate it design, like 75 Tops, shows at one time Tops had ads. Well, I think
Hockey
it
or
also
football,
helped.
baseball, what is it?
What's that?
Is that hockey, football, baseball? What?
No, he's talking about baseball here. 75 was one where they did a lot of the heavy color coding. It was very good. The interesting thing is that, well, realistically though, I think by the time you're at that point, you already have the monopoly. So like at 75, you can try whatever you like. Obviously, look, you're able to pick hideous sets like 72, and there was no consequences. So you were able to just keep going. Didn't matter what you did. You know, you could have just done cards with test patterns.
No competition.
Nobody would have. Nobody would have noticed. It would have been fine.
Yep.
Saw the Yankees play at County Stadium in Milwaukee, July 28th, 1979. Munson didn't play. Yeah, I thought so. I was pretty sure. Yeah. Okay, good choices. Fair enough. Thank you. Bro going deep and nailing it. 63 Flair. Yeah. No, 63 Flair. It was interesting. That was an interesting choice. That's the one that I'm doing on the registry. That's the one I have on the. Yeah, that's the one that, because the set size, I have a good chunk of that set in the set registry.
Oh wow, I didn't know.
I'm doing them all PSA graded. So just to add a little challenge, because the set's small. It's
What's
not
your
a big
minimum
set.
grade on that?
Oh, I don't care. No, it's not a minimum.
It's just a matter of putting it together.
Yeah, I'll look for cards that I like, cards that I think look good for what it is. I for the most part, like for the commons, I've kept it decent, but for the most part, it's like a mid-tier set. So like I have it right here. Right now I'm 65% complete, almost 66.
Okay.
So that is, what is that? That is 44 out of the 67 cards. So those are all graded. 44 out of the 67. So 67 cards is the total.
Wow.
And like, for example, Brooks Robertson is in the 6. With qualifier, Willie Mays is a 5. There's a bunch of 6s, handful of 7s. There's a 6.5 here. I'm just looking through the list. Don Lee is a 7 because I probably got it cheap. It wasn't expensive.
Let's be honest here.
If you can get like a 7 for like
cheap,
12 or $15, who cares? Then at that point, whatever, I'll take it.
And you can. That's the
Yeah,
thing
that's
about
what
that
I mean.
set.
Like if you can get it for low price, why not?
And
That
the
a
6 and
Pinson was a
7
six and a
are
half.
super respectable grades for 63. So
I think very, very solid. I didn't mind. My Koufax is a 5. Good card.
it's still good.
Nice. Yeah. Joe Adcock, which I believe is a short print if memory serves me, he's a 6. That's solid. That's fine. So I think for the most part, like mid grade. My Clemente is probably one of my lower stars, but he's a 3. But
Okay.
that Clemente is actually a pretty nice card.
Oh, you got it right there. Bang. How did you plan that?
On the app, I can pull up a picture. So I've
Oh,
got it. I've already
but
got
you
it
got
set
it
up.
physically in your hand, though. I'm just saying.
Oh yeah, I've got it in the box upstairs.
Okay.
But
Yeah.
I can show the image on it real quick because that's one of the ones that's on there. But yeah, it's a 3, but it's so on the card itself. So this still goes back to the whole eye appeal conversation, right? So
Yep.
this is a 3, but on the front, it's nice and clean.
Yeah.
So right there, again,
I
could I
appeal is
have
everything, right?
pushed for a
So
higher grade? Sure, but it would cost me. So I got a card that I was happy with in 3. I'll take that. Thank you. My first nice vintage card I ever got as a gift was a 63 Fleer Gibson. Sent it to PSA back in the mid 90s. Nice, nice, nice. I only have 5 cards in the 63 Fleer set, but they're all high grade SGC Hall of Fame. Solid. I didn't even discover the 63 Fleer until the late 80s. Couldn't believe Fleer had cards that back in time.
yeah.
Yeah. Adcock and Willis are tougher to find than most of the other cards. Yes, I thought so. I
Short
thought it
prints,
was
aren't they?
yeah. Yeah, they are short. Adcock, I knew for sure was a short print. I was pretty sure about that one.
I don't think I've seen the sheets on those, but then I don't look at baseball as often as I do hockey. So
Yeah. I think actually it was funny. So Brendan Ryan's talking about this here. I didn't discover the 63 Fleer until the late 80s. Couldn't believe Fleer had cards that back in time.
yeah.
So actually, I've got something here that'd be kind of fun to reference for this. So Bobby, can you keep the people entertained for 2 minutes? I'll be right back.
Sure. Let's talk about some stuff. And what I'd like to talk about is my recent pickups. And what I did pick up was, I've been picking up some of these salt and pepper shakers. Like it's away from cards and stuff like that. But any which way, I picked up a Toronto Maple Leaf sort of goalie, which was represented sort of by Johnny Bauer, and another one. They're about 4 inches. They're made of ceramics. They were actually painted by the same people who did the bobbleheads in Japan. So if you look at most salt and pepper shakers, you sit there and go, yeah, they're all kind of overly glazed and what have you. These ones are beautiful, wonderful. But what I also did pick up just recently was 2 Stanley Cup ones that were done in I think it's 79, the lady said. So they're Stanley Cup little trophies that are salt and pepper shakers, which is really kind of cool. So I kind of put them with my my hockey and my hockey ones. So I thought it was a really nice addition to my collection. That the different stuff that I like to collect, which as much as I do like cards and I do enjoy the history and the companies and what have you, I really enjoy the other stuff that's really harder to find, and certainly is desirable for a lot of different people. Away from the card collectors. So, and I sort of live more in that world. I like discovering new things with hockey. Vintage hockey, you don't find much that's new, unfortunately. Most of the company history I went through and what have you. So I kind of tend to delve into the things that are a little more difficult and harder to find and document. So I've been trying to document a lot of things for the NITA map, and I've added 250 items that I need to document just without even thinking going forward. So I'm looking forward to doing those, and those are my next interest level that I'm going to. So, okay,
Good
Carlos.
stuff.
Found
Perfect, Bobby.
Get it?
Well done. See, that's downright professionalism. I love it. Appreciate it. Thank you.
We're trying. I gotta pee.
So, go for it. Yeah, while you're doing that, I can share this. Double D says you use them. In terms of that, I'll get back to that question. Hang tight on that one. Had Spawn sign a 63 Fleer in 83. He let me try on his World Series ring. Nice. Very good. Saw some of them on Facebook. Really nice. Well done. So what I was going to talk about, since it was Brendan mentioned this, I didn't discover the 63 Fleer until the late 80s. So what was beneficial to me, and again, a lot of people don't think about these things because it wasn't as big a deal at the time. A lot of people talk about, for me, I started collecting in the early 90s. So I mentioned I started collecting in 1990 personally, but I wasn't buying packs at that point. I would literally had those little collector packs. But then also at the same time, I started doing packs right around 91, 92. That's when I started doing packs. That was later. So first year was basically me getting singles. That was basically how I got them in the little collector packs. But then also I'd get some singles here and there. All junk wax stuff. That's all it was. But Obviously, a lot of people talk about the different price guides, the magazines, and all that, the Beckett magazine, and all those things. But the first price guide, the real price guide that I had, was actually an offshoot. It wasn't Beckett itself. It was actually one of these things. And I was able to finally find, I actually had it in my original bookshelf when I was a kid, but it wasn't until later I was able to finally get a copy of the exact correct one. So this is the official baseball card price guide, 1992, collector's edition. So what I was looking for the paperback version. This is what I wanted. So let me zoom in here so I can show you. It's better. So this one here was actually produced by Publications International Limited. So it's like an offshoot of Consumer Reports. Is one of those things. So this is not really an offshoot. What I liked about this, though, is that these actually had color photographs on the different. I wouldn't say the prices are probably very accurate, but realistically, what was funny for me, see here's a really ugly set that no one likes. See, that set's trash, but you can see color photos so that you know it's trash. That way you know. That way you don't even have to think about it again. But in the set, you'd actually have a lot of different things. But right here, 63 Fleer. So you've got a little blurb, a little bit of a write-up. You've got the prices, the set price and everything, but there you go. You've got Brooks Robinson. Yeah, Robinson. Bob Gibson, Adcock, and then Roberto Clemente. But you actually had color photographs. So it was like, so what I liked about it is that you literally had, so this was actually my first exposure to the vintage. So back in the day, before I ever had a chance to see any of these in person, I was able to see them in this guide, and prices weren't the thing, because obviously some of the prices were out of date. So there's my 56 tops. So that's the first time I got a chance to see what the mantle looked like. And that was the best way to be able to kind of see, like, oh, so that's what that card looks like, because I wouldn't have known. I would have had no exposure to it. Gibson, he's card number 61, to answer your question. So I've got it here at $40 is what it says here. $40. Bargain. Hashtag bargain. But yeah, so it was this thing that was the helpful piece for me to be able to see. So that's why when Brendan made that comment, the reason that I knew about the 63 Fleer was that you actually had it there with color photographs. The key is the color photographs. That was the big part, because the black and white doesn't let you know what it actually looks like. You're seeing approximation, and they were decent size images, like it's a decent size book. So you were actually able to see a bunch of these vintage without necessarily having access to them. Later on, I got a chance to have access to them, was able to buy some of these cards, have some of them in my collection. So the childhood me finally was able to get some of the cards that I originally saw in this book. It was good.
Let's see the book. Sorry.
This is the one I was talking about. It's the official baseball card price guide.
Okay. Yeah, I remember that. Yeah.
But the thing is that inside the pictures were all in color. And that was a big deal,
That's
because that's the way you can actually, so for a lot of the 50s baseball, that's how I knew what the cards really look like. It wasn't just the black and white photo, like the fuzzy photograph on it. You can actually see the color and everything.
And sort of that was the start of a lot of people collecting, because they started to reminisce and say, hey, listen, oh, geez, I had that card. I put it in my spokes or whatever they did. And they say, wow, there's a market for that. Look at the price on that. Wow, that's cool. I got to go dig up my old stuff. And then they start collecting. And I think a lot of that started right around 1990. That's why they had the boom, actually, is a lot of baby boomers came of age. They are about 35, 40. And they just said, hey, I'm collecting. And now they're 70 or 80, but even still, a lot of those have passed off. But it followed behind with my generation, Eric's generation. Now your generation is following through. So anybody who is exposed to that is looking forward to, a nice hobby going forward and collecting some of the old stuff that they kind of remember that was written in the books. Today, it's not the same, but I mean, back then when, Carlos started, you were right in the prime time of things.
Well, back then, that was the only way you could see those color images.
That's it. Yeah.
Today I can
didn't have
pull
the
up
internet,
on eBay.
so
yeah, today I can pull up on eBay in 4 seconds. I can show you the same
yeah.
cards in a bunch of different grades in about 4 seconds.
So are people overstimulated by that? I don't know.
Well, so we talked about this before. When eBay came, it was a big boon initially, because obviously all of a sudden a lot of stuff that you thought was rare, it was rare regionally. You didn't have it around you, but like a province over, a couple of states over, basically in Europe, all the stuff that was like impossible, like you can't find it.
And everybody went crazy on it, though. It was
initially that it was a big boon. It was huge.
For 6-7 years, it was amazing.
Yeah, I actually got an email the other day. Yeah, it was the other day here. I'm just double checking the exact location here. So it was yeah, I got it on the 15th, so the middle of the month. And it was the email from eBay that says eBay anniversary. And they were celebrating 27 years that I've had
Wow.
my eBay account. So I've had my eBay account for 27 years. So I actually remember what my first eBay purchase was.
Me too.
I do remember it. Actually, I want to have a little bit of fun with this. So I'm going to give a couple of hints. I want to see if anybody can guess. So here's what I'm going to do. It was an eBay purchase. It was a baseball card, a 1970s baseball card. So I'm going to help you out a little bit. 1970s, late 70s, and it was a card of a Hall of Famer. There's a lot of choices, but I'm saying late 70s, Hall of Famer, and it was for one of the sets that I ended up eventually completing. But it was my first eBay purchase. I purchased it and I sent a money order, a postal money order over to them.
You remember those? Yeah.
Oh, I remember
forget
them
the
because I
name of
had
the
to do
company.
them.
There
I
was a
remember them because I
certain
had to do
company.
them.
That was
Was
in
that?
the States. You had to go through, right?
That was an American. Yeah, it was an American.
Yeah, there was this I forget the name of the company, but there was this thing that you could do a money order, but you would have to pay them and they would make the money order and then they would send it off to them. I forget that name of the company.
There was a specific
It was a
Canada
big company
Post
at that
money order
time.
that you could do. No, you could do it with you could do it with Canada Post. You had to
Yeah,
do the right color of
yeah,
money
there
order.
was this other thing that did it online, so you could pay with your Visa and then you would pay them and then they could send it right there from the US to in the US and then they would send the card up to Canada. Yeah, I forget the name of the company. I'm gonna have to look that up.
Yep.
Late 70s.
Late 70s. So Dylan is saying Ozzie Smith, but you're not guessing a specific card. Which Ozzie Smith? I'm
Oh,
guessing he's throwing the rookie 79. Eddie Murray
Eddie
78.
Murray, I would say.
Eddie
Yeah,
F
too.
and Murray. That's not a bad call. I like
Mhm.
that one.
Yeah.
Yeah, damn jinx. I know you guys. 77 Dawson. So I'm gonna say
No.
Rock Latex has the correct year, not the correct player.
Oh.
So 77 is the correct answer for the year. Wrong player. Yeah, I know it's a rookie. I know I got it.
My baseball is not the best.
So 77 is the correct year. Wrong player.
Wrong
Dale
player.
Murphy? No, not Dale Murphy. Again, it is a Hall of Famer, but 77. 77 is the year you're looking for. Don't think Yankees,
Brooke
Red Sox. Don't think
Robinson?
the
I don't
obvious.
know.
Yeah, don't think Yankees, Red Sox. Don't think the obvious teams. Hall of Famer still.
Hmm.
Yeah,
Wow.
not Dale Murphy. Nope, not Dale Murphy. Nope.
And you still have that card and you still know how much you paid,
It's
right?
still part of my set. It's still part of my set. I don't remember exactly how much you paid for it, but it wasn't crazy. It was very reasonable.
Yeah.
77 Ryan, not a bad guess. That's actually a very good guess. Very good guess. So I'll give you one more hint. This, some people would call a brew. I'm enjoying my brew.
The Brewers.
That would be a team that has the word brew in it. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Still not 77 Murphy. No, it's not. It's not Dale Murphy. Still not Dale Murphy. 77 Yout. That's the one, Dan. It was a 77 Robin Yout.
Robin.
77 tops Robin Yout. That was the first card that I
Wow.
ever purchased on eBay. Yes.
Hmm.
That was the first card.
Mine
It's
was
just the way it worked out.
Mine was a 74 O-Pee-Chee sealed pack from Mark Murphy at 150 US at that time.
Yeah, I know that my purchase, I can tell, I don't remember the exact amount, but I know it was under $10.
Mine was
it was very reasonable.
150, so
Yeah,
mine
it
a
was
lot
very
back
reasonable.
then.
It wasn't too bad, but I had to make a money order for it and all that and the whole 9 yards at the time. But yes, it was 77 tops Robin Yout. That was the first item I purchased on eBay. I purchased many items since then, but that was the very first one that launched the whole thing. And at that time, obviously, you needed to be 18 to have the account, and I was not.
Oh,
Just
Daddy.
saying. To be honest,
Carl
they didn't
Sr.?
really do. They didn't do a very good job vetting it. They just needed a credit
Oh,
card.
gotcha.
Yeah, they did a very good job vetting it. Let's just
So-
say.
That card's illegal to you, I guess, at that point.
Well, they can come and get it if they want.
Yeah,
Come and get it.
it's all yours.
Yeah,
Yes,
but at this point,
if we could go back in time to that time period and realize exactly what we should have purchased, I think we'd be all right
Well,
today.
I didn't mind. I didn't mind. For me, it was really, for me, it was, I was working on that set at the time. So for me, it was a card that I needed. It was great. And it was quaint. It was new at the time to have the opportunity to be able to actually purchase, because again, it wasn't easily available around me. It's not
Yeah.
like 77 tops was rare in any conventional way, not in any way. Plenty of them out there, but we didn't have a lot of inventory available here. That was the
No.
issue. So you could 100%
Well, you had the
do that.
expo, but it wasn't really the expo.
Yeah,
today.
it wasn't like
It was
that.
different.
Yeah. And remember, this is 27 years ago. So 27 years ago, I wasn't even attending. Well, I was attending expos, but barely. Like
Yeah.
I'd barely just started attending expos, barely. So that was the first one that got things rolling for me. And then after that, a lot more purchases to come.
Yeah, I remember my friend gave me a gun rack. Don't ask. And it had a 76 set in the drawer. And I went, damn, I haven't seen these in so many years. And that's what really kind of got me started. And that was probably 90, I don't know, 92, 93, something like that. And my friend Roger, and he sold me the gun rack and he said, yeah, I keep the set. And it didn't seem like it was anything at that time. And then I looked in and I started looking through the set and I said, man, I remember these cards. These are great. Oh my God. And then I really started to get back into cards. And then I went, okay, I got the sets, but then I saw Mark Murphy with a wax pack unopened. I said, damn, I gotta get that. That's unopened. That's amazing that they still have packs that are unopened. This is 90s, later 90s on eBay. And I'm sitting there, wow. I was collecting some display boxes. I was still collecting cards, 70, 71, different other things, trying to fill my sets and stuff like that. So, different time period, prior to sort of full-time eBay. 2001, 2, 3, I think were the biggest times for eBay for me. The 90s, it was just dabbling and going to the expos and stuff like that. So most of my purchases came that way through the expo. The expo was, oh my God, it was loaded, just loaded with bear. It was so much. I wish I could go back and reshop it again.
Well, yeah, look, we've talked about this. We can chat on this for a couple minutes. I'll read these comments, but we can chat on this briefly here to close off the episode. First thing I bought on eBay was not a baseball card. Mark Murphy, the baseball card kid. That was the nickname, yes. Bypassing the system, true. Pretty sure it was a book. Wait, though, that was Amazon. OG eBayer. I think eBay really got going in 96. So I was still fairly early on.
Yeah, but it really came into itself about 99. I think it really started to get some teeth into it. And then 2001, 2, 3, it was man, everybody was into it. It took a while because people, the people who were sort of inclined to, technology were right in on the 95, 96, 97, 98, all through those times. But it really took 2001, 2, 3. That's when I think it really hit and everybody was kind of coming in. It was
well, early days, it was all slower. Like you basically had to, number one, again, just coming down to what we just talked about, you had to not only win the auction, but then you had to, all right, so you won the auction. Congratulations. The seller has the information there. All right, send the money order here. Now you got to mail the money.
A long time.
And you're waiting for that to go. And I'm doing cross-border. So now I'm waiting for that to happen. And then I'm waiting. Now they've hopefully gotten it.
They used to wait for it to clear like a week.
And you wait for it. Well, money order was okay.
It was like a month and a half.
Money order would clear instantly because that one was okay. It's a check that would take the clearing time. Money order was instant.
The postal money orders, yeah. And then they started, there was problems with those. But
now the only trick was, though, you had to make sure you got the right one because a lot of people would send the wrong type of money order.
It was and
it wouldn't be cashable.
Send the green one, don't send the pink one. Yes.
Correct. Yes, correct.
I do remember.
So you had to make sure to send
because one was Canadian, one was an American money order. Yes.
Yeah. So when I would go there,
guys sent the wrong one. I remember
I specifically would be like, I need you to send this one.
The forums
that's the one I need
full of that stuff.
So we could, yes, that's right. So it was kind of weird the way it worked out. Dan says my first eBay purchase is probably an antique teapot from a grandma in Iowa. There you go.
Wow.
I'm curious what my first purchase was. Do not remember. So I'll tell you the reason that I remember it was because of all the additional steps and all the additional work that you had to do for it.
It was labor.
You won't remember the 100th. You won't remember the 1,000th item. But you will sure as hell remember the first one if it required all that extra work at the time, especially.
I remember every purchase. It was just, good memory
packs
for
per-
recall on early purchases. But I also had the files that I kept everything in. So I was documenting stuff as early as 95, 96, 97. And then I really started getting into the collecting side. And then I started documenting heavy in 2000, 2001. And I started realizing, hey, I'm going to save this from eBay. And those images were so small. And people took horrible pictures. At least they had scanners from 2000 and what, 3 or 4, right up to 2015. And then it all went to cameras after that. And now it's all, getting weird shots and cut off pieces and reflections from people's, bodies. And it's just horrible. And now, forget it. Getting a scan of a card, good luck. Some of the best places do that, like if you look at some of the card guys who really do nice scans, there's a few guys out there who consistently do nice scans, but most people take pictures with their phones and it's just reflections. And I'm going, you got like $3,000 in this card and you took one picture, you didn't take a picture of the back. There's reflection. It's like, really? You wouldn't spend time it only takes 3 seconds to do 2 other pictures. Like, why could you not? Anyways, just saying.
Hashtag effort. Rick here
Yes.
says the old days of mailing a check to the seller. So my favorite recollection on this was it was still early on. I only did a handful of sales early. Most of my early activity was, most of my early activity was mostly buying. I did sell a handful of items, but what happened with the handful of items was I received a handful of checks in those days, and it was the worst because you'd be like, okay, now I got to go and I got to cash this check, endorse the back of the damn thing, and be like, okay, look, you're going to have to wait because I got to wait for these guys to clear the damn thing.
Clear. And that
It was
took 2-3
miserable.
weeks.
It was miserable.
And then they would complain and give you bad feedback. And it's horrible.
When PayPal showed up, it was like,
oh, thank God. Oh.
Please, thank you.
I've been with PayPal since they started day one.
Yeah, it's the moment it was available. I'm like, please, yes, thank you. Good Lord, help me. Proof of funds letter along with a letter of intent. Yeah. Remember, I was selling several items, have to wait on money orders. Facts. Yes. Yes. It was good news. Like if you received a money order like here, for the most part, it was pretty good. It was pretty much as good as cash for the most part. If it was a legit money order, you were pretty much good to go. It was fine.
Well, a lot of Americans said, I made it out to cash. I was like, it doesn't mean anything up here.
Yeah, pretty much.
No.
After 4 or 5 days of non-payment, I remember sitting with my dad, just assuming people were sending money order. Yeah. Probably, yeah. Rick here says, Carlos and Bobby, the offer still stands. I'm buying dinner at the National. How long do I have to wait? Well, for me, you're gonna have to wait until the end of time, Rick.
I think next year I'm going for sure, 100%.
Yeah. So Bobby's
I
your
gotta
best
get
shot.
over this 10 grand that I just spent on the roof. So, anyways.
Yeah. Well, what I'll do, Bobby, is if you do end up going, what I'll do is I'll see if I can arrange for a life-size standee. I'll cut it off and
That'd
you can
be
bring it
good.
with you. Yeah. I'll cut it off and you can bring it with you. I'll be there in spirit.
Yep.
I got my not national coverage to attend to.
Well, I can stay at Dave's place, so it really works out well for me. I wonder how well Dave did tonight. I can't rewind and watch it. That's the problem. Like, what?
Well, that was the thing they changed. Yeah, you can't rewatch the
no, you can't. Because I know he did not so well on his last sales. Anyways, just saying.
Well, look, one of the things we didn't talk about with Dave, because at the end of the day, it's not our job to discourage him. He's going to do what he's got to do. I will tell you this.
You need a following. You need a following.
Yeah, that's the shit. Exactly. It is so difficult if you're coming into this with starting from scratch. Like, how do you get people to click on it the first time? And then how do you entice them to stick around or follow you or whatever? If you don't have any other following that you're drawing from, who's your audience initially?
6 people.
Yeah, but I'm saying, even to be honest, I'm impressed with 6. Like, honestly, because you're starting from nothing. You're literally
Yannick
were nothing.
2 of those 6. Anyways,
I get it, but I'm saying, like, initially, I don't know what would draw you to a specific random. If you're going on there, you're probably following people you're following. That's it. So, like, how are you going to do it? You have to have.
There is advertising that he said that you can do, and he said he's going to invest in that. And the funniest part is Dave never really approached me. I've been doing this for 35 years. What I do, I was a sales rep for, a corporate coffee. I did, I'm pretty good at what I do. So that he didn't approach me before that, and he's non-tech savvy, and I'm just sitting there going, "You went to Whatnot?" That's why I said you guys got to wait to hear this because and I'm not putting Dave down, but I'm just saying, the naivete of Dave, trying to get into Whatnot is a very difficult thing. You have to actually, start as a breaker or something. You got to get the audience there. It's hard to attract people to a random auction. Like he's pulling cards out that are rookie cards that are like 40-50 bucks, and they went for $1, and I'm sitting there going, you know don't put any more good cards out, just put the regular stuff. It's a very tough go. It's a very, very difficult thing to do. I'd rather he put it on eBay and just let it sit there at 20 or $30 opposed to $1, whatever. Steals and deals is great, but it doesn't really work out well unless you have at least 50 to 100 followers, I'm thinking, minimum, because you need that. And he's pulling out baseball, football, basketball, just random stuff and some autograph, limited numbers, honestly. And I sent you a picture of Snapchat. It was two of the wrestling girls. They were premium cards. I forget who they were. Anyways, I don't know if you got it from the picture. Could see them, but I'm sitting there. Nobody even bid on most things. Most people didn't bid, and I'm just sitting there going, most people. There's 4 people. It's like, considering what Dave, like honestly, Dave has an amazing collection that would blow everybody's mind. But I'm just like, you can do better than this. I think he'd be great as a salesman. I always said that for an auction site, for an auction house. I think Dave is the ideal person for that. And your age actually gives you some benefit to that. Because he's the same age as me. We're born the same day, same month, same year. So he is at that perfect age that he needs to do that. If you want to do Whatnot later on down the road and want to have some fun once you're retired, it's great. Have some fun. Who cares? But to make a living off of that, tough, very tough.
Well, what was funny is, so I did see the image originally, but I hadn't keyed in on it too specifically. I did
It
just
was a
check the image.
quick
Now. I just
snapshot,
looked
I'm
at the.
sorry.
But I just looked at the image now, and I see what you're talking about. Those are like WWE select cards for a
They
couple
were
of
nice,
ladies.
red, yeah.
Yeah, but here's the funny thing: those exact cards,
Mhm.
I put them on ComC. I can
Oh,
get
you had
more for
them?
that. Not those specific characters. I have similar characters.
Mhm.
I can put them on ComC and I can sell them. They are sellable, like totally sellable.
At what price?
But at ComC, yeah, you put them for a couple bucks each. But the thing is, even at ComC, 50-cent intake, you make $1.50. Like I actually can make more, and I don't have to worry about it. I don't have to sell them. Like they're there. Like they take care of all the work, and it's done, and I'll make
Dave
$1.50.
offered free shipping too on all his first time auction.
Yeah.
I said,
But that's the thing. So I'm saying, but this is a conversation we had before though.
sure.
There are different platforms where certain items are more applicable, more correct than others. Some of them make more sense than
I
others in
think
certain
Whatnot
places.
works for people who have stuff that's, okay. He had a lot of stuff that he sold that was from Bacardi, and that he worked there for, 25 years and stuff like that. So, you get free polos and stuff like that, and, nice stuff. So he made a ton of money on that. And it was great because he had nothing into it. Now, going forward, if you want to purchase for selling on Whatnot, it's a very difficult go because you have margins. You have, you can't start things at $1 that you paid, $2 or $3 for. It doesn't work for you, and you're not even really getting bids. You're getting who's in the group, who bids at that time. Like, I don't like the premise of the whole Whatnot thing anyways. It's timing. It's like eBay. You put something on, if the guy's on holiday and you need to buy it now, you might have had another bidder through that week time that you had it listed, and the guy wasn't there. But here you're talking about 30 seconds. You got 30 seconds to sell something. It's like, you got to have 100 people in your group, like, honestly.
Well, that's why you need the eyeballs. Yeah.
Yeah.
The Whatnot, that platform requires eyeballs. You need eyeballs to be able to.
And you have to
If
have
you have enough
following.
eyeballs,
You have to have.
you can sell almost anything.
But yeah, of course you can. But
Yeah.
you do have to have that following. If you don't have a following, and you're trying to start from zero, what are you offering really that attracts you? You can say, I have rookies, I have all this, and a lot of his rookies didn't sell in football. There was some,
But a lot of people have that. So that's what I'm getting at. Like
I
people
understand
aren't going
that,
to randomly click on a random Whatnot that doesn't already have a following. just for no reason. You
It's
have to
tough.
basically. So the irony is
Yeah.
that when we talked about him, and I'll read a couple of these comments here in a second because there's a couple of good
Sure.
ones. But the irony was when we were talking about it, I showed that image of Dave on a vlog from a
Mhm.
young guy who does a lot of vintage
Yes.
dealing. That's his business now. And he does well with it. And he sets up at shows and does all that. And he was buying from Dave. The irony is if Dave
Oh, he was
wanted to
buying
go
from
this
Dave,
route,
really?
he was buying from Dave. Yeah. He bought a Roberto Clemente card from Dave. So the
Okay.
thing is, if he wanted to do this type of business, though, the irony was if he had wanted to do that, and Dave said while we were talking that he didn't realize he was being recorded for a vlog. And I go, well, you got to pay attention to that because if this is the game you want to play, again,
Yes.
so
Yeah.
I'm just offering this as advice. So take it,
It
in,
is.
take it in
I
that context.
understand. Yeah. No, I'd say the same
If
thing
that's the
too.
case, if that is your desire, then you need to be very cognizant of when someone is taking footage of it for a vlog or whatever. Ask them, oh, are you taking video for YouTube or anything else? Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter what the social media is. I don't care. YouTube or anything else. Then the second thing is, oh, hey, and you're especially if you're doing a deal, and especially if the deal happens. Oh, can you just include my information in there? Just by doing that, you have at least put yourself out there
Out there.
and giving
Yeah.
yourself some additional exposure because he was literally on the video prominently negotiating on this card. That right there was an opportunity for your information to be included on the screen. But if nothing else, and by the way, this guy actually does decent with his YouTube following. So there were potentially 1,000 eyeballs or more that could have seen you on there,
Mhm.
which they did, but could have also seen your contact info and seen that you did a deal on the card. Oh, by the way, you have a whatnot. Oh, by the way, you have an Instagram. Oh, by the way, you have whatever.
But he doesn't.
There you go. That
Yeah.
gives you at least an in. You can piggyback off of somebody else's following to help you.
I don't think I'd ever do whatnot. I don't think it's conducive to profit margins that I can make otherwise. Just saying.
Yeah, but I'm
And
saying is if
I
you're,
say
if
that
you're
about
going to,
Rob Barris
yeah.
too. That taking off of eBay, you can say what you want, but it's still taking away from another, platform that has great potential.
I don't
No.
think he's worried about it. I don't think he's losing any sleep over it.
Okay, yeah, he doesn't worry about it, but maybe the people buying worry about that. So okay, it's opportunity, and if you lessen the opportunity, sort of like Dave. If you lessen the opportunity, you don't have other contacts, you don't have other platforms you're on.
He has
you
like
take away from
12
it.
platforms he's on.
Yeah, but eBay is a major platform, and it's
Sure,
a
but
dominant
I
one
get
too.
it. But they just didn't give him the deal he wanted. Like everybody else gave him
That's
the deal he
fine.
wanted.
Well,
and he's
obviously, he
able to
got
do it.
paid for another deal that he
That's
got,
what I
so-
mean. So he's getting compensated for that. And he still technically is on several other platforms, including his own personal website where you can buy stuff directly off of
I
that.
understand. Yeah, he's perfectly fine doing what he's doing. Yeah, I get it.
Yeah.
But
And
taking
then-
away
and then the
from
folks in store.
eBay is just not like whatever. Like,
Yeah.
you do what you want. It's fine. You're hurting the collector, or you're hurting yourself. I don't know. I'll say the collector.
So Rick here says, I constantly get emails from sellers saying the winner backed out. You have the next best bid. You want the card. You got to find out
Oh, I
what
know.
these cards that you're getting all the time, Victor. Sorry,
Happens
Rick.
a lot.
You're getting that. Amanda says, so this is relating to whatnot thing. Amanda says, you go on, lose your ass until you build a community that trusts you, and then you're set. So I agree with you, Amanda. I agree. So
True
here's the
enough.
thing, though. But here's
Yep.
the thing. That's true. But
Yep.
the only thing I'll say here, Amanda, is that the lost leader thing, it's fine if you want to establish a thing from scratch. It's fine. But I don't have the same aversion that Bobby has to it for whatnot. My issues with whatnot are all the other stuff they do. But as a platform, I get the concept. But my issue is this: if you're coming at it with no pre-existing following, let's just put it this way, just so we understand each other. I wouldn't do it because honestly, it doesn't interest me. It's not my style. It's not my way.
Yeah.
However, if you told me,
either.
Carlos, you got to go make a whatnot thing and do it, I
Yeah.
could do it. But I'm not starting from total scratch. I'm not starting from complete zero. I'm not.
You do have people. Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Yeah. That makes sense.
And the thing is, I would play it in such a way where while you're losing your ass, you minimize the problem. You minimize the loss. Because you have to establish it as something. You got to get people in, and then those people can bring more people in. But that's how you do it. Start small and then snowball it. But if you're starting from nothing.
Yeah, but there's a million people doing it. That's the thing. Like,
Yeah.
what differentiates you from somebody else is
It's very difficult.
your online
It's
presence,
But look, Bobby, so seriously, I'm being serious about this.
yeah, me
You
too.
could make the same argument, and I'll actually, you know what? Let me finish this thought, but let me read these comments first. But I
Sure.
want to finish the thought because you're making a point that I want to quickly touch on. I think it's valid. So Zach here says, did Bobby say he spent 10K on a roof or a roof? The roof is on fire.
Roof, or ROOF.
Yeah, the roof is on fire. Sadler says, I've noticed older guys get excited just the possibility of opportunity, not necessarily meaning they would be good ones. And look, as long as
Well, I
Dave is
think
happy, I'm
everybody
happy.
wants
As long as Dave is happy,
opportunities.
I'm happy.
Yeah.
Rick says, Bobby put a blow up roof on his roof. I like it. I see what you did.
Yeah.
Brandon says, those guys consider themselves old millennials rather than Gen X. Disturb me. So this is always fun.
True.
So here's the thing. And I don't disagree with you. This is a stretch. I am in the category of what would be considered an old millennial. Because if you take the different brackets from beginning
enough.
to end of the millennial, because I'm right at the beginning of the millennial period, and they have started trying to figure
But
out.
you're not
because
a
like I said,
millennial in that sense, no.
well, I am by the cutoffs.
Definition,
by the
yes,
cut.
but not by.
So
yes.
what happens though is they're starting to think about that. What I've said previously,
Mhm.
if you're right at the cutoff, it's a very awkward thing because you're kind of in the middle, and because they've started to acknowledge that. Okay, look, it's not like you're born one day and then the next day suddenly your experience is fundamentally different. That's not how that works. It's not how reality works. We're in a spot, so where I am, I'm born in 83. That means that you talk about the Gen X. So somebody born in 1982 or 81 is not living a fundamentally different lifestyle than I am. It's different, but not fundamentally different to
No.
the point of changing the world.
No.
It's still different, but not like completely. We're still having a lot of the same experiences because we're still right in the same age bracket. So what
Yeah.
happens is you've got that little cutoff period. Somebody born in, I think, what is the end of the
Eric,
millennial?
73 or something, 72, whatever. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I get you. But I want to make sure I get this right because there is an interesting cutoff on the other side of it. Okay, so the end of so millennials is what they call it, define it, is between 81 and 96. This is important.
Well, that's a big swing.
But that's with every generation, Bobby. Here's the point. Here's the point I'm getting at.
Now, boomers are boomers.
Someone born in 1996 is living a completely different life than me.
Yes. Oh, yes.
We're still technically at the extreme ends of these brackets, but we're not the same.
I think there's
I have a lot more in
6 to
common.
7 year swing opposed to the way
but that's not how generations work. The point that I'm getting at is that my experience as
I think about experiences. I think that's where the shift really happens.
Yeah.
Because
generations are not that tight. Generations are still like a 15, 20 year period.
You can say generations, but I mean, the things that we're exposed to in between a 6 to 7 year period opposed to
that's what I'm getting at.
Okay.
That's what I'm referring
Sorry.
to. So what I'm saying is that my experience as someone born in 83 could not be any more different than someone born in 96. Like we're literally operating on two different worlds. By the time they're born, I'm in high school. Like we're completely operating in different universes.
But 70 in 87, 88, you're still close.
Yeah. So that's what I mean. So I'm saying it's easier for me then to have things in common with someone born in 78, 79, 80. We're still a couple of years apart, but we're still not experiencing completely different universes.
You can span 6 years before, 6 years after, I think.
Yeah.
Somewhere in between.
So what happens is, as a result of that, I live in a generation that was pre-internet, has completely life experience before internet, then internet expansion, broadband, all the rest of it. So I operate inside of now. By the time I'm living here, I've got these things, but I also have what went before. Someone that is a couple of years before me also has that. But someone that starts. So I had internet in my house in 94. Someone that's born in 96 cannot relate to me having internet 2 years before they were born. It's completely different.
No,
they're born.
Well, they grew up through the internet.
They're born and it's already there. Like they have no sense of what happened before. So they cannot. It's not possible.
No.
So generationally, my experiences will go. So we've got that little cutoff. So yeah, but if you're Gen X, you're trying to look, anybody born right at the end of Gen X, we've got more things in common. But if you're born at the beginning of Gen X, we're also operating in two different universes.
It's another world for sure.
it's kind of fun. That's why I said Brendan Ryan's comment was very funny, because I thought, because it's true. I don't disagree. Like, don't stretch it, but like there is some interesting little quirks in the way that works out.
Yeah, it's
Like
sort of
we
like
can go,
X Gen and baby boomers. You know, pretty close in a lot of different things that we experienced. We went through the naive times. We had no internet. We had be in before the lights come on, kind of thing. Whatever. And then you hit your generation, which is sort of a little bit later, but still relatively related. And then you hit the 90s, and then everything changes. In if you're born in the 90, even 90, you're 10 years old, you're 19, you're 2000. It's a different world.
yeah,
Completely.
it accelerates the gap
It
between
really
these
does.
different
It
things
actually
because
shortens
changes.
it, but it extends extends ours, but I mean, it shortens theirs. Yes, going forward.
So that's what I say. Like, we have that perspective, but at
And
the
then we
same
have
time, like, I
iPhones,
get
and
it.
that just changed everything. Yeah.
Correct. And that's the thing. That's the differentiator. Rapid fire breaking may become a sport. I'd watch it. Bowman breaking challenge would be fun. There you go. I don't like how quick auctions and whatnot are sellers claiming cars are worth $100 to sell for 30 on eBay. That's scammy. I get
That's
you. I
everybody.
get you. I get you. Semi-scripted. So Xennial is kind of the tagline they started to use for kind of that bridge generation,
Daniel?
because it's a combination Generation X and Millennial. So what they're doing is that it's that little bridge. It's that short little window, what I was just referring to. That's basically my generation specifically, because wait another 5 years. Okay, now you're talking something different. But because you're right at the end of the 80s into the early 90s, and you're born at that point. Whereas
It's sort of
as
like
in my
me being in a Greek household. I'm Exanos, which means I'm not Greek. So Exennials kind of works. I get it.
no, well, the Exennials though is a requirement because of what I just said a moment
Well,
ago.
it's a
I just said
requirement you be
it's
Greek or
easier.
not.
It's
So,
easier for me in my generation to relate to the very end of Gen X as opposed to
yes.
the very end of the millennial gen. I have a lot more in common with them than I do at the very end. Again, the
Sure.
96 kids born in 96, we're operating in completely different generations.
Well, they're 2000s when they're 5, 6, 7 years old. So it
That's what
doesn't
I'm
matter.
saying.
Yeah.
By
It's
that
different.
point, by the time you
Totally
get to the
different.
year
Yeah.
2000, by the time you get to the year 2000, I'm 17.
You're an old man. Yeah.
So it's like, and they're just getting going. They're literally just getting going. So we're dealing with two different universes by that point.
Yeah. I'm 17 and 81.
So I have an interesting latchkey kids credentials. Yep. Saddle
Latchkey,
fans.
yeah.
An interesting situation like that. Barely a Zoomer, but living in a small, lower income town means I didn't get to experience the millennial lifestyle like some of the other Zoomers. Fair.
Mm,
I get you.
okay.
The verse based on realities, the path that shows topics go. Hey, listen, we got range, man. We got range on this show. We don't just stick to the sports cards. We talk about other things.
Well, I sure do.
Yeah. But basically what all this came down to, the reason why I wanted to make sure I read all these comments and kind of touched on these different things. I'm just trying to remember. There was something just before I got to that whole point about the XNL thing. What were we talking about just before that? Just a moment before that, there was something else that we were discussing briefly. I'm just going to scroll back a little bit.
Millennials, you were talking about.
No, just before that. I'm saying
join?
just before that. We talked about the whatnot thing. We talked about that, but I want to make sure. Oh, yes. I wanted to make sure I touched on this. Here we go. Didn't want to make sure I missed it. So Dan is saying Carlos is going to Strongsville, drinks on me. There's another thing as well, but I want to make sure I touch on this since I'm here. So the Strongsville thing, maybe, but it won't be for years. So don't hold your breath on me. Years. Right now, there's no reason for me to go down stateside for any reason.
I'm 61. I don't have years.
Well, they're going to have to wait years, Bobby.
Okay.
It is what it is. I don't know what to say. Much like the National, I am permanent banned from the States. So, and much like the National, it is by my decision. The whatnot sales, true. Hey, you showed cards. They can't rip before tonight. True. No, the whatnot sales. Yes, there was something else though. Shoot, what was it?
Prior to whatnot or after whatnot, Dave?
It was just at the tail end of whatnot. There was something that we were touching on that I wanted to make sure that I elaborated on, but I needed to get through.
We're talking about Dave and a following, and then
said, following.
After the following was we got into.
I mentioned already. I said already that if I was going to do something like that, they could work because of the following. But I passed that point. Shoot, now I have to think. Let me think about this one.
Okay.
Bobby's 61. Yes, that's true.
In July. Yes.
Yes, there's a lot of July us. A lot of Julys.
Yes. We're all
Yes, when we get
cancers.
into July, we're birthday central out here, man. We're
Yep.
birthday central out here.
Actually,
Wow.
Eric, you, me,
Not Eric. I don't think Eric's July. Bobbles is July. Bobbles is July. Wes is July. Wes, who we've had on here before, is
Ed?
July.
And Wesker.
Not that I'm aware of.
Oh,
But yeah, for me, sure. Me, you, Bobbles, Wes. I think there's a few other
Somebody
folks who we've got
else,
around
too,
here
I
with
know.
Julys as well. There's definitely more. There's definitely
Mike
more.
Ham?
A lot of Julys. A lot of July kids.
somebody who's close. Yeah.
2032 national, so jokes aside, like I'm being serious.
2030.
Just,
Yeah.
yeah. No, but I want to be serious
Maybe.
about this. Well, not for me, maybe for you. No, the national genuinely is a bad deal for me. Like, so I'm going to
You say that
officially.
today, but like tomorrow, things might change.
What are they going to pay me, Bobby? Like, no, they literally would have to pay.
Maybe your show's gonna bust open, and then you'll be a talker on one of the platforms
Sure.
that they have.
Okay.
Yeah.
So let me
I'm just
repeat
giving you
myself.
hope.
Okay, let me repeat myself. Thank you. I will
You and Mike
reiterate my
O
previous.
could come on and do a. Yeah.
I will reiterate my previous utterance.
Okay.
At this point, the national doesn't make sense for me in any capacity.
Understood.
However, y'all want to pay by y'all, I mean the national. Y'all want to literally
You'll be
pay me to
influenced
go?
by zeros.
Sure. Listen, you put enough zeros on a check.
I'm
at
telling
the end
you,
of it,
shit
the end
can
of it,
happen.
you literally pay me to go, then great. Otherwise, screw the national. Don't care. Any year, forever. We're done. The national is dead to me. Outside of content. Because I will milk that sweet, sweet content.
You gotta be.
I will milk that sweet,
Bob,
sweet content.
Yeah.
Okay, Eric is March. Thank you. I thought, yeah, for sure. He's not one of them. There's a lot of them, but he's not one of them. Zach says Carlos will go to Dallas. Dallas, I would do.
Really?
Oh, totally. Yeah. Listen, I got to go down to talk to some of my Dallas. I got to go talk to the Hockey
gambling
Oracle.
in Dallas. I'm just saying.
Bobby,
Sorry.
Bobby, I can go chat with the Hockey Oracle. And there are some other folks, Dallas-wise, that we'd be able to make it happen. Listen, our personal friend, Mike Baseball Collector, is out there in the Texas.
Oh, is he really? Okay.
Yeah. And Bobby, if I timed it correctly, I could go down during the time period that has a Dallas Stars game. The Dallas show is every 2 months. So you could totally time it with a show. Yes.
And get a cheap game. Yeah.
Totally doable. So you see, I can combine things to make it worth my while under the right circumstances to make it happen. Yes. So
friends,
that is way
passion,
more plausible. That is way more doable than as a show, way more doable. Totally more doable.
Yeah, I understand that. You know, we all want the best bang for our buck, I guess. And I think that would probably be a good one for you, for sure.
Yeah.
And Dallas show is no hey. It's like, it's a good show.
Yeah. There are things there that I could make work and it'd be fine. I could go get a couple of not so fella cards. I hear they like the footballs out in Texas. I hear they like the footballs out in Texas. It should be fine. It should be fine.
All good. Yeah.
Yeah. Amanda says, Carlos, we need a Vegas show. Facts, Amanda. Facts.
100%. I will go.
1,000. Listen, Amanda.
I got the hat already.
After you all complete your Civil War that you need, have your Civil War first. As the 11th province, Bobby and I will grace you with our presence at a Vegas show.
11 province territories in there. Okay.
Yeah, maybe a protectorate. So as a protectorate of Canada, we will grace you with our presence in Vegas after you get your shit together. Get your shit together. Get to work. And I need a Vegas show.
Shit together.
Vegas show. Get your shit together. Bobby, listen, man, I can't be dealing with it. I can't be dealing with the nonsense. I got Eric already. I don't need to be dealing with their nonsense here.
We already have one. Yeah.
I don't need it. I'm already full to my brim on that. Get your shit together. Get a show in Vegas, and we'll talk. We'll talk. Mike doesn't go to a lot of Dallas shows. I think he's discovered vintage shows. Hey, listen, he's got to do what he's got to do. It's fine. Listen, if Mike Baseball Collector found out that Carlos is coming down there, we have a storied history. He would totally be down.
Then you'd be a shoo-in for the Hall of Fame.
Oh, Bobby, it all comes together. Synergies.
Yes.
Synergies.
I never thought about that. Yeah. Now it's coming together.
Man.
Mm-hmm.
Synergies, man. David G, good evening. I visited Wrigley Field during the National Weekend. Sounds good to me. Do your thing, man. Have at it. Lapper. Good evening. I love it. All right. So I remember now what I was going to say.
What's that?
In the course of this,
Thank
in the course
God.
of this, I now recall what it was.
What was it?
What I was referring to was talking about followings, talking about viewer counts, talking about all that thing. So what reminded me of was a point that I was going to make. When you're doing a lot of these things, it's tough to build a following. It's tough to figure out, the right combination of whatever it is. Cool. So what happened is, here's what's tricky. And so Lapper, I appreciate that. Thank you, buddy. Appreciate that. Innovation on iteration. Thank you. Appreciate that. So here's the thing. On Fridays, I've talked about this before, and this is no knock. This is no knock on Gong Show or anybody else. Everybody, I am on the record as saying, everybody, do whatever you're going to do.
Yeah.
Nobody owns a time slot. Nobody owns a date. Nobody owns a day of the week. None of it.
Enjoy, Phil.
But it is tricky when you divide an audience and do a whole bunch of different things and all that stuff. It's tough. But
that's whatnot.
In that vein of what we just talked about, the reason why I brought it up, the reason why that reminded me of it, I do this show every Friday. Friday nights have worked out to be what makes sense for me.
5 years.
For a very long time.
Yes.
The live streams for 5 years for sure, but Fridays for most of it, to be honest, at this point.
Yes.
But here's the thing. Again, nobody owns the time slot. Nobody owns the day of the week. Tonight, as we have speak right now, there was a Hockey Cards Gong Show live stream with Phil that Lapper was referring to. So right here, talking about this.
Sure.
We poke fun, but the reality is there. Guess what? They got a bigger audience than we do. That's okay. I get it.
That's only by default of the Gong Show. That's not by.
I'm not disagreeing with you, but what I'm saying is it's still a bigger audience. That doesn't discourage me from doing what I'm doing. It doesn't change what I do because I'm not just hockey cards. I'm not only doing that. It's a different thing. Same thing. Right now, I believe.
Well, I think that's hype collecting, and people are looking at what's new and opposed to not that we have quality entertainment 24/7 on our show, but I'm just saying
it's not for everybody.
It isn't for everybody. Exactly.
The point here that I'm making is it's not for everybody because it's not only hockey cards. And the other point that the other point is same time.
It's a hangout. It's not even about getting clicks or likes. It's really just about us hanging out. You guys want to enjoy? Hey, we'll include you in the chat.
And
we'll
we always welcome everybody. Hit the like button so Eric pays for it. Yes, but the important thing, though, that I'm making, the point that I'm making here is that I still do it every week, even knowing that a Gong Show can come in. They got their own thing. Yeah. I think the overlap is fairly small, but that's not the point. The reason I'm making this point is just so we're all clear on this. So I know they're there. I have no issue with that because at the end of the day, it's a free YouTube. Do your thing. Same thing right now as we speak. The crossover, the Hoj and those guys have already done. They do their thing. Now they're doing it on YouTube. So we've got one hockey card live stream talking about hockey cards. Cool. And then we got another thing talking about, sports cards, and they've got their audience doing their thing. And then I'm still doing my, so why would I do it on a Friday night? So if they've got all these things, why would I do it on the same night? Because I'm doing what I'm doing.
Yeah.
They're doing what they're doing. I'm okay with that. And people can choose to watch this one or that one or the other one or some combination. Some people I know bounce around from one to the other. I know that for a fact because I'll watch it on a replay and I'll see the comments.
Where else can you find Eric and Yannick and hobby historian Bobby Burrell? Like honestly,
obviously the Burrell.
Oh,
you're not gonna find him.
So hater supposedly. I don't know.
Listen, Scone Show maybe, but you're not gonna find him on Friday Nights with Phil. Is all I'm saying.
No,
but regardless, though, my point is this. My point is bigger than this. It's that they can do their thing. I'll do my thing. I'm not changing my day because it works for me. So people who want to come on here and watch this can watch. By the way, there's most of the people watching a replay. It's cool. Yes. Like it's perfectly fine.
That's for
the
most
people that are here and want to participate in it. That's awesome too. That's fantastic. It's okay. But imagine though, if the metric was, oh my God, well, but do you get as many views as they do? Or do you get as many live viewers as they do? It's like, well, guys, I can't control that. I have no control over that. And also, I would expect my preference is that you watch the thing you like or the thing that gives you some value. I would rather you do that. Hopefully there's some value. Hopefully we give you some entertainment along the way. And if we do, hopefully you hit the like button because I'm charging Eric for it.
Yeah, but it's the content of character that we have on this show, opposed to just being hype. And I think that's the big difference between our show and it's just four guys hanging out. You got some great information. We got a lot of history. So you can listen to us or just hang out with us, and we'll talk about anything: food or music or hockey cards or football cards, baseball, whatever. 63 Fleer, it doesn't matter. You're going to get a little variety and have something different to hear, opposed to a scripted show that might be, I don't know. I'm not even going to say that. I'm staying away from that. Scripted shows that might take you in a direction that it's all set up, it's all ready to go, it's meant to sell, it's not meant to so-called entertain in a natural sense. It's more about what's living in hype, and that's not about the Gong Show or anything. We're talking about every show that's out there. A lot of guys, you're just showing that other interview where the other guy's a dick, and whatever. It doesn't matter. And I watched that other guy, I forget the guy, what's Friday nights, what's his name, he's red-haired, weird-looking dude. He's talking about Jeff Wilson and how bad he is, and people don't listen to me, and I only have 2,000 followers. Why don't you share with me? And I went, oh my God, why don't you just shut up? Okay? Leave us alone. People watch what they want to watch, and they enjoy what they want to enjoy. If we, make 10 people happy, that's great. They learn something. Usually they'll learn something on our show, whereas other shows is just really about going through the motions, I think, more than anything else. And I think that's what the people who follow us and appreciate that we have shticks and we have different things that go on. It's an inside kind of fun little group that you don't find everywhere or anywhere, actually, for that matter.
No, I think it's fair. Like I said, the reason I wanted to make sure I made this point was that I still like doing it. And it's fun. It was funny to me, and it's hilarious in a lot of ways, and we get a kick out of it. Is that I remember same way that I remember the first eBay auction that I bought, and I shared that with you tonight. I also remember the first live streams I was doing. I also remember the first live streams that I was doing, and there were 3 people watching, 2 people watching, and that was it. That's all it was.
Everyone
And
starts somewhere, right?
well, but that's the way it works. It's
And we're talking.
you
We
don't
can
you're not
reflect that back to
offering
Dave
anything
and
initially.
whatnot, right?
You're not offering anything initially, so you have to kind of do it. And along the way, there's been ebbs and flows.
True.
And if I was willing to be a lot nicer on certain things, it would probably have helped the audience over time.
It might.
It would have. Let's be honest, it would have.
Okay.
But that's okay. It's fine. But I'm okay with it because it's still the longest running episodic, whatever the hell this
It is.
going on years. But that's the
Mm.
reason why. That's the reason why I was saying though, is that I would rather interact with the chat that we have. Talking, I can literally read what's being written. I can talk back and forth. We can do this whole thing. Love it.
We're not performing for something else. We are just ourselves.
Yeah.
And we're saying
although
what
I
we
am
feel.
making fun of Eric for fun at all times.
Okay, well that's understood.
I do it for
think
the love
that's
of
a
the game.
shtick that we all understand. Yes.
Yeah, I do it for the love of the game. Always, at all times. So here you go. Let me just read these. I'll get caught up. 28 likes. He didn't even show his fake. I know. It's wild. No, it feels like an empty show still tonight. No outrageous takes by Eric being MIA. You didn't hear us yelling into the void? Bro. He's yelling into the void. Like, I can't even repeat the horrible things that Eric said. Whew. I was trying to make this live to participate since they're live. I don't really comment on videos a whole lot. I respect it. I thank you. Zach says, I'm going to rewatch the silly thing to find out where Eric is. I kind of want you to rewatch it, though. I could tell you. I've mentioned it. But now I kind of want to let you rewatch it, Zach. All right, look, I'll be nice. Eric was complaining about his eye. He's like, oh, my eye. And that's basically why he's not here tonight. I said, look, I don't want to hear you crying about your damn eye. I don't want it. Nope. Don't need it. Take the night off. We'll bring in Brad. Brad will take care of the business. Brad showed up. Brad was here. I appreciate it. But Ryan said, hey, don't forget, wrestling is scripted entertainment. It's not just done yet on card content successfully. Truth. Still a work in progress, my man. Still a work in progress. Zach says, this show wouldn't work here if there's 1,000 people. It would change. It's true. You would lose some of the fun of being able to interact at a more specific level. Part of me envies the people that can build a live stream where it's hundreds or thousands of people. but you can't interact with that man. It's impossible. It's impossible. There's no way. There's no way. Because it's like you can try, but it's hopeless. It's hopeless. Lapper here. I didn't miss it. I wanted to make sure I read these other comments. Buy a Timmy's on me for doing what we love, what we each love in the hobby. I thank you, my man. I appreciate you. By the way, Lapper, question for you. Question for you. I'm not putting you on the spot. You let me know. Reach out to me directly. Feel free. Do you want to do any watch-alongs for the Stanley Cup Final? I will lead with, I am super salty. I will be hating on the Oilers so hard. However, I am still game to do it if you're keen on it. If you're interested, let me know. Because I do like my watch-alongs, so you let me know. No pressure. It's all good. Zach says, I'm at work the first couple of hours almost every week. I respect it. I thank you for tuning in another way and hitting the like button so that Eric pays. Because that bastard needs to pay for his no-show. Carlos, what are your thoughts on the immense popularity of the Savannah Bananas? Entertainment, David. Entertainment. They're providing entertainment. Let's do it. I'm all about it. If you're providing entertainment, let's go. That's what it is. Savannah Bananas are doing entertainment. I love baseball. I genuinely love baseball. It's my favorite thing, my favorite sport to this day. I love the sport, but you don't need to take it seriously. It's fun. And if they're providing fun and entertainment, do it. I'm 100% in favor of it. I'm still debating. I'll be honest with you. Even as I'm recording this in the wee hours, now we're on Saturday. I will tell you truthfully. So we're all on the same page. I was thinking about going to the CSC show. I could still go to the CSC show. So I have a choice. I can go to the CSC show. There's some benefits potentially because I might be interested in grabbing some cards that I could resell or whatever, because I still find stuff like there occasionally.
And I think that's the thrill of the hobby for us in our, I guess, the latter part of our collecting is,
I like the challenge.
Deal. Yes,
I like the challenge here.
It is.
So what I'm saying is, so that's one option. I have that option.
And you might find something you want to.
Alternatively, I could go to the Toronto Maple Leafs game at Christie Pitts on Sunday.
Whew. So
I do like me. I can sit there and watch some baseball.
You can get beer at both. So
it's true.
Yeah.
It's true. I'm thinking about it. Look, it's still up in the air. I will make my decision by the afternoon on Saturday. I'm going to sleep on it. I'll think about it.
Pitts is pretty close, though.
I can get there. It's not bad. And by the way, it's a very nice park. I enjoyed my experience there. I've got my special pass and everything. So I can get my lovely little seat and sit there and chill and have a good time. And it could be fun. I'll have a hot dog and a beer and just sit there and watch the ball game. Could be all right. And the weather looks decent for the weekend.
Again, I forget.
What's that?
Mustard on your hot dog, or is it?
No, for me, I don't need anything. I just need the hot dog.
I thought, okay.
Yeah. Forgot. But regardless, the point though is that I love the sport. So for me, just watching baseball is enjoyable, and I've already paid for the pass and everything, so I'm already covered. So I can literally just sit there and just enjoy myself and
a cheesy hot dog. There's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah. So I'm like, could be all right. So I'm going to think about it. I will make a decision shortly. But the key factor is it looks like the weather's going to be agreeable.
Yes.
If the weather's nice too. It's like, ooh. And by the way, in my special section with the pass, we've got a cover canopy. So if it's too sunny, you're already in the shade.
Or it rains. Yeah.
You're good. You're good to go. You're good to go either way. So I got to think about this. I got to think. There's a decision to be made here. So David here says, so to answer to David's question, Savannah Bananas are providing some entertainment. People are enjoying it. I am very happy for them. I hope they do well because it's good for the sport that people are just enjoying the game. I don't care.
Yeah.
As long as they're enjoying it, it's a good time.
I think that's what is missing out of it is the enjoyment of the game opposed to the records people are setting and, pursuing the cards thereof that they're trying to, pursue on top of that. It takes away from that and you just get into the game itself. And I think that's the true enjoyment they have either in the hobby or, in the sport itself. And I think we're missing a little bit of that, but if you look at all the other videos that are out there and stuff like that, I think the true enjoyment of watching a hockey game and not worried about who scores how many goals or whatever. It's just about, you root for your team. They win, they lose. That's fine. You enjoy the game.
I think it's fair. Yeah. So as long as you got that in there, you're good. I like it. All right. So I'll tell you what, I will reach out to you separately and let's figure it out. We'll get arranged. So Bobby, we may do some watch alongs to the Stanley Cup Final.
I think it'd be good. Probably it depends on what happens in the series, but I think towards the last 3 games might be good. Yeah, you can watch the first one. I guess it doesn't really mean much, but
Well, look, the final. Who knows how long the final is going to go? So for
yeah,
me,
we don't know.
I'll figure out this. We'll look at the schedule. I know the first one's on Wednesday, so Wednesday's fine. It's fine. So for me, I'd be all right with it. Let's kind of play the schedule. The only
Sure.
thing we'll do is I might, if the first one's Wednesday, because I think they do every other day, right?
Yeah.
So if first one's on Wednesday, so Friday, obviously, I'm not.
Friday's good. Well, you can't do that. Yeah, you got the show.
Exactly. I'm not. So first one
Mm.
is June the 4th. June the 4th is, let me make sure. So I've got the dates right. June the 4th is the Wednesday. Yes. Yes. And then the next one's the 6th. The Friday is off. So Friday,
Sunday's the
no good
7th.
on that one. And then they're doing the 9th. They're skipping to Monday.
Oh,
wow, okay.
Sunday and Monday
Ooh.
gone. Wow.
Okay. So Monday's
Traveling
okay. I
time?
can I'll combine it with the podcast. I'll do it
That'd
as
be
a
good.
podcast episode. Yeah, so that's fine. And then the 12. What are the NHL schedule makers on? What kind of crack are they doing here?
What's the next game?
So they go, so first they go the 4th, then
Yes.
they go the 6th, which I get.
Yeah.
Then they skip the Sunday, instead go to the Monday for the 9th. Then they
Wow.
skip all the way to the 12th, the Thursday. What the hell
What?
are we doing? Like, what
They're
the hell is
extending
this?
it for no reason. That is like, wow.
Jesus, we don't need to go to the like late June. Good Lord.
You know,
Jeez.
it's still one plane ride. It's not like it's a 3-day tour that you got to go to the next.
I don't even know, man. I don't even know. Mayo and your hot dogs, not for me, my man. Look, I could eat it on there. I'm not Eric. I wouldn't die or melt. Not the first choice I would make, but I could eat it. Not
Yeah.
a big deal. Baseball is the only sport in the world where the best players are not welcome to the Hall of Fame. I have no idea who you're talking about.
Doesn't have to be.
Pete Rose is the hit king. Is he one of the best players in the world? I don't know. He's all right. He's fine. Sunday is off. Monday, yeah. So let's see. The box opening at some point too. Yes, Amanda, but that's not my skill. So full disclosure for everybody. There is potentially a collaboration kind of thing that's going to happen, but it's not up to me to schedule. I'm not the scheduler. It is not I, Bobby. It is
No.
not I. See what I got, Bobby? You know what I have?
No. A 63
I have
what?
a box of the AEW the wrestling.
Oh, why don't you open that on the show?
Because Bobby, I am holding this back so that it could be opened on another thing that is not being scheduled by me.
Okay.
I bought 2 of these boxes. One of these boxes I have already opened and put on the wrestling channel, but this one's sitting right here on the table.
Wow. How do you resist?
Waiting because it was requested that I have some material available, but I did state directly that if by the latter part of next week it is not there, Bobby, that shit's getting cracked open.
Yeah.
I'm not holding. Look, I paid for it. I'm not holding that. That is not an influencer box. I paid for that.
You're lucky to get away from not opening it tonight.
I'm demonstrating self-restraint right now. Huge self-restraint.
Delayed gratification is not in my wheelhouse.
Whoo. Getting the shivers, getting the shakes. It's not good.
Yeah.
2 more days. Yep. Must be arena conflicts. Who knows, man? I don't know. Better Ryan says, have you guys ever heard of the Weird AI Yankovic? Oh, so the Weird Al Yankovic.
Al Yankovic.
It's like when he did a parody of a certain song and the sales would bump 20% as a result for the original artist. Is Geoff Wilson the hobby's Weird Al? That's an interesting comp.
Wow. That's whoa.
So look, for the Weird Al one,
In a
I
way.
buy it. For the Weird Al one, I buy. So we can take a second here. And by the way, thank you all. These last couple of topics have been very good. I was surprised we had a little gas in the tank at the end of this one.
Mm-hmm.
But okay, let's get into these real quick. So I like the Weird Al comp only because for Weird Al it makes sense, because when you're doing a parody, it still sounds enough like the original song that it reminds people of the original song. So they'll be like, oh yeah, my Bologna, my Sharona. Yeah, I'll listen to my Sharona. I get it.
I'm fat.
Yeah, there's so many good ones. You know, Amish Paradise, Gangster's Paradise. So many good ones.
That one. Yeah, that's
amazing. Fantastically done. So I get it. Totally get it.
That was the time and place. Today it maybe doesn't go over so well.
So with Geoff, I'll say this. Geoff, much to my chagrin, Eric's comments, most of them were ridiculous. The GOAT thing was him being ridiculous because he's Eric. However, the point that he made if you get past that, if you ignore that for a second and get to the point,
true.
and get to the point where he's talking about you can draw additional eyeballs by invoking his name, that is true. That is a fact, because I see it over and over and over and over. And what happens in the comment section? You go, "Oh man, why are you talking about this guy again?" And I'm sitting there going, "Why are you commenting on a video about this guy again?"
Yeah.
You're literally playing. So when Dustin is doing this, and to this point, like I'm almost a little offended, Bobby, because it's like, how many times do we have to hammer home the same point? Dustin is literally playing this, and he's doing it overtly in front of your face. I'm telling you he's doing it. He's telling you he's doing it. I've shown you he's doing it. By the way, I don't blame him for doing it because it's smart.
Yeah.
It works. So why would you not?
It works into the sense of clicks. It doesn't work in the sense of true collecting.
But the thing
The
is,
same.
but Bobby, the channel is about clicks. The channel is not
It's not about true collecting. It is about clicks. Yes, I understand that.
Yeah. So like it serves its purpose, is all I'm saying. So it does what it's
But
designed
the purpose
to do.
is low.
Yeah. Not the issue in question. Not the point is that
It is an issue.
design.
If you watch something that, I'm guilty of it too, but I'm just saying, do I get anything out of those videos? No, it's just a matter of curiosity. That's all.
And the same people who complain the loudest will be the one who will put 5
I'm
comments
not
in there
complaining.
and help the channel do what it's doing.
That's right.
Zach says, you can do the NBA finals, just go every night. Yikes. I'd rather not.
No.
The NBA finals doesn't interest me. Although I will say, Zach, for the NBA finals, I believe, correct me if I'm mistaken on this. I believe you're based in Oklahoma, aren't you? I know She Blind with Her Friend, Andy is an Oklahoma Thunder fan. So I already congratulated him for the team being in the finals. But correct me if I'm wrong, Zach. I believe same thing on your end. But yeah, so I'll say congratulations to those who are fans. Right now, obviously, the Oklahoma Thunder, I think you got a really good shot. I think so. So we'll see. I don't know. Good luck to you. Copernicus, Dr. Copernicus, a fellow doctor. What will the rise in value be more in 5 years percentage-wise? 52 manos or Bitcoin? Yikes!
Bitcoin for sure. Just saying.
So here's the thing, Bobby. I would agree with you, but here's the problem with 5 years. So it could be true in January, false in July, and true again in November.
Exactly.
In that year. Depends on which part of the 5 years you do it. Yeah, with Bitcoin, it could do a lot of these things. So percentage-wise, sure. Depending
Everybody's
on the month
an investor. It doesn't matter.
Depending on the month you check. If your goal is monetization, it makes sense. If you have integrity, messaging, or perspective to try to bring, it does nothing. Dang, integrity. I get what you're saying.
Why bring that into the conversation? It doesn't mean anything.
Yeah. Vancouver Grizzlies. Are the Vancouver Grizzlies in finals? Maybe. Oklahoma. I thought so. Yeah, I thought so. Okay. That was right. Bobby goes with BTC, and Carlos, BTC is more 4-year cycle, so 5 years you're very safe. No, it's not about safety. I still have what's funny to this very day, not a lot. I still have a little bit of Ethereum, and I still have a little bit of Bitcoin. And what's funny, actually, you know what? I haven't checked in a while. So maybe to the point is I don't check this all the time. I almost never look at it. I still have a little bit left over that I could cash out whenever. So right now I'm just pulling up the app here on the computer as we speak. So right now I don't have, like I said, when I say I don't have a lot, I mean I literally don't have a lot. So right now my portfolio is worth $2,058.41. Considering I didn't have a lot of stuff to begin with.
If you watch all the videos, Bitcoin's going to $1 billion. So hey.
Well, right now Bitcoin is $142,000 Canadian.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah. So again, I have literally 1.2% of a Bitcoin.
Well, that's better than
and that's worth $1,800.
Yeah.
So imagine if you had a Bitcoin. That's almost 150 grand.
Oh, I know.
So it's like, well, good luck to you. And Ethereum is $3,400 Canadian right now.
Yeah, that's actually grown quite a bit lately.
It's actually very substantial. Yeah. So I have a little bit of Ethereum, a smidgen, and I have a little bit of Bitcoin, and I just left it there. So let's just put it this way. So Bobby, if Bitcoin, my commitment is if Bitcoin ever gets to 1 million, I will sell what I have and take my 20 grand or whatever it is.
Yeah.
I'll take it. Sure. Whatever. No
It
harm for
depends
me.
which video you watch. So everybody's pumping everything. So you
I
can,
will keep
is
waiting
it
for it.
live or is it real? Is it, yeah, whatever.
I will keep waiting for it. It's all right.
Nope.
Zach says tickets went on sale this morning. $800 for nosebleed. So this is for the NBA Finals.
Really?
Ooh. It's really tempting to do something stupid. Dang, that's a lot.
What's the resale value on that though?
It could be pretty substantial.
Yeah, I'd say.
Lapper here says I have the amount of Bitcoin that if it went to zero, I would have zero. I get it.
Oh, that's good.
What's funny is I sold at several different price points where I made money each time. Now, obviously, look, if
You
I
sell half
played
and
like
reinvest and
yeah,
no?
like
Yeah.
for me it was always a thing where I'd throw a little bit of money into it. It was, and I mean little. To put it into perspective, I think they give you the percentage. I just want to make sure it does, because if it does, it's very funny. For the small amount of Bitcoin that I have left after I sold off what I had, other than that, does it show the percentage? I'm up 281%.
Oh yeah, it's good. Yeah.
Yeah. So, but again, I had very little left. So, like, if it went to zero, I didn't have a lot. If it goes up, whatever. Look, $2,000 is not insulting. That's pretty good for like
Buys
not
a
a
nice
lot.
Medano card.
Yeah. So it's not a lot into it, whatever. But that's why I said so. So I said for me, like, no, y'all get it to 1 million. Get it to 1 million, I'll be interested.
Yeah.
otherwise, why bother? $2,000 is cool, but it's like, no, give me the 20,000. I need you all to pump it a little more. Let's go 10x this shit. 10x it. Make it happen.
Well, I think it's sort of like cards. It's pump and dump, right?
Yeah. Well, it's like I said, it's at a price point where it's not going to change my life one way or the other.
Yeah.
So there's really
It's never going to be a currency anyway. So it's just going to be what it's going to be. So
yeah. So I'll let everybody else figure that out. We'll be all good. Y'all do you. It's fine. I just found it very funny. I look at it occasionally. I'd be like, oh, really? It's like, what are y'all doing over there? Hey, it's all good. You do you. 10x like Facebook. That's what I'm looking for, Bob Jackson. That's what I'm looking for. That's what I want. Y'all get it to 1 million. I'll sell out of my position. I'll take my 20 grand. We're all good.
Mm-hmm.
The only thing my 10x is print runs, maybe. That's valid. So I'll say this. You guys have impressed me tonight in a couple of different ways. First of all, I want to thank
great comments.
Great comments. I want to thank Yannick for popping in and joining us from his new palatial estate.
Brad.
Enjoyable. He hung out there. Brad, of course, joining us. Like I said, we had some disagreements on it, but it's all good. All love. It's all good.
Yeah.
What I'll say this, though, is this. We're actually, Bobby, almost into 5 hours. We're stronger than we were at 3.
It's funny. I've been up at 7:30 this morning. Well, I was up before that, and they showed up at 7:30, and I was watching them for the last 12 hours. It's just like, I don't know where I'm getting the energy. I have no idea.
Yeah. No, I get my second and third win and fourth win.
Sometimes I got a second win when I came on the show. I just went, I feel good. Yeah.
Look, for me, the key is, are the comments interesting? Is there interesting things to talk about?
Yeah,
because if we're just cruising and I'm just listening, it's a little tough. It's a little struggle.
Yeah.
No, if there's some interesting stuff in it.
It's a good show. Yeah.
Lapper says BTC is not something I ever thought I'd hear in these parts. I've been heavy BTC and macro content for a lot of years. Mark that off the bingo card. Lapper, you got to listen a little more carefully. Here's the thing. I'm not going to promote it because it's not my job to do that. No. I'm a technology guy. I'll always pay attention, and I've played in a little bit here and there, but it's not my job to discuss it at length or analyze it for anybody. Like, you got to do your own thing. I'm here to do my thing. Y'all chill and do. I laugh because a lot of people spend their time obsessing about. No, I'm interested enough to pay attention. I grabbed a little bit, sold a little bit profitably, which is good. Whatever the price point does on it, I really don't care.
No.
It's not. I don't have enough into it to give a shit one way or the other. Dr. Copernicus says, "What's the oldest card in your PC? What's left? I got some T206s still. I've got some T206s. So 1909. 1909. That would be the correct answer still right now. I used to have some other stuff that might have gone in the 1800s, I think. Some tobacco. cards, but no, I think it's still 1909 right now. T206s, early T206s.
Yeah, don't ask me.
But Ryan says live stream excellence. Appreciate you. Have a good night, Zach. Carlos, you say use your Retron. I haven't played a lot of games in a while, Bob. I used to like playing games. It's so we'll close out on this. I find that my hobbies over time shift, and I've documented some of them on this channel over time. I was very much into that movie collection that I was working on because I used to watch a lot. It was fun for me. It was enjoyable. I find that I have time, but the way I want to allocate time has changed a lot. I still have time, but the allocation has changed substantially to the point that it's like, okay, look, I'm doing all this stuff with the sports cards. It takes up this much amount of bandwidth. Then I go to work, then I do this, then I do that, and then hopefully I sleep for like 5 minutes. So I just run out of time. There's not enough time left to do another hobby at any depth. That I'm too deep into cards at this stage for the last several years now. And honestly, here's the thing. This is what maybe has helped me because I've got so many varied interests in it. I don't really burn out. Like really, as we speak, right now as we're talking, I have my ComC dashboard up and I was just looking at some stuff. Some of the stuff that I had submitted to ComC at the expo has been started being listed and it's starting to sell. And it's starting to put credit in there that I've been able to use to also buy. So I've been making money on a couple of these cards that I submitted. And then I've been using the money to buy some other cards on the other side. So sell, buy, sell, buy, sell, buy. eBay, a couple of things were found some stuff. I shared it with Bobby and some of the other folks. I found a Medano card that I was waiting on for a while. Cool. I'll share it at some point. It's a Canadian seller, so I'll get it in the mail here in the next little while. Cool. I'm still a buyer. If I see stuff that interests me. If I don't see stuff that interests me, then I can wait. But
Yeah,
I don't have enough time to play the games.
Once you find your groove, I think it'll keep you going in the hobby. You know, I wake up every morning to a treasure hunt, and I also document everything, and I run 3 Facebook groups, 4 actually. You know, you do what you got to do to enjoy what you're doing. You know, I'm an educator, so I'm just trying to educate people in the hobby, whatever they're collecting. It doesn't matter, cards or whatever. I got the app, I got all those other things going on. And I wake up every day to a treasure hunt of seeing what new information I can find, or even products or items. It doesn't matter. And it keeps me going. And there's not a day that I don't wake up not looking forward to the day of not finding anything. Hey, the hope is there. And you keep enjoying the hobby every day. And I've been doing that for 30 years. And I'll tell you the payback and the moral appreciation, and it's all there. It just gives it to you. The hobby gives you more than I'll ever receive in value, I guess. You know, it's just rewarding. I think it's a personal thing that it's not even a trope. We're talking about, you know, something that's real to most people is like we're looking for something that, you know, stimulates us, takes away from bullshit of life and politics and all the other shit that's going on. It's just enjoy yourself and have a fun time in the hobby.
Makes sense. I'd agree with that. I think kind of in the same vein is what Bobby's saying is that I became at a certain point where I realized it was worthwhile narrowing the scope. I still want to do some of these things. I still enjoy them. As long as they're fun for me, it's fine. And that's what's kept it going. That's the reason I do 5-hour live streams where on the totality of it, and I've always been very transparent about this, on the totality of it, guys, the views and all the rest of it, we're lucky most of the time if it's $1 an hour.
Oh,
it's not a profitable venture.
Are you kidding?
It's not a profitable venture. It's just not. So I can't possibly be. Look, I spent more on beer drinking it than I'll make on this live stream.
Yeah, probably. Yeah,
Bobby, that's not. Bobby, that is what
I'll make more on Diet Pepsi than
I'm willing to make that bet because these are $3.25 each.
Ooh,
so I drank 2 of them, so that's $6.50.
Yeah.
So I'm in the.
You could have bought Bitcoin, but
I'm in the red on this live stream. Yeah. I drank my entire YouTube profits.
Profits gone.
So that's done. I pivoted hard my hobbies, got out of trains, die casts, etc. All right,
thank God.
I get you. Leper said, well said, Bobby. It really encompasses lifelong learning and within relationships. Fair. Thank you, Bobby. Your research has been invaluable for all collectors. Thank you, David. Who cares if it's $1 an hour and Eric pays for the light? But that is true. That does
that justifies everything. Yeah,
that does take the edge off. But yeah, that's really what it comes down to. It's like, no, when I had the conversation with Victor, no, the live stream. If I was just talking about cards, we are not going this deep in the live stream. This live stream would have been over hours ago.
Oh, yeah.
Many hours ago. We're not going that
into
far.
many hours already. Yes.
We're not going that deep. I'm
No.
sorry. If it's just sports cards and it wasn't any of the rest of the stuff and the entertainment and kind of fun with it. Look, if we weren't talking about Quincy earlier on,
Oh,
you know,
exactly.
McLeod, you know, McMillan and wife, if we didn't have some of that in here tonight,
I
Nope.
still got to see some Thunderdome. I got to buy it somewhere. It's driving me crazy now.
Yep. I started buying cheap comics with cool covers ever since I need are few and far between. Yeah, that's fair. I agree with that. But that's just it. So the only reason this still goes on is because it's still enjoyable. Otherwise, no, I'd have taken weeks off a long time ago.
Yeah.
And ironically, I'm making more videos right now than I've made in a very long time.
Exactly. Yes, I know.
Because they're giving me stuff to talk about, and as long as it's worthwhile, having something to talk, I'll do it. I'm here. I have no problem doing it. I got time during the summer. But the thing is, ironically, this is what I'm using my time with.
Yep.
I'm not playing the video games. I'm not doing the other thing. I'll watch some YouTube. I'll watch the
Not going to
games a
the
little bit here and
national,
there.
yeah. Mhm.
Yeah, not, avoid the national like the plague. Yes. It's all part of it. That's how I save time. It works.
Yes.
Dave says, there's plenty to talk about on BIC. It's always fun. So many laughs a week. Thank you, Dave. Appreciate you. It honestly seems like you enjoy the absurdity of all. That is the only thing I care about, Bob. The absurdity of it is the only part that makes it. Otherwise, screw this. I'd be doing something else.
Mm-hmm.
I'll read a book or something. Like, we got other things we could be doing.
As mundane as reading a book, yes, he would.
Bobby, I got a pile of books that I'm behind on. I could 100% use these hours to read a book. I'd be so well read and caught up on things. It'd
Probably.
be wild.
Yeah.
It'd be wild. But it's the longest running episodic, whatever it is. So we got to do what we got to do. It's having fun. Give me stuff to talk about. Facts. Folks, that's it. We managed. We did a full 5 hours tonight.
That's crazy. Yeah. I'm surprised I still got the energy.
Bobby, what scares me is that we
Yep.
managed to do it without having Eric here to make fun of for the majority of it.
Yeah, we would have went 6 or 7 hours. Yeah.
Ooh, with these
Back
many
to the
topics.
2001 days.
With
yeah.
these many topics. Well, so it
Mhm.
was funny. Right at the end, I'll talk about this real quick, and then I'll read Bob Jackson's comment. What was funny is I don't know if you caught the IRP this week. Ed Wesker Griff was on there. I don't know. Were you in the chat during this one or no? This past week?
Yeah.
Okay. So did you catch though that towards the tail end, Ed was
I didn't watch
talking
it
about-
all. I'm just saying. I
Okay,
was in
but
for a
towards the
little
tail end, Ed was actually trying to extend it into like epic category. He was
Oh,
trying
was
to
he?
see if he
I-
could get
no, I
him.
didn't watch
Yeah, he
it
was trying to
very much,
motivate them to extend it. It was just very amusing to me. And then Steve, of course, referenced that the super long live stream that we've done. And I did have to correct them though, because I was kind of listening as while I was doing some stuff.
Mhm.
And I said, no. The longest live stream that I'm aware of in this space, the sports card space, Dakota did one. Sports Card Anonymous, before he died.
Yes.
Horribly died. He's not dead, but we can make that, we can spare that rumor if you want.
Dead in the
But
sense
the
of-
point-
yeah.
But he's still on the Discord and we chat and stuff. But anyway, so when he was doing his YouTube channel, he had a live stream, and I want to say it was an anniversary live stream, but there was some specific occasion why he was doing it.
I remember.
So he was doing
that,
the live
yeah.
stream. He was doing the live stream, and that live stream cleared 8 hours.
Mhm.
It went comfortably past 8 hours. And I laughed because number one, so Ed was trying to go like, well, was the one that you did with Steve the longest? And I go, no, there was one other one that was longer. However, I was on that one for over 3 of those hours. So I was actually involved in the longest live stream in this space that I'm aware of. So it just amused me. But then no, the one with Steve was classic because we went into his collection. He went and showed off a bunch of his cards. We were talking about a whole bunch of things. It was wild. But those were crazy days. We can't do that anymore. We're not young like we once were.
No. Yeah.
Yeah, we don't have the youth that we once had. The vitality is gone.
True enough.
Not like that. Bob Jackson says, so kind of a random side question related to your interest. Who would you say is the best wrestler actor? Ooh. Wrestler actor.
Hmm.
The Rock's actually not a very good actor. He's not a good actor.
The
I would
Rock is
almost
the
say-
Rock, though. Yeah, I would have to say
No, he's a star, but he's not a great actor.
He's a superstar,
Um,
though.
I get
Arnold
he's
in
saying
his
the best
sayings,
wrestler.
like, listen, hey, it worked.
Okay, so look, here's what I'll say. If you're talking about the one who's been able to leverage it the best, The Rock is the choice.
Sure.
The Rock has done so much with it. I've enjoyed a lot of what Batista has done. He's done a very good job with what he's been asked to do and what he's been doing. I enjoyed a lot of his performances. John Cena's stuff is hit and miss with me. Peacemaker, I liked a lot. Peacemaker, I enjoyed it. I think he did a good job on Peacemaker. I like that. Some of his other stuff is very hit and miss with me, but the Peacemaker, I think, is tremendous. I think he did a great job with it. Roddy Piper was hilarious in They Live.
Yeah, Andre was in a few
But it was
things.
very specific. It was a very specific thing.
Yeah.
It had to be that thing, otherwise it doesn't work.
Mm-hmm.
I'm still gonna go with I like what Batista was doing. I'll be honest, I kind of enjoyed it.
Most of the other guys are cameos in a lot of different movies, so it's kind of hard to say acting because it's sort of cameos, right? So
Yeah, it's a tough one. Like there aren't a lot of good choices.
like I got
there's
Goldberg in
attempts.
certain movies. You got a lot of other guys in different movies that are just
Yeah.
they are who they are. So can't really
Yeah,
say
there's folks that you could pick, but it'd be a tough one. It'd be a tough one.
That is tough.
Eric never has to be present, make fun of him. It's so easy. Truth. Hobby Champ says, I'm here. Let's start the show. We'll do what we can, buddy. Lapper says Dakota was just wasted and didn't know what time was moving on that way. Listen, it worked out. I found it very entertaining. Yeah. It was a legendary live stream. Let me tell you, legendary. I wish you still had it up because it was the stuff of legend.
Mm-hmm.
Bob Jackson says this came up in a stream earlier and there was quite the debate. I have no doubt. Yeah. Roddy Piper for Brendan Ryan. Okay. Terry Funk and Roadhouse and Paradise Alley. Interesting.
Yeah, true.
Yeah. Hobby Champ says Cena was pretty good. I likes him in The Bear season 3. Okay, that one I'm not aware of. Okay, interesting. Piper and Batista were my picks. Fair. Piper became an actual serious actor. I think he had moments. Definitely.
There was a couple he was in. Yeah, he was trying to. Yeah.
Name here says I remember being up until midnight PST watching BSC a few years ago, and it would be on a Sunday. Couldn't believe you guys were live streaming the Sunday one. So to kind of close off, we'll read a couple of these comments that goes on. The Sunday live streams, Bobby, that went into the wee hours of the morning. That was such a bad idea. That was the worst.
It wasn't because nobody worked on Monday, so it didn't matter.
Yeah, but it was still rough. It's still a rough turnaround.
Especially after a Friday 6-hour and then doing a Sunday 7-hour. Yeah.
No. Here's the thing, Bobby. I did work on Mondays, but we work from home, so like we could kind of get away with it. So it's like,
well, that's why people are stopping working from home because they start to realize that, hey, listen, the cash checkouts where people cash check out themselves is not working, and neither is working from home.
Whew, it was wild, man.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. They were all mostly bad, sort of okay. Yeah. The Rock is good at acting, like he can act. There are moments where he's okay, but I would hesitate to call him a great actor or a good actor. Bobson said, I remember the stream where Carlos had to call the bullpen guest and we just keep going and going. That was fun though, because there were a lot of folks that weren't. So I mentioned Andy, She Blind with Refractors. Obviously, he did the video with Mike. All good.
Mm-hmm.
But I'll say this. He's not really, he's obviously got his own stuff going on. He's living his life. And it was very clear for a while that he was kind of fading out of doing the YouTube thing, which is understandable, totally. Although he is a YouTube Sports Car Hall of Famer. A lot of these YouTube Sports Car Hall of Famers, Bobby, a lot of these YouTube Sports Car Hall of Famers, they disappear.
They're gone.
After that. Listen, the only time I ever see Bob.
I think it should be Hall of Shame now.
I want to make sure I cover this. The only time I ever see Bob, hold on. Dramatic pause. Lewis. Mm-hmm. The only time I see Bob Lewis is on the RP at this point.
That's it. Yeah.
Like he's gone. He's gone. There's so many of them that it's like, yeah, YouTube Sport Hall of Fame. That's it. I peaked. Videos are over. Guys, I got to be honest. I'm not done with the videos. Y'all are going to say, you're going to say things. I believe in you. You'll say things and then I'll be like, all right, firing up the camera. Y'all asked for this. Y'all asked for this. All right. The camera's right here. It's right here.
Yes.
You say the thing, I will fire up the camera and we're going to make it happen.
Mm-hmm.
As long as they keep that up, Bobby, I still got a job. I still got work to do.
Oh, I got a piece of cheesecake in the fridge I'm looking forward to getting to. So I'm going to have that and go to bed.
Name says, I like the rockin' ballers on APO. Fair. Last comment. Bob Jackson. Carlos is the Cal Ripken, the longest episodic, whatever it is. Facts.
Damn. Way to
Streak
finish.
continues. Streak continues. All right. Thank you all for participating. Thank you to Yannick. Thank you to Brad for joining us tonight. No thanks to Eric. His slacking is noted.
Thank you
He
for
will
me
be
for
charged for
staying
late
up this
button
late.
recording.
Like, honestly.
What's that?
Thank you for me for staying up this late. Wow.
Wow. You are the barrel in the garage of knowledge. I appreciate you.
Yes.
But yes, thank you. I know. Just because he can't see. Oh, my eye.
Oh, yeah.
Honestly. And,
Where's
and,
my
he,
sunglasses
and Bobby,
now?
and Bobby, he claims to be a fan of the Hockeys. And the Hockeys people are tough. They get hit, they come back. They do this, they come back.
They don't cower in a corner, put on sunglasses, and will lay in their bed and in the dark.
The man
No.
could be wearing if the light is such a problem, wear a welding mask.
He's already wearing those glasses. They're basically welding masks.
Yes. Have a good one, folks. Eric, may your recovery go well. Ooh, I love the pundage included in there. I like that.
Very good.
I
Well
like
done.
that. Thank you, Rick. Appreciate you. All right, folks. Have yourself a good night. Folks on the West Coast, you still got time. You're still on Friday. Have fun. Folks on the East Coast, it is now Saturday. Enjoy the rest of your weekend. We will chat again 7 days from now. Well, 6 and change, but whatever. Close enough.
Yeah.
Have a good night. We'll catch you in the next one.